Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today I have a bunch of new stories for you to enjoy. Whether you're trying to sleep, do homework, chores, or anything really, this video will be perfect for you. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy these videos, and discuss the stories with each other in the comments. Now let's get right to the first story.
Story 1. 1 month after my daughter's wedding, the photographer called me and said, "Sir, I noticed something terrible. Come immediately and don't say anything to your daughter." What he showed me changed everything. The phone rang just as I sat down my coffee. Tuesday morning, quiet house. Financial report spread across my desk. The kind of peaceful moment I'd earned after 40 years building Reynolds Hardware. 3 stores across Phoenix. Good business, good life. I almost didn't answer the unknown number. "Mr. Reynolds." The woman's voice trembled. "This is Carolyn Thornton. I photographed Jack Will's wedding last month. I need to see you immediately alone. Please don't tell your daughter." My hand tightened on the phone. "What's wrong?" "I can't explain over the phone, but I found something in the photographs. Something very serious." The air in my office changed. Became thinner somehow. "What kind of something?" "Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, my studio downtown. Please, Mr. Reynolds, come alone." Before I could respond, Wendy's voice exploded from the kitchen. "Ben, I told you 3 times already. I need that car. My Honda is embarrassing. You promised you'd ask him today." Benjamin's laugh rumbled from the living room, some television show blaring beneath it. "I'll be there," I said into the phone, barely hearing my own voice. Carolyn exhaled. "Thank you. I'm so sorry, Mr. Reynolds, I really am." She hung up. I sat motionless at my desk, the phone still pressed to my ear, staring at the framed photograph on my wall. Jacqueline in her wedding dress, radiant. Samuel beside her in his tuxedo. 1 month ago, $65,000 I'd spent on that day. Worth every penny to see my eldest daughter happy. Something very serious in the photographs. "Dad." Wendy appeared in my doorway, phone in one hand, car keys in the other. "Did you hear me? I need money for a new car. The Honda is 7 years old, and it's humiliating." I looked at my youngest daughter, 31 years old, living in my house for 4 years now, temporarily, she'd said when she moved in after her divorce. Benjamin had followed 6 months later. "No rent, no end date. We'll talk about it later, sweetheart." Later. "I need to go to the dealership this week. Melissa got a new Lexus and I can't keep showing up in that piece of junk." I turned back to my computer screen. The numbers blurred. "Dad, are you listening?" Later. "Wendy." She huffed and disappeared. Her footsteps stomped up the stairs. A door slammed. I picked up my coffee. Cold now. Through my office window. The Paradise Valley morning stretched bright and cloudless. July heat already building. Everything looked normal. Felt wrong. The day crawled forward. I tried focusing on inventory reports, quarterly projections, payroll schedules. My mind kept circling back to Caroline's trembling voice. The wedding had been perfect, hadn't it? Jacqueline had glowed. Samuel had been attentive. The ceremony at the Botanical Gardens, reception at that upscale resort, everything elegant, tasteful, expensive. What could possibly be wrong with the photographs? Around noon, Benjamin wandered into my office without knocking. Never knocked. Just walked in like he owned the place. "Hey, Pops. Wendy says you're being weird about the car thing." I didn't look up from my computer. I said we'd discuss it later. "Yeah, but she's pretty set on it. Maybe just give her the money, keep the peace." He leaned against my doorframe, arms crossed. 38 years old, no job. Living off my daughter's allowance, which meant living off me. "Benjamin, I'm working." Sure. Just saying. Happy wife, happy life, right?" He grinned and left. Happy wife. He'd never married Wendy. 4 years together, living in my house, and he couldn't be bothered to make it official. But he had opinions about how I should spend my money. I stood and walked to my window. Below, my pool sparkled unused. The guest house where Wendy and Benjamin stayed sat at the far edge of the property. Separate entrance, full kitchen, 2 bedrooms. I'd had it built, thinking visiting grandchildren might use it someday. No grandchildren, just Wendy and Benjamin. The afternoon bled into evening. I heated leftover pasta, ate alone at my kitchen counter while Benjamin occupied my living room, and Wendy video called someone upstairs, her laugh piercing through the ceiling. At 7:30, my doorbell rang. Jacqueline stood on my front step, perfect as always. Tailored blazer, designer jeans, that smile she'd inherited from her mother. My eldest, my successful one, marketing executive, beautiful home, well, apartment currently married to Samuel Pfizer, investment banker. Hi, Daddy. She kissed my cheek and walked past me into the house. I was in the neighborhood. Thought I'd stop by. Paradise Valley to her place in Scottsdale wasn't the neighborhood, but I didn't mention it. She settled onto my couch, crossed her legs, looked around the living room like she was appraising it. How are you? You look tired. Long day, business things. She picked up a framed photo from my side table. Her and Wendy as children. Studied it. Set it back down slightly off center. Samuel and I have been house hunting. We found the most incredible place in Scottsdale. 4 bedrooms, pool, mountain views. Absolutely perfect. I sat in the chair across from her, waited. The thing is, we need to move fast. Market's competitive right now. We need help with the down payment. She smiled warmly. $40,000. You understand, right? After everything you spent on the wedding, this is just completing the picture. Helping us start our life together properly. $40,000 said like she was asking to borrow my truck. Something in my chest tightened. That hollow feeling from earlier expanded. 40,000, I repeated. Is that a problem? A slight edge entered her voice. So slight most people wouldn't catch it. Dad, we need to move fast. The market is competitive. I thought you'd want to help us start our life together properly. I looked at my daughter. Really looked at her. The designer clothes, the manicured nails, the practiced warmth that didn't quite reach her eyes. Let me think about it, sweetheart. Her smile faltered just for a second. Think about it, Dad. This is important.
Samuel and I need to review some things first.
She stood abruptly. Fine, but don't take too long. We can't lose this house. She grabbed her purse, kissed my cheek again, colder this time. Love you, Daddy. Call me soon. I watched her Mercedes pull away, standing in my doorway. $40,000 delivered like I'd already agreed, like my money was her money. Benjamin's laughter echoed from the living room, sports highlights on my television, his beer bottle sweating onto my coffee table. I walked back inside, but something had shifted. The house felt different. Or maybe I was seeing it clearly for the first time. My phone sat on the hall table where I had left it. Caroline's number still in the call log. Tomorrow morning, her studio. Whatever she'd found on those wedding photographs, I had a feeling it would explain this hollow sensation spreading through my chest. I picked up the phone and looked at Jacqueline's last text. Thanks for understanding about the house, Dad. Love you. I hadn't agreed to anything, but she'd assumed. They all assumed. I left the house before Wendy woke up. Didn't want questions. Didn't want Benjamin asking where I was going with that look he got. Like everything I did required his approval in my own home. The drive to downtown Phoenix took 25 minutes. Tuesday morning traffic, I-51 South, then surface streets to Caroline's studio. A converted warehouse in the Arts District. Her name on a brass plate beside the door. My hands were steady on the steering wheel, but my mind kept replaying her voice on the phone. Something very serious. I parked across the street, sat in the truck for a moment. Whatever was inside that studio, whatever Caroline had found, it would explain Jalene's casual request for $40,000. It would explain the hollow feeling I'd carried since the wedding. I knew it would. I just didn't want to know how. The studio smelled like coffee and printer ink. Professional photographs lined the walls. Weddings, families, corporate headshot. Caroline met me at the door, younger than I'd remembered from the wedding day. Mid-40s maybe. Nervous hands, apologetic eyes. Mr. Reynolds, thank you for coming. She locked the door behind me. I have everything set up in the editing room. I followed her through the gallery space to a smaller room dominated by a large monitor and computer equipment. Wedding portfolios stacked on shelves. The window overlooked an alley. Morning light filtered through dusty glass. Can I get you coffee, water? I'm fine. I wasn't fine. Please just show me. She nodded and sat at her computer. I remained standing behind her chair. Mr. Reynolds, I almost didn't call you. I went back and forth for days, but if I were in your position, I'd want to know. Please understand, I didn't go looking for this. My throat tightened. Show me. Her fingers moved across the keyboard. The monitor filled with images from Jacqueline's wedding. The ceremony. My daughter walking down the aisle. Samuel waiting at the altar. Guests smiling. Everything beautiful. Everything perfect. These are the standard shots. Caroline said softly. What you saw at the wedding, what everyone saw. She clicked to the next folder. 2 hours before the ceremony. I was at the restaurant venue early, testing exposures, calibrating equipment. There's a terrace overlooking the courtyard. Another click. I was shooting through a window, adjusting light settings. The image appeared. My hands gripped the back of her chair. Samuel, my son-in-law, in his tuxedo, not yet buttoned properly, pressed against a woman with red hair. Not my daughter, kissing her, his hands in her hair, her arms around his neck. Not a friendly embrace. Not a goodbye to an old friend. Intimate, possessive, familiar. How long before the ceremony? My voice sounded far away. You're certain about the time? 2 hours before. The metadata is here. Date, time, GPS coordinates. She pulled up a technical display. Numbers, timestamps, location data. I was at the restaurant venue early testing exposures through a window. I captured this by accident, but it's real. And there are multiple shots. She clicked forward. Different angles. Same scene. Samuel and the red-haired woman locked together. In one photo, the woman's hand was visible. Left hand pressed against Samuel's chest. Wedding ring. Gold band. Diamond. The woman. I leaned closer to the screen. The wedding ring. Do you know who she is? Carolyn shook her head. I don't recognize her from the guest list. I'm so sorry, Mr. Reynolds. She pulled up another image. This one showed Samuel's face clearly. No confusion in his expression, no drunken stumble, just confidence, control. A man who knew exactly what he was doing. 2 hours before marrying my daughter. I straightened slowly. My knees felt weak. The room tilted slightly, then righted itself. Can you prove the timing? Absolutely. Prove it. Yes. Caroline opened another window, showed me technical data I barely understood, digital fingerprints, file information, GPS coordinates matching the restaurant location, timestamps down to the second. This is forensic level evidence, Mr. Reynolds. It would hold up anywhere. She reached into her desk drawer and pulled out a small flash drive. Everything is here. All the photos, all the metadata, technical documentation. I made copies. She held it out to me. I don't know what you'll do with this information, but I believe you should have it. I took the flash drive, closed my fist around it. Don't apologize, I said. You did the right thing. The drive back to Paradise Valley passed in a blur. I gripped the steering wheel tight, stared at the road, but my mind was somewhere else entirely. Samuel Pfizer, investment banker, polished, articulate, successful, everything I'd wanted for my daughter. Kissing another woman 2 hours before their wedding. A woman wearing a wedding ring. Not a mistake, not cold feet, calculated, deliberate. Why marriage Colin at all? The question circled my thoughts like a vulture. Why go through with a $65,000 wedding to a woman you were betraying hours before the ceremony? Why make those vows? Why smile in those photos? What was the point? My truck knew the way home without my thinking. Paradise Valley streets, my neighborhood, my driveway. The flash drive sat in my pocket, heavy as a stone. I pulled into my driveway just after 11. The house looked the same as when I'd left 2 hours ago. Same desert landscaping, same security light that needed fixing, same everything. But I wasn't the same. I opened the front door. Benjamin sprawled across my leather recliner, beer in hand, some game show blaring. He didn't look up. Hey, old man. Grab me another beer while you're up. From upstairs, Wendy's voice. Dad, is that you? I need to talk to you about money for the spa this weekend. I stood in my own entryway, flash drive in my pocket, and something inside me that had been bending for years finally snapped. My daughter's husband cheating 2 hours before the wedding. My other daughter living in my house, demanding spa money. My son-in-law ordering me to bring him beer and my chair in my house. I closed the door behind me with a quiet click. They thought I was the same man who'd left this morning. They were wrong. Sleep was impossible. I sat in my office past midnight, the flash drive from Carolyn on the desk beside my laptop. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those photographs. Samuel's face, confident, not guilty, not confused, confident. I opened my laptop and pulled up the wedding budget spreadsheet. $65,000 I'd spent. Venue, catering, photographer, flowers, band, everything wanted, but she'd insisted on one thing specifically. Cash gifts. No registry, no toasters or china patterns. Dad, we're starting fresh. We need flexibility. Cash is more practical. I'd thought she was being mature, practical. Now I wondered what I'd actually paid for. I grabbed a legal pad and started writing numbers, dates, details that suddenly seemed wrong. The guest list had been 200 people, mostly my business associates, my friends, people who had known Jalene since childhood, Each envelope at the reception. I remembered the gift table overflowing. Jacqueline had hired someone specifically to collect them, count them, catalog them. $45,000 in cash and checks. She'd told me the total the week after the wedding, laughing about their good fortune. Samuel and I are so blessed, Dad. Everyone was so generous. I wrote that number down, circled it. Then I remembered something else. My business partner, Marcus Chen, had handed Samuel a check directly at the reception. "Welcome to the family, son. Start your life right." I'd been standing there. $15,000. Marcus was wealthy, generous to people he respected. Samuel had pocketed the check and smiled. "Thank you, sir. We won't forget this." $60,000 total from one wedding for a couple supposedly starting out. Why marry Jacqueline at all? I stared at that question on my legal pad. If Samuel had another woman, a woman wearing a wedding ring, why go through with a $65,000 ceremony? Why smile in those photos? Why take those vows? Unless the vows didn't matter. Unless the money did. My stomach turned. The night dragged on. I made coffee around 3 o'clock in the morning, stood at my kitchen window, watching the dark desert hills. Somewhere in Scottsdale, Jacqueline slept beside the man who'd betrayed her hours before their wedding. Or maybe she knew. Maybe she didn't care. That thought was worse than the first. At 7, I showered and dressed, business casual, khakis, polo shirt. Left the house before Wendy woke up. Didn't want questions. Didn't want to see Benjamin sprawled on my couch. The bank opened at 9. I drove to the downtown Phoenix branch where I did my business banking. Professional territory, safe ground. The manager, Patricia Williams, greeted me in her office. We'd worked together for 15 years. "Mr. Reynolds, what brings you in this morning?" I wanted to verify a check I wrote. "Wedding gift for my daughter, $20,000. Want to make sure it cleared properly." Patricia pulled it up on her computer. "Let me see. Yes, here it is. Joint account for Samuel and Jack and Fisher. Check cleared without issues." "Joint account," I said casually. "When did they open that?" Patricia scrolled. "Looks like 2 months ago. May 10th. 2 months before the wedding. Not years. Not when they got engaged. 2 months. They must have moved fast on wedding planning," I said, keeping my voice light. "Young people these days." Patricia smiled. "Everything happens quickly." I thanked her and left. In my truck, I sat with the engine running. May 10th. They had opened a joint account specifically to receive wedding money. Planned it, coordinated it. This wasn't romance. This was logistics. I drove home through late morning traffic, mind churning. The house looked quiet when I pulled into the garage. Benjamin's car was there. Old Camry he refused to maintain. Always asking for money to fix it. I entered through the garage door to the kitchen. Planned to go straight to my office. Then I heard Wendy's voice from upstairs. "Yeah, Dad looks suspicious lately." Her voice carried down from the second floor landing. Phone conversation. Volume too loud. The way she always talked. I don't know. Different somehow. "But don't worry, sis. Ben and I can stretch this another 6 months easy. By then, he'll cave and buy us that condo just to get rid of us." I froze in the hallway. Jacqueline's voice came through the phone speaker. Wendy had it on high volume, laughing. "Perfect. I've got 2 more months of playing happy wife. Then I file. Half those gifts are legally mine in Arizona. Samuel already agreed to 60-40 split. Easiest $45,000 I ever made." My hand found the wall, steadied myself. Wendy laughed. "And Sam's little girlfriend doesn't even know about the plan. This is perfect. Dad's so busy feeling proud of your marriage. He doesn't see anything. Keep him distracted." Jacqueline said. "Make him think you need something big. That way when I ask for the house down payment, it won't seem excessive by comparison." Already on it. Asked him for a new car yesterday. He looked annoyed. "But he'll come around. He always does." I backed away. Silent, careful. Each step measured until I reached my office. Closed the door, leaned against it. My hands were shaking. 2 daughters, both lying, both using me. One planning divorce to steal wedding money. The other squatting in my house. Running out the clock until I bought them off. Playing happy wife. Easiest $45,000 I ever made. I'd almost let it happen. Almost written Jacqueline that $40,000 check for her house down payment. Almost. I sat down at my computer, typed property lawyer, Phoenix, Arizona. Robert McKenzie's name appeared third in the search results. 25 years experience, real estate law, family trusts, asset protection. His office had an opening tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I made the appointment. Then I sat back in my chair and looked at my closed office door. Beyond it, Wendy was probably still on the phone. Benjamin was probably still planted on my couch. Both comfortable, both confident. They had no idea what was coming. I didn't either. Not exactly. But tomorrow I'd start finding out. Tomorrow I became something other than a wallet with a heartbeat. Mackenzie's office was in a glass building downtown, 23rd floor. I arrived 10 minutes early and spent them in the parking garage organizing my folder one last time. Wedding spreadsheet. Flash drive from Carolyn. My notes from last night. 3 pages of timelines. Quotes, dollar amounts, evidence. The elevator ride up felt longer than it was. I'd made business decisions for 40 years, negotiated supplier contracts, handled employee disputes, weathered economic downturns. This shouldn't feel different, but it did. This was my family, my daughters. The elevator doors opened. No, not family. Not anymore. They'd made that choice when they turned me into a transaction. The reception area was professional. Glass desk, leather chairs, abstract art I didn't understand but recognized as expensive. A woman looked up from her computer. Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Mackenzie is ready for you. His office had floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Phoenix, mahogany desk, law books lining one wall, diplomas and bar certificates in frames. Robert Mackenzie stood as I entered, 50s, gray at the temples, firm handshake. Mr. Reynolds, please have a seat. Can I offer you coffee? Yes, black. He poured from a kerf on the credenza, handed me a ceramic mug, settled behind his desk. I reviewed your intake form. You mentioned property issues and family matters. Tell me what's happening. Start wherever makes sense to you. I placed my manila folder on his desk. Opened it methodically. A month ago, I paid for my daughter's wedding, $65,000. 3 days ago, the photographer showed me pictures of my son-in-law with another woman 2 hours before the ceremony. Yesterday, I discovered my daughters planned this. The marriage was a scam to collect cash gifts and split them. Mackenzie's pen paused over his legal pad. When you say plan this, you have evidence both your daughter and her husband intended to divorce from the beginning. I overheard my younger daughter on the phone with her sister. Quote, 2 more months and I file for divorce. Half the gifts are legally mine. Samuel already agreed to 60-40. Those were my daughter's exact words. I slid the flash drive across his desk. The affair photos are here. Metadata included. Timestamps, GPS coordinates, everything. Mackenzie inserted the drive into his computer, clicked through files. His expression didn't change, but his jaw tightened slightly. And your younger daughter, Wendy? She's been living in my house for 4 years. Her boyfriend with her. No rent, no lease, constant money demands. I pulled out my handwritten notes. Yesterday's phone call, she told Jack and they'd stretch it another 6 months until I bought them a condo. Mackenzie made notes, circled specific details, underlined 4 years and no lease. Mr. Reynolds, in Arizona, property law is very clear. Your house is your property. If there's no written rental agreement and you've indicated there isn't, you have the right to begin eviction proceedings. The standard timeline is 30 days after written notice. And my younger daughter, her boyfriend, they've lived there 4 years without paying rent. Can they fight this? Not successfully. Without a lease, they're essentially guests who've overstayed. Arizona law protects property owners. The 30-day notice is a courtesy, not a negotiation. Something loosened in my chest. A courtesy, not a negotiation. Mackenzie pulled a thick book from his shelf. Arizona Property Code, opened to a flagged section, turned it so I could read. I leaned forward, scanned the legal text, residential tenancy requirements, notice periods, eviction procedures. It's straightforward, Mackenzie said. We draft a formal notice. You serve it personally or via certified mail. They have 30 days to vacate. If they refuse, we file with the court for removal. Given the lack of any rental agreement, judges rule quickly on these cases. What about the rest? I looked up from the book. My assets, my business. I don't want them getting anything when I'm gone. They've made it clear. I'm just a resource to them. Mackenzie closed the property code. That's where an irrevocable trust becomes valuable. We transfer your assets, house, business interests, savings into a trust managed by a professional trustee. You maintain control during your lifetime, but after death, distribution follows your instructions. It's much harder to challenge than a simple will. Harder to challenge, I repeated, nearly impossible if structured correctly. A will can be contested. People claim undue influence, mental incompetence, all sorts of arguments. A properly executed irrevocable trust established while you're clearly competent and acting freely. That's a different legal standard entirely. I sat back. How soon can we start? Mackenzie smiled slightly. First real emotion he'd shown. Today, I'll need you to sign an engagement agreement. My fees for this work, eviction notices, will revision, and complete trust creation will be $8,500. The trust work alone typically runs $6,000. But given the connected nature of your situation, I can offer a package rate, $8,500. I'd spent $65,000 on a fake wedding, another $45,000 collected by my daughter and her accomplice husband. Tens of thousands more over 4 years supporting Wendy and Benjamin. That's acceptable. Mackenzie pulled documents from his drawer. Engagement agreement, fee structure, timeline, estimate. We'll have the eviction notices drafted by Friday morning. You'll serve them this weekend. I recommend doing it personally, so there's no question of receipt. After service, the 30-day clock starts. They must vacate by that date or face legal removal. And the trust 2 to 3 weeks for complete asset transfer. I'll work with your financial institutions directly. We'll need current statements for all accounts, property deeds, business ownership documents. My paralegal will coordinate with you on specifics. He slid the contract across his desk. I read it carefully. Years of business had taught me that. Scope of work, fee schedule, timeline, everything Mackenzie had promised, formalized in legal language. I signed with a steady hand. Mackenzie countersigned, dated it, handed me copies. Mr. Reynolds, I should mention, this will likely destroy your relationship with your daughters permanently. Once you serve those eviction notices, once they discover the trust structure, there's no walking this back. I know, and you're prepared for that. I thought about Wendy's laugh on the phone. Jacqueline's casual cruelty playing happy wife. Easiest $45,000 I ever made. They destroyed the relationship themselves. I'm just acknowledging reality. Mackenzie nodded. Then we're clear. I'll call you Friday morning when the documents are ready. We shook hands again. Longer this time. Something passed between us. Professional respect, maybe. Understanding. I left his office with copies of the contract, timeline outline, trust structure, summary, legal documents that meant one simple thing. I was taking my life back. The elevator down was faster than the ride up. Gravity working in my favor. In the parking garage, I sat in my truck with the contract copies on the passenger seat. Eviction procedures, will modification summary, trust structure outline. My phone buzzed. Text from Jacqueline. Dad, did you think about the down payment? We really need an answer. The house won't wait forever. I looked at the message for a long moment. $40,000 for a house she'd live in for 2 months before filing for divorce. I deleted the text without responding. Then I started the truck and headed home. Wendy and Benjamin would be there comfortable and confident, expecting nothing to change. They had 30 days left to enjoy that confidence. I had 30 days to prepare for war. The envelopes arrived Friday morning. Mackenzie's return address, heavy paper, official seals. I set them on my desk and looked at them for most of the day. By evening, I was ready. I could hear Wendy and Benjamin in the living room. Benjamin's voice carried, excited, animated, another scheme, another ask. I picked up the envelopes and walked down the hall. They were on the couch comfortable. Benjamin gesturing, Wendy nodding. My television, my couch, my living room. And craft breweries are huge right now, Benjamin was saying. Phoenix market is perfect. We'd need about $30,000 to start. Your dad would see returns in a year. Easy. Wendy laughed. He'll do it. He always does. Just frame it as helping family and he'll write the check. I stepped into the room. They looked up, smiling, expecting nothing. I placed the envelopes on the coffee table between them. What's this? Wendy picked up hers, puzzled. Dad, we're talking about Ben's brewery idea. Official eviction notice. You have 30 days to find other housing. The words landed like stones in still water, ripples of silence spreading outward. Wendy tore open her envelope, read the heading. Her face drained of color. Benjamin grabbed his, scanned it. Have you lost your mind, old man? This is our home. This is my house. You can't just kick us out like we're strangers. Benjamin stepped toward me, fists clenched, face wringing. We're family. Wendy's tears started right on schedule. Dad, what are you doing? I'm your daughter. How can you throw us out? I looked at her calmly. You haven't paid rent in 4 years. You don't respect me. You see me as a wallet. Time to grow up. This is insane. Benjamin moved closer, invading my space. Old intimidation tactic. Everyone will know what kind of father you are. Throwing out your own kid. The notice is legal. 30 days. I suggest you start packing. Wendy grabbed my arm. Dad, please. We can work this out. We'll pay rent. Will I removed her hand, gently but firmly, turned toward the hallway. You'll regret this. Benjamin's voice followed me. You'll regret this. I walked to my office, closed the door, locked it with an audible click. Behind me, chaos erupted. Wendy's wailing, Benjamin shouting, furniture scraping. I sat at my desk and listened. Their panic was music. 10 minutes passed. The shouting subsided into intense whispers. Then Wendy's voice again. Higher. Phone call. I pressed my ear to the door. Gave us eviction papers. 30 days. Pause. Jack will responding. I don't know what happened. He was cold like we were strangers. Longer pause. We need to do something. Jacqueline's voice carried through the phone speaker. Calm, strategic. I couldn't make out words, but the tone was clear. Planning mode. Okay. Yes, tomorrow. Bring Samuel. We'll figure this out. More murmuring. Then Benjamin's voice lower but venomous. He's going to regret this. I moved back to my desk and opened my laptop. Mackenzie had sent documents that afternoon. Trust creation paperwork, asset protection strategy. They thought this was about the house. They had no idea I was protecting everything. My phone buzzed. Text from Jack Willen. Dad, Wendy called me. We need to talk. Coming over tomorrow with Samuel. This has gone too far. I read it twice. They were regrouping, coordinating, about to launch their counterattack. Let them come. I pulled up a calendar and marked the date. Day 1 of 30. The clock had started. In the living room, Wendy was still crying. Benjamin was pacing. I could hear his footsteps. Back and forth. Back and forth. They'd lived here for 4 years without contributing a single dollar. 4 years of treating my home like a hotel. 4 years of demands and disrespect and assumptions. 30 days left to enjoy that privilege. I looked at Mackenzie's trust documents again. 2 to 3 weeks until finalization. The timing would be tight, but it would work. By the time they realized the full scope of what I'd done, it would be too late to stop. Another text from Jacqueline. We'll straighten this out. Don't worry. She wasn't texting me. She was texting Wendy. But Wendy must have shown her my number, too, because a third message came through. Dad, I know you're upset about something. Let's talk like adults tomorrow. Talk like adults. The woman planning to divorce her husband in 2 months to steal wedding gifts wanted to talk like adults. I turned off my phone. Tomorrow they'd come with their performance. Concerned daughter, diplomatic son-in-law, reasoned arguments, emotional manipulation. I'd seen the documentary already. I knew how it ended. Outside my office door, the house finally went quiet. Wendy and Benjamin had probably gone upstairs to strategize or cry or drink. I didn't care which. I opened a notebook and started writing, documenting the evening. Their reactions, their threats, Benjamin's aggression, Wendy's tears, everything Mackenzie might need if this ended up in court. The pen moved steadily across the page. Factual, detailed, dispassionate. Somewhere during the 4th year of their residence. I'd stopped being a father and become an ATM. Now, I was neither. I was a property owner exercising his legal rights, and I had 29 days left to prepare for whatever came next. Saturday morning, I came downstairs to find Wendy in her bathrobe sprawled across the couch. Dad. Her voice was weak, theatrical. I can't get up. My heart is racing. The stress from this eviction. I think you should call a doctor. Benjamin hovered nearby, arms crossed, protective stance, both watching for my reaction. I walked past them to the kitchen. There's cold medicine in the cabinet, I said without stopping. Behind me, silence. Then Wendy's frustrated exhale. I poured coffee and carried it to my office. Closed the door. Sunday afternoon, Benjamin found me in the garage, blocked the doorway with his body. You know what people will say, right? Aggressive tone. Face too close to mine. That you threw out your own daughter. Your pregnant daughter. Wendy wasn't pregnant. Just another lie. Your business partners, your church friends, they'll all know what kind of man you really are. I checked my watch. The eviction is legal. You have 26 days left. Now move. He didn't. We stood there for 10 seconds. 20. His jaw working, fists clenched. Finally, he stepped aside. I got in my truck and drove to the hardware store. Stayed there for 3 hours, reviewing inventory, talking to managers, being anywhere but home. When I returned that evening, An envelope sat on my kitchen counter. Handwritten heading, proposal. I opened it. Benjamin's handwriting, itemized list. Investment opportunity, craft brewery partnership. Initial capital required $50,000. Terms, Wendy and Benjamin remain in residence. Pay nominal rent $500 a month. Repay investment within 5 years. $50,000 up from the $30,000 he'd mentioned Friday night. Desperation inflating the numbers. I read the whole thing. 2 pages. Financial projections pulled from nowhere. Promises of returns. Guarantees of family harmony. At the bottom, this solves everything. We stay, you profit. Family stays together. I folded it, walked to the living room where they sat waiting, and handed it back. No. Wendy's face crumpled. Dad, we're trying to compromise. No, I repeated and returned to my office with my dinner. Through the wall, I heard their frustrated whispers, accusations, disbelief, the sound of dishes slamming. Monday and Tuesday passed similarly. Wendy alternated between tears and silence. Benjamin oscillated between threats and bargaining. I maintained my routine. Work, home, office, meals alone. Their presence became background noise. Wednesday evening, Jacqueline arrived. She'd called that afternoon. Dad, we're coming over for dinner. Samuel and I. We need to talk as a family. Not a request, an announcement. They arrived at 6. Jacqueline carried grocery bags. We're cooking tonight. You work too hard. Samuel smiled. Firm handshake. Horace. Hope you don't mind us just showing up. Jacqueline was worried. Family should support each other through difficult times. They took over my kitchen. Jacqueline chopped vegetables. Samuel set the table. Wendy emerged from upstairs. Makeup perfect. No sign of her illness. Benjamin appeared, freshly showered, playing the reasonable adult. An intervention carefully staged. We sat for the meal they had prepared. Chicken, rice, salad. Nice presentation. Jacqueline poured wine. Samuel made small talk about his car sales work. Everyone performed normally. Then Jacqueline shifted gears. Dad, this house must be a lot to manage alone. All these rooms, the yard work, the maintenance. Have you thought about something smaller? A nice condo? I cut my chicken. Chewed slowly. Samuel picked up the thread. The real estate market is strong right now. Houses in Paradise Valley sell fast. You could get top dollar. Help set everyone up comfortably. There it was. Jack will touch the picture frame on the side table. Adjusted it. Territorial gesture. We'd help you move, of course. And whatever proceeds you got. It would be nice to share with family. Help Wendy and Ben get started. Help Samuel and me with our house down payment. Everyone benefits. The house. They wanted the house sale money, not inheritance someday. Now, the realization clicked into place with perfect clarity. Dad, I'm just saying you're getting older. Wouldn't it be easier to have something manageable? Less responsibility. I set down my fork, looked at each of them. Jacqueline, Samuel, Wendy, Benjamin. 4 faces, 4 different masks, 1 agenda. I'm not selling my house. Jacqueline laughed lightly. Edge underneath. Dad, no one's pressuring you. We're just concerned. I stood. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Good night. The scrape of my chair, the walk to my office, the door closing. Behind me, shocked silence, then urgent whispers. I grabbed my phone and dialed Mackenzie's cell. I need to see you tonight. It's urgent. I'll be at the office in 30 minutes. I waited until I heard their cars leave. Jacqueline's Mercedes, then Benjamin's Camry following, coordinating, planning their next move. I grabbed my keys and drove downtown. Mackenzie's office was lit. 23rd floor window glowing. He met me in the lobby. They're coordinating strategy to acquire my assets, I said as we rode the elevator up. The eviction triggered something. Now they want me to sell the house, split the proceeds. Tonight's dinner was reconnaissance. In his office, Mackenzie pulled out fresh documents. Then we accelerate the trust creation. Everything, house, business, savings, transfers to professional management. You maintain full control during your lifetime. But after death, distribution follows your exact instructions. They can't challenge it. Can't manipulate it. How fast can we move? I'll start paperwork tomorrow. We'll also change your bank account beneficiaries immediately. Remove your daughters entirely. $5,000 for the trust creation, but it's worth every penny. Do it. He pulled up forms on his computer. Beneficiary change authorizations. Trust structure outlines. I signed everything. Electronic signatures witness legal. 40 minutes later, I left with copies of everything. The drive home felt different, lighter somehow. I arrived near midnight. The house was dark except for the living room lamp. Inside, Wendy and Benjamin had gone to bed. Empty wine glasses on my coffee table. They'd probably spent the evening plotting with Jacqueline on speakerphone. Let them plot. I had copies of the trust paperwork in my briefcase. Mackenzie would start asset transfers tomorrow. Within 3 weeks, everything I'd built would be protected. My phone showed 3 missed calls. Jacqueline, no messages. She knew something had shifted tonight. Maybe sensed that dinner conversation revealed too much. I thought about their performance. Samuel's diplomat act. Jacqueline's suggestion to sell the house. Everyone benefits. Everyone except me. They'd miscalculated. Thought I was a weak old man they could manipulate into surrendering my life's work. I was done being weak. 26 days until Wendy and Benjamin left. 3 weeks until the trust was finalized. They had that long to enjoy feeling like they still had leverage. I had that long to make sure they'd never manipulate me again. 2 weeks had passed since I'd served the eviction notice. 15 days remained. I set the dining room table myself that evening. 5 place settings. The good china I hadn't used since my daughters were children. Cloth napkins, water glasses. At my seat, I placed a manila folder face down. The folder contained 8 printed photographs. Samuel and a red-haired woman, time-stamped, geotagged. 2 hours before his wedding to my daughter. I'd invited everyone, both daughters, both sons-in-law. A family dinner, I'd said. They arrived separately, Jacqueline and Samuel first, 15 minutes early. I heard them in the living room, whispered conversation with Wendy and Benjamin, coordinating, planning their approach. I called them to the table. The tension was immediate. They sat, exchanged glances, waited. I served roasted chicken and vegetables. Simple meal, nothing elaborate. This wasn't about hospitality. We ate in near silence for 10 minutes. Forks scraping plates, water glasses lifted, the sound of force normally. Then Jacqueline started. Dad, we've all been talking. The situation with Wendy, it's stressful for everyone. Maybe it's time to think about simplifying the house, the business. It's a lot for one person. Samuel nodded, supportive. Horace, no one's saying you can't handle it. We just want to help. Selling at the right time in this market. We could help you organize everything. Make it easy. Wendy leaned forward, gentle voice. Dad, we're worried about you. All alone here. Wouldn't a nice condo be better? Less maintenance, less stress. I set down my fork, reached for the manila folder. Before we continue, there's something you should see. Jacqueline picked it up. Suspicious. What is this? I took a sip of water. Photographs from your wedding. Particularly interesting are the shots of Samuel with a red-haired woman 2 hours before the ceremony on the restaurant terrace. Samuel's face drained. That's not. Jacqueline opened the folder. I watched her eyes move across the first image then the second. Her expression hardened into stone. Where did you get these? I ignored the question. I also overheard a phone conversation between you and Wendy. Let me quote. 2 more months and I file for divorce. Half the gifts are legally mine. Samuel already agreed to 60-40 split. Those were your exact words, Jacqueline. Wendy's hand flew to her mouth. Benjamin half stood. You spied on us. You had no right. I raised one hand, palm out. Stop. Benjamin sat. I've created an irrevocable trust. My house, my business, my savings, everything is now protected. After my death, you'll receive the minimum required by Arizona law, not a cent more. Jacqueline's voice rose. You can't do this. We're your family. I stood, pushed my chair back slowly, folded my napkin beside my plate. Wendy and Benjamin have 15 days to find new housing. This conversation is over. Dad, Jacqueline stood too. You're destroying this family. Over what? Some misunderstanding? I paused at the dining room doorway. Didn't turn around. I'm not destroying anything. I'm protecting what I built from people who saw me as a resource, not a father. I walked down the hall to my office, closed the door, locked it. Behind me, voices erupted. Jacqueline shouting. Samuel's defensive protests. Wendy crying. Benjamin's angry curses. I sat at my desk and opened my laptop. Email from Mackenzie sent an hour ago. Trust documents ready for final signature. Can you come in tomorrow morning? I typed back 9 a.m. from the dining room. The argument continued. Jacqueline demanding I come out. Benjamin threatening to break down the door. Empty threat. Wendy sobs carrying down the hallway. They could argue all night. It wouldn't change anything. The photos were on the table. The truth was spoken. The trust was nearly complete. 15 days until Wendy and Benjamin left my house. However long it took for Jolene and Samuel's fraudulent marriage to collapse on its own, I'd spent 2 weeks watching them manipulate, scheme, coordinate, watching them treat my home like their playground and my wallet like their property. Now they knew I'd been watching back and I'd already won. Mackenzie's office at 9 the next morning. Jennifer Chan was already there, a specialist in estate planning he brought in to finalize the trust. Mr. Reynolds, she shook my hand. 50 professional, efficient papers spread across the conference table like a legal fortress. Everything's ready for your signature. I sat down and started signing. Page after page, initials here, full signature there, transfer of primary residence, business interests, bank accounts, investment portfolios, all moving into the irrevocable trust structure. This transfers your house to trust management, Jennifer explained. Upon your death, distribution follows these instructions. Minimum legal requirement to immediate family. Remainder to the charities you selected. And my daughters can't challenge this. They can try. Her voice was certain. But irrevocable trusts are extremely difficult to overturn. This is as protected as assets can be. I signed the final page. Done. 40 years of work. Protected. I drove home feeling lighter than I had in months. The next 13 days became a masterclass in psychological warfare. Day 2, I found my coffee maker shattered on the kitchen floor. Benjamin lounged at the table. Newspaper spread in front of him. Oh, that he shrugged. Slipped out of my hands this morning. Accidents happen. I swept up the glass without comment. 11 days, I said, tossing the pieces in the trash. Day 4. I heard Wendy talking to Mrs. Patterson over the back fence. Our neighbor. I watched from the window. Wendy dabbed her eyes with tissue, dramatic gestures. He's throwing us out with nowhere to go. I don't know what's gotten into him. Mrs. Patterson looked uncomfortable. I'm sure you and your father will work things out, dear. I don't know. He's changed. It's like he's not the same person. I turned away from the window. Let her perform for the neighbors. It changed nothing. Day 7. Jacqueline arrived with a woman carrying a clipboard. Dad, this is Dr. Morrison. She's a psychologist. We thought it might help to talk. I remained standing, arms crossed. I didn't agree to any conversation. The woman smiled professionally. Mr. Reynolds, your daughter is concerned about recent behavioral changes. Sudden decisions, cutting off family. These can sometimes indicate underlying issues that stop. I looked at Jacqueline. Out both of you now. Dad, she's trying to help. If you just listen, this is my house. You're leaving. They left. Day 10. I came home from the store to find my office door slightly ajar. I always closed it completely. On my desk, the trust documents sat exactly where I'd left them. Almost exactly. The corner was bent differently. Someone had looked through them. That evening, Wendy was quieter than usual. Benjamin kept glancing at her. They knew now. Really knew. The trust was real. The money was gone. Day 12. Wendy knocked on my office door. Afternoon. Benjamin wasn't with her. Dad, can we talk? Just us. I gestured to the chair. She sat, tissue already in hand, eyes red. I've been thinking about everything. You were right about Ben, about how we've been living. He's not a good influence on me. I see that now. I waited. I've made terrible mistakes. I'm asking, begging for your forgiveness. Another chance. I could change. I could be the daughter you deserve. The performance was flawless. Trembling voice, vulnerable posture, leaning forward. Every manipulation technique in her arsenal. I let the silence stretch. Watched her. Really watched her. If you'd truly realized your mistakes, Wendy, you wouldn't have come here asking for forgiveness as a transaction. You'd have come without expecting anything in return. But you're asking for the house, for money, for me to change my mind about the trust. No, I just want me to believe Benjamin corrupted you, that you're a victim. But I heard you on the phone with Jolene planning this. You were laughing both of you about manipulating me. Her face changed. Tears stopped. Voice went hard. Fine. Fine. You want to be alone? Be alone. But don't expect us to care what happens to you. I didn't stand, didn't react. 8 days, Wendy, start packing. She turned and walked out. The door slammed hard enough to rattle the frame. Through the ceiling, I heard her stomping upstairs. Benjamin's voice questioning. Then Wendy's angry response, words muffled, but tone clear. She was telling him it hadn't worked, that I wouldn't cave, that they needed to actually find an apartment. Reality finally breaking through. I pulled up my calendar. 8 days until the eviction deadline. Mackenzie had already arranged for the sheriff if they refused to leave voluntarily. My phone showed a text from Jacqueline. I hope you're happy. You've destroyed this family. I deleted it without responding. The trust document sat in my desk drawer, signed, notarized, filed. Every asset I had spent 40 years building, protected. The house was mine. The business was secure. My will reflected my choices, not their expectations. 8 more days of their presence. 8 more days of psychological warfare. I no longer felt. Then silence, space, peace. For the first time in 4 years, I'd have my house back. For the first time in months, I'd have my life back. The 30th day. I pulled into my driveway at 10 that morning. The sheriff's vehicle arrived 30 seconds behind me. Mackenzie's car followed. We'd coordinated this official, legal, no room for argument. Deputy Martinez stepped out. Mid-40s, experienced, professional. We'd spoken on the phone twice. He knew the situation. Mr. Reynolds, he shook my hand. Let's get this done. Mackenzie joined us, briefcase in hand. Everything's in order. The eviction notice was properly served. The 30 days have elapsed. They're officially trespassing now. We walked to my front door together, my house, my property. But I knocked anyway. 3 firm knocks. Silence. Then Benjamin's voice muffled, "Go away. You can't do this." Martinez stepped forward, hand resting on his duty belt. "Sir, this is Deputy Martinez with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. I'm here to enforce a legal eviction order. Open the door now or I'll be forced to open it myself. That becomes criminal trespass. Your choice." A long pause. Whispered argument inside. Then the door cracked open. Wendy's face appeared. Red eyes. Defiant expression trying to mask panic. Martinez pushed the door wider. Entered professionally. Mackenzie and I followed. The living room looked like a war zone. Clothes scattered everywhere. Pizza boxes stacked on my coffee table. Beer cans. Chaos. But no packed boxes. Nothing ready. You folks weren't planning on leaving, were you? Martinez surveyed the room, making notes. All right, you have 2 hours to collect personal belongings. That means clothes, personal items, no furniture, no fixtures. The clock starts now. 2 hours? Wendy's voice pitched high. We can't possibly. You've had 30 days, ma'am. 2 hours is generous. Benjamin appeared from the kitchen, unshaven, angry. This is insane. We have rights. Mackenzie's voice cut through. You have 0 rights to this property. No lease, no rental agreement, no ownership. This is the final day. Benjamin looked at me. You're really doing this? Your own daughter. I didn't respond. Didn't need to. Martinez checked his phone. 2 hours starting now. What followed was chaos in slow motion. Wendy frantically stuffing clothes into garbage bags, crying intermittently. Benjamin throwing things into a duffel bag with aggressive movements, muttering curses under his breath. After everything we did for him, Benjamin said loudly enough for me to hear. Living in this huge place alone like a miser. Martinez's voice sharpened. Sir, this is Mr. Reynolds' property. I suggest you focus on packing and keep comments to yourself. I stood in the doorway, watched, didn't help, didn't speak, just witnessed them dismantling their unauthorized residency piece by piece. Wendy tried catching my eye multiple times. The manipulation playbook was still open, but I'd memorized every page, knew every trick, wasn't falling for any of it. 2 hours later, they carried the last bags to their car. An older sedan, dented, struggling financially already. At the car, Wendy turned. Last attempt. You'll regret this. When you're alone and need help, don't come crying to us. I met her eyes, calm, certain. I won't. They drove away, Wendy's car disappearing down the street, taking their presence, their demands, their manipulation with them. I stood in my doorway, my house, truly mine, for the first time in 4 years. Martinez handed me paperwork. They're officially out. If they return without permission, call immediately. That's criminal trespass. Thank you, Deputy. Mackenzie shook my hand. Well done, Horace. Most people cave before this point. You held the line. After they left, I walked through the house slowly. Living room where Benjamin had sprawled. Kitchen where Wendy had demanded money. Upstairs, where they had occupied the guest room like permanent royalty. Empty now. All of it. Mine. That evening, my phone rang. Jacqueline. I considered not answering, but curiosity won. Yes. I hope you're satisfied. Her voice was ice. You destroyed this family. Everything we had. Was it worth it? I looked at the family photo on the shelf. Old picture, different time, different people. I didn't destroy the family, Jacqueline. I stopped letting it destroy me. Silence. Then her voice cracked slightly. You've changed. I don't even know who you are anymore. I'm the same person. I just stopped pretending I didn't notice being used. We'll see how long you last alone. You'll need us eventually. She hung up. I set the phone down. 3 days later, it buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Samuel, I read it standing in my kitchen. Horace, I saw the photos. I know you know. Look, Jackie knew about my relationship, too. This whole marriage was an arrangement. We're divorcing anyway. I'm asking you to stay out of it. I can make it worth your while. 10K to let this play out quietly. I read it once, deleted it, blocked the number. Jacqueline had known about the affair all along. The entire marriage was a scam from both sides. They had orchestrated it together, collected the money, planned to split it, and now Samuel wanted to pay me to stay quiet. $10,000 to let their fraudulent divorce proceed smoothly. I looked around my living room, the furniture I'd chosen, the silence I'd earned, the space I'd reclaimed. 4 years ago, I'd opened my door to Wendy and Benjamin temporarily. Let them take over my home, my peace, my life. I'd paid for a wedding that was a business transaction, written checks that funded schemes, believed I was helping family when I was funding my own exploitation. Now the house was empty except for me. Wendy and Benjamin were gone. Jacqueline had cut contact. Samuel was sending desperate bribes I wouldn't dignify with responses. I walked to the window. The sun was setting over Paradise Valley, painting the desert gold. My house, my life, my choices. They thought they'd won when they moved in. When they manipulated, when they schemed, they'd been wrong. I had late August. I sat on my terrace with morning coffee, watching the sun climb over Paradise Valley. The air was already warm. But up here on the hillside, a breeze made it bearable. Quiet. Completely quiet, except for birds and the distant hum of the city below. 3 weeks since the eviction. 3 weeks of living alone in my house. My actual house, not a building I shared with resentful tenants who called me dad. The coffee maker worked. Benjamin had smashed my old one in a fit of passive-aggressive rage. I'd replaced it the day after they left. Small thing, but it mattered. Everything worked now. The television remote stayed where I put it. My chair in the living room held only me. The refrigerator contained food I'd bought, eaten at my own pace without someone demanding I pay for their groceries. Simple things, revolutionary things. Wendy had called twice this week. I'd let both go to voicemail, deleted the messages without listening. She and Benjamin had found a cheap apartment on the outskirts. Benjamin was working some regular job. They were figuring it out. Without my money, without my house. Good. Jacqueline had called once too, 2 weeks ago, asking for money. I need help with a down payment after the divorce. Just $20,000. You're my father. I'd said one word. No. Then hung up. No explanation, no guilt, just boundary. She and Samuel had divorced as planned. The court had sorted through their wedding gift situation. Both lost money to lawyers. Ironic justice. They'd schemed to collect cash, ended up spending it on legal fees to divide what remained. The postman arrived mid-morning. I retrieved the mail, carried it back to the terrace. An envelope from Mackenzie's firm. Heavy paper. I opened it with my letter opener. Final trust documents. All filed, all secured. Mr. Reynolds, the letter began. All trust documents have been finalized and filed with the state. Your business interests have been transferred to trust management. Estate distribution instructions are secured. You maintain full control during your lifetime with ironclad protection thereafter. I read it twice, then set it aside. Complete. Legal fortress built. Estate protected. Life reclaimed. My phone sat on the table beside the guitar learning book I'd been working through. Wednesday, I had my third lesson. I'd always wanted to play. 40 years of meaning to someday, when there was time now. Friday, I volunteered at the senior center doing repairs. My hardware expertise useful, helping people who needed it, who appreciated it, who didn't demand it as entitled, right? The phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, then did. This is Horace, Mr. Reynolds. A woman's voice familiar. This is Carolyn Thornan, the photographer from your daughter's wedding. I hope you don't mind me calling. I've been thinking about you, wondering how things turned out. Carolyn, the woman who'd shown me the truth. Carolyn, no, I don't mind at all. Actually, I'm glad you called. Relief in her voice. I wasn't sure if I should. That day in my studio showing you those photos, I've thought about it so many times. I hope I did the right thing. You did. You absolutely did. Those photos changed everything. You gave me truth when everyone else was feeding me lies. And how are things now, if you don't mind me asking? I looked out over the valley, the morning light, the peace. Things are good, Carolyn. For the first time in a very long time, maybe years, things are truly good. I'm so glad to hear that. You deserve peace. I surprise myself. Would you like to get coffee sometime? I'd like to thank you properly, and honestly it would just be nice to talk. She was smiling. I could hear it. I'd like that. How about next week? Next week sounds perfect. After we hung up, I stayed on the terrace. Coffee with Carolyn next week. A guitar lesson on Wednesday. Volunteer shift at the senior center. Friday. Business inspection. Thursday. A life, a routine built around what I wanted, not what others demanded. I thought about the journey, the photographer's call that shattered my illusions, the evidence, the overheard conversation, the lawyer consultations, the eviction notice, the family dinner where I'd laid everything bare, the final days of psychological warfare, the sheriff at my door, each step necessary, each boundary essential. My daughters thought I'd destroyed the family, that I'd chosen loneliness over love. They were wrong. I'd chosen myself over their version of love that looked suspiciously like theft. I'd chosen peace over obligation. I'd chosen truth over comfortable lies. The sun climbed higher, warming the terrace. I finished my coffee. Inside, the guitar waited. A life waited. A future built on honest foundations, not manipulative quicksand. Wendy would call again. I'd let it go to voicemail again. Benjamin might text. I'd delete it. Jacqueline might demand. I'd decline. They were learning to solve their own problems. I was learning to let them. The trust document sat on my desk inside. Every asset protected. Every decision mine. I stood and walked to the terrace railing. Looked out over Paradise Valley. My home, my view, my peace. Alone, yes, but free. And for the first time in years, maybe the first time ever, that was exactly what I wanted. The next chapter was mine to write. Coffee with someone who didn't want anything except conversation. Guitar music made for my own enjoyment. Repairs done because I chose to help, not because someone demanded it. A life lived on my terms. Justice wasn't revenge. It was protection. It was boundaries. It was saying no when no was the only sane answer. I'd saved myself. And that was worth everything. Story 2. While visiting Canada, my wife and friends secretly cancelled my flight ticket and left without me as a prank. Next day, she started sending me messages when they arrived in the USA. That was fun, she said. I ignored her for 5 days until I replied. Thanks for this. Sarah has been the sweetest. 271 desperate calls. Look, I'm not saying I'm a romantic, but I had plans. Specifically, I had plans that involved waking up next to my wife, ordering a stack of pancakes so tall it could qualify as a fire hazard, and maybe, just maybe, getting some of that vacation sex that travel brochures never mention, but everyone secretly hopes for. You know, the kind where you're slightly sunburned, moderately tipsy from overpriced wine, and convinced that your relationship is basically a Nicholas Sparks novel with better jokes. Instead, I woke up to the kind of silence that makes horror movie directors weep with envy. My hand reached across the king-sized bed of our cozy luxury cabin in B, which by the way cost more per night than my first car, and found nothing but cold sheets and the faint smell of Myra's coconut body lotion. Not the warm sleep-soft body of my wife of 3 years. Not even a note scribbled on hotel stationery with some cutesy "Want to get coffee? Back soon" message with a heart dotted over the I like she usually did. Just emptiness. Cold judgmental emptiness. I sat up squinting against the obnoxious morning sunlight streaming through the window and did a quick visual scan of the room. Her suitcase gone. Her toiletries that normally colonize 75% of the bathroom counter vanished. Those ridiculous fuzzy slippers shaped like bears that she insisted on packing even though we were literally in bear country. Not a trace. Mirror, I called out, my voice scratchy and pathetic in the silence. Nothing. Not even the sound of the shower running or the familiar clatter of her dropping something in the bathroom because she had the grace of a drunk giraffe before 10 a.m. That's when my stomach did that thing where it drops into your shoes and sets up a permanent residence there. You know that feeling when something is wrong, but your brain hasn't quite caught up to what your gut already knows. Like when you realize you left your phone in an Uber, or when you see your credit card statement after a night out with Derek. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, already knowing I wasn't going to like what I found. 3 missed calls from my sister Grace. 2 texts from my best friend Derek asking if I was still alive up there in maple syrup land. And 1 message from an unknown number that turned out to be a reminder about my car's extended warranty. Classic, but then I saw it. The text from Mira sent at 2:47 a.m. that was fun. You should have seen your face. Face with tears of joy. Face blowing kiss. I stared at it. Read it again. Then a 3rd time just to make sure I wasn't having a stroke or experiencing some kind of altitude-induced hallucination. Fun. What was fun? My face. When I'd been asleep since midnight after we'd spent the evening playing board games with her friends, Nora, Becca, and Tina, aka the Fun Squad, aka the 3 women who treated adult life like an extended sorority rush week. They'd been giggling over wine while I pretended to understand why they found a video of a cat falling off a counter so hilarious it required 17 replays. I scrolled up through our text history looking for context, for clues, for literally anything that would explain why my wife was texting me like we just pulled off some elaborate Ocean's 11 heist together. Nothing. The last message before that was from yesterday afternoon. Can you grab more wine? Becca drinks like a fish with daddy issues. My hands were shaking now, not from fear, but from that special cocktail of confusion and rising anger that makes you want to throw your phone out a window while simultaneously gripping it like it's the last helicopter out of a zombie apocalypse. I called her straight to voicemail. Called again. Voicemail. 3rd time. You guessed it. Her voice all chipper and fake apologetic. Hey, you've reached Mara. I'm probably doing something fun without my phone. Leave a message or don't. I'll call you back when I feel like it. When you feel like it, I muttered to myself, already pacing the cabin in my boxers and the free robe that smelled vaguely of industrial laundry detergent. That's just great. Fantastic. Really reassuring mirror. That's when I noticed the other empty spaces. The spot where Nora's oversized tote bag had been sitting. The corner where Becca had stacked her 3 suitcases because apparently a 4-day trip required enough outfit changes for a royal tour. Tina's yoga mat that she'd propped against the wall and never actually used. All gone. Oh no, I said out loud to the empty cabin, to the judgmental moose painting on the wall, to whatever deity was clearly laughing at me from above. Oh no, no, no. I dialed the airline, waited through 4 minutes of hold music that sounded like it was composed by someone who hated joy. Finally, a customer service rep named Madison picked up with that trained cheerfulness that made you want to apologize for existing. Hi. Yes, I need to check on my flight back to Seattle today. I said, already pulling up my confirmation email with the kind of frantic energy usually reserved for defusing bombs in action movies. He's clicking. A pause that lasted 3 eternities. Then, Mr. Hayes, I'm showing that your reservation was cancelled at 2:14 this morning. The world tilted. Cancelled by who? By. Let me see, Hayes. She called and said you wanted to extend your trip. Madison's voice had that apologetic edge now, like she could sense through the phone that she was about to ruin someone's entire existence. She was very specific. Said you were having such a good time that you wanted to stay a few more days. I laughed, actually laughed, which probably made me sound like a super villain having a mental breakdown. She said I wanted to extend my trip. Yes, sir. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? I repeated slowly, sinking onto the edge of the bed. Well, Madison, let me paint you a picture. My wife, who apparently moonlights as a comedian, cancelled my flight home while I was asleep, took all her friends and left me stranded in Canada with nothing but a half-eaten granola bar and enough emotional damage to fuel a therapy practice for years. Silence then. Oh. Oh my. That's not good, sir. You think I was spiraling now, running my hand through my hair so hard I probably looked like I'd been electrocuted. So, what are my options here, Madison? What does one do when one's wife decides that international abandonment is peak comedy? She put me on hold. The music came back, mocking me with its synthesized cheerfulness. When Madison returned, her voice had shifted into crisis management mode. The next available flight is in 3 days, Mr. Hayes. I can book you on that, but there will be a change fee. Of course there will be, I said, laughing again because the alternative was screaming into a pillow or possibly throwing myself into the lake outside. Why wouldn't there be? This day just keeps getting better. After I hung up, I sat there in that stupid expensive cabin, surrounded by the remnants of what was supposed to be a romantic vacation. The empty wine bottles, the board games we'd played, the panoramic windows showcasing the Canadian Rockies in all their majestic indifferent glory. And that's when it hit me. Really hit me. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't Mira being spontaneous or quirky or any of those other words people use to excuse inexcusable behavior. This was betrayal dressed up in girl boss humor, served with a side of maple syrup and a generous helping of what the hell is wrong with my life. I looked at my phone one more time at that text message with its stupid emojis and felt something shift in my chest. Not heartbreak, not yet. More like the moment before heartbreak, when you're standing on the edge and you know you're about to fall, but you're still processing the geometry of your own destruction. Well, I said to the empty room, to the moose painting, to the universe that clearly had it out for me. I guess I'm staying in Canada. And somewhere in Seattle, my wife was probably laughing with her friends, already posting about her hilarious prank on social media, completely oblivious to the fact that she just lit our marriage on fire and handed me the ashes. Welcome to be Liam Hayes. Population, you, your shattered expectations, and one extremely judgmental granola bar. The thing about hitting rock bottom is that you don't get to do it with dignity. You can't just gracefully descend into your personal crisis while wearing a nice suit and maintaining good posture. No, rock bottom comes for you when you're wearing yesterday's jeans. Your hair looks like you fought a bear and lost. And you're pretty sure you forgot to brush your teeth, because who thinks about dental hygiene when their wife just pulled off an international abandonment scheme? So there I was, dragging my defeated carcass down to the Lodge Cafe like some kind of zombie who'd given up on eating brains and settled for eating feelings instead. The morning crowd was already there. Families with their matching fleece jackets, couples holding hands like they'd never heard of divorce, and one guy wearing a shirt that said, "I'm only here for the moose." Which felt aggressively on brand for Canada. Even the stuffed moose in the gift shop display looked like it was pitying me. I swear its glass eyes followed me across the lobby with an expression that screamed, "Buddy, you okay?" "No, Mr. Moose. No, I am not." I collapsed into a chair at the counter and caught the attention of a barista who looked like she'd seen some things in her day. Her name tag read, Janet, and she had that weathered, no-nonsense energy of someone who'd worked every holiday shift since 2003. "Coffee," I croaked. "The strongest thing you've got. Like, if it can't power a Tesla or strip paint off a car, I don't want it." Janet raised an eyebrow. "Rough night, rough morning, rough life, rough everything." I slumped over the counter. My wife left me stranded in Canada as a prank. I'm living in a sitcom written by someone who hates me. She poured me something that looked less like coffee and more like liquid existential dread. "Sugar, what's the point?" I said, then immediately added, "Yes, please. All of it. Pour the whole container in there." That's when I heard the laugh. Not a polite chuckle or a sympathetic titter, but a full-blown genuine laugh that sounded like someone had just heard the punchline to the world's most absurd joke. Which, fair enough, because my life had become exactly that. I turned to see a woman at a corner table, laptop open in front of her, one hand covering her mouth like she was trying to contain the amusement. She had dark curly hair pulled back in a messy bun, glasses that kept sliding down her nose, and the kind of face that suggested she found most of life moderately entertaining, but was too polite to say so. Her laptop was covered in stickers. I could make out "Avoid toxic people" next to a cartoon of an angry-looking cactus maple before mayhem with a little Canadian flag, and my personal favorite, "I shoot people and sometimes cut off their heads," which I assumed was a photography joke and not a confession. She caught me staring and had the decency to look slightly embarrassed. "Sorry, I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but also this is a small cafe and you did just announce your marital crisis to Janet and the entire breakfast crowd." "Great," I muttered, "add public humiliation to today's agenda." Right between abandoned and stranded, she closed her laptop and walked over, coffee mug in hand. Up close, I could see she was maybe late 20s with the kind of casual confidence that came from spending a lot of time traveling alone and not caring what people thought. She wore hiking boots, jeans with actual dirt on them, and a flannel shirt that had definitely seen better days. "Sarah Morales," she said, extending a hand. "Freelance travel photographer, professional observer of human disasters." "Liam Hayes," I replied, shaking it. "Current human disaster. Unprofessional at pretty much everything apparently, including choosing life partners." She slid into the seat next to me without asking, which should have been annoying, but somehow wasn't. "So, let me get this straight. Your wife canceled your flight while you were asleep and just left like a really terrible magician making a husband disappear." "Pretty much." She sent me a text that said, "That was fun. You should have seen your face," with laughing emojis like we just pulled off some elaborate heist instead of her committing what I'm pretty sure is spousal abandonment. Sarah let out a low whistle. "Wow, that's not a prank. That's a war crime," with a heart emoji attached. "Thank you." I threw my hands up, nearly knocking over my paint-stripping coffee. Finally, someone who gets it. Everyone back home keeps saying, "Oh, Myra is just spontaneous," or "That's just her sense of humor," like I'm the crazy one for not finding international abandonment hilarious. Let me guess, Sarah said, stirring her own coffee with the tiny wooden stick that came with it. She's the kind of person who thinks chaos is a personality trait, who calls herself random and quirky when what she actually is exhausting. I stared at her. Are you psychic? Did you bug my marriage? How do you know this? She laughed. I've been traveling solo for 3 years. You meet all types, and my dysfunction is actually a fun personality type. They leave a trail of confused, hurt people across every continent, usually with really good Instagram captions about living their truth or whatever. Janet slid a basket of pastries between us with a look that suggested she was invested in this conversation. Now on the house, she said, you look like you need carbs and therapy. Janet, you're a saint, I said, immediately, grabbing what looked like a cinnamon roll the size of my head. Sarah took a croissant and leaned back in her chair, studying me with the analytical eye of someone who'd spent too much time behind a camera. So, what's your plan? Wallow here until your next available flight. Send passive-aggressive texts. Write a strongly worded Yelp review about marriage. I don't actually have a plan. I admitted this wasn't exactly in the vacation itinerary. Day 1, romantic mountain getaway. Day 2, wife commits prank-based abandonment. Day 3, question every life choice while eating feelings. Solid schedule, Sarah said with a nod. But might I suggest an alternative? One that doesn't involve you sitting in this cafe until you become part of the furniture. I'm listening. She pulled out her phone and started typing. Okay, first you need a place to stay. That isn't going to bankrupt you. That cabin you were in, way too expensive for an abandoned husband budget. There's a hostel in town, clean, cheap, doesn't smell like wet socks or broken dreams. How do you know it doesn't smell like wet socks? Because I stayed there last month. It smells like pine trees and the faint hope of better decisions. Second, food. Real food, not just cafe pastries and sadness. I know a place that does poutine that'll make you forget you have problems for at least 20 minutes. I couldn't help but smile. 20 whole minutes. That's longer than my marriage lasted, apparently. See, you're already healing. Third, you need a plan to get home that doesn't involve paying those ridiculous change fees. I know a travel agent here who owes me a favor. Helped her with some website photos last year. She can probably work some magic. I looked at this stranger. This Sarah Morales with her sticker-covered laptop and her practical solutions and her complete lack of judgment about my disaster of a situation, and felt something shift. Not romance, not yet, just relief, like I'd been drowning and someone had thrown me a life preserver made of common sense and sarcasm. Why are you helping me? I asked. You don't even know me. I could be a terrible person who deserved this. Sarah shrugged. Maybe, but I don't think so. Terrible people don't look that genuinely confused when someone screws them over. They usually see it coming because they've done it to someone else. She paused. Plus, I'm Canadian. Helping stranded Americans is basically in our constitution. Right between hockey and apologizing for things that aren't our fault. By the time evening rolled around, Sarah had made good on every promise. She'd walked me to a hostel that was shockingly decent, introduced me to her travel agent friend Monica, who was already working on getting me a better flight, and taken me to a restaurant where the poutine was so good I almost forgot I was in the middle of a marriage implosion. We were sitting outside on a patio wrapped in the blankets the restaurant provided because Canada takes outdoor dining seriously, even when it's freezing. And Sarah said something that stuck with me. You know, Liam, sometimes being stranded isn't the worst thing. Sometimes it's just the universe's polite Canadian way of saying, hey, buddy, you needed a break. Maybe not this dramatic of a break, but still. I looked out at the mountains, at the stars starting to appear, at this weird limbo I'd been forced into. And for the first time since waking up alone, I didn't feel entirely terrible. Sarah, yeah, thanks for not letting me become furniture. She grinned. Anytime. Besides, abandoned husbands make excellent photography subjects. Very authentic emotional range. You know what's weird about getting your life blown up? The way your brain suddenly decides to become a highlight reel of every red flag you ignored. Like some sadistic film director in your head finally got the green light to release the director's cut, complete with commentary track and behind-the-scenes footage of your own stupidity. That's what was happening to me on day 2 of my Canadian exile. While Sarah and I wandered through the snowy streets of BA, she'd insisted we explore, said something about how sitting around feeling sorry for myself wasn't going to change anything except maybe my credit score when I stress-ordered things off Amazon at 3 a.m. The woman had a point. We were walking past shops selling overpriced souvenirs because apparently $17 for a keychain shaped like a moose is reasonable in tourist economics. When Sarah asked the question I'd been dreading, so, was this a one-time thing, or is your wife always like this? I stopped mid-stride, nearly causing a collision with a family of tourists who were too busy taking selfies to watch where they were going. Define like this. Sarah gave me a look over her coffee cup. The kind of look that said she already knew the answer and was just waiting for me to catch up to reality. Chaotic, boundary challenged. The kind of person who thinks other people's discomfort is entertainment. And that's when the floodgates opened, not tears. I was saving those for later, probably in the shower where no one could judge me, but memories. A greatest hits compilation of how did I not see this coming. Okay, I said, gesturing for us to sit on a bench overlooking some postcard perfect mountain view that I was too emotionally compromised to appreciate. You want to know if this is a pattern? Buckle up because we're about to take a trip down trauma lane. Sarah settled in, pulling her jacket tighter against the cold. I'm ready. I've got coffee and I've already mentally cleared my afternoon schedule. Flashback number 1. I began feeling like a narrator in my own tragic documentary, The Surprise Party from Hell. We'd been married for about a year and our anniversary was coming up. I specifically said, and I cannot stress this enough, I specifically said I wanted a quiet dinner, just us, something intimate and romantic. Maybe that Italian place downtown where they make the pasta in front of you and charge you $30 for the privilege of watching. Let me guess, Sarah interrupted. It was not a quiet dinner. It was not a quiet dinner, I confirmed. I came home from work that day ready to change into something nice, and there were 50 people in our apartment. 50 coworkers I barely knew. Her college friends who still acted like they were rushing a sorority. Random neighbors who definitely just came for the free food. There was a DJ, Sarah. There was a DJ in our living room playing music so loud our elderly neighbor called the cops. Sarah's eyes widened. For your anniversary? For our anniversary? And when I tried to talk to Mira about it, tried to explain that I really just wanted a quiet evening. You know what she said? I could feel my voice rising. All the frustration from that night bubbling back up. She said, "You're so boring, Liam." I was trying to make it fun. Why can't you just relax and have a good time? Translation, I completely ignored what you wanted, and now I'm making you the bad guy for not enjoying my chaos, Sarah said flatly. Bingo, we have a winner. I took a sip of my now cold coffee, grimacing at the taste, but drinking it anyway because wasting caffeine felt wrong. But wait, there's more. Flashback number 2, the kayak catastrophe. Sarah actually laughed. This already sounds promising. Oh, it gets better or worse, depending on your perspective. I leaned back against the bench, staring up at the impossibly blue sky. Last summer, we went to Lake Washington with Derek and his girlfriend. Beautiful day, calm water, perfect conditions for a nice, relaxing paddle. We rent kayaks, the tandem kind where you have to actually work together or you just spin in circles like an idiot. I sense this is not a story about successful teamwork. We made it maybe 50 feet from the dock, I continued. When Mira decides it would be hilarious to rock the kayak, not a little wobble, mind you, full-on trying to capsize us movements. I'm telling her to stop. She's laughing like a maniac. And then boom, we're in the water in the middle of the lake. My phone is ruined. My wallet is soaked and I'm pretty sure I inhaled about a gallon of lake water that probably contained traces of goose poop. Sarah was trying not to laugh. I could tell. Please tell me there's a good reason. Oh, there's a reason. A great reason, really. She wanted to make a TikTok. Epic kayak fail or something equally stupid. Never mind that I couldn't breathe. Never mind that Derek had to paddle over and help us because I was genuinely scared we were going to drown. She got her video though. 3,000 likes. Totally worth the trauma and the $200 phone replacement. Jesus, Sarah muttered. But wait, I said, holding up a finger like an infomercial host. There's more. Flashback number 3, the most recent one before this vacation, the sushi surprise. Why do I feel like no one was actually surprised by this sushi? Because you're learning, I said. 2 months ago, Mara texts me at work. Says she's ordering sushi for dinner from that new place downtown. Asked if I want my usual. I say, sure, sounds great. I'm thinking maybe $40-50 tops for some decent rolls. I get home and there are bags everywhere. Plural. Multiple bags. Enough sushi to feed a small army or one very ambitious sumo wrestler. Sarah's mouth fell open. How much? $800. I'm sorry. What? $800. I enunciated each word. She ordered everything on the menu. Everything. Stuff I couldn't even pronounce. Stuff that came with gold flakes on it because apparently that's a thing people do to food now. We had sushi in our fridge for a week. A week, Sarah. Do you know how much sushi you have to eat to go through $800 worth? That's not spontaneous, Sarah said, her voice taking on an edge. That's financial recklessness disguised as fun. But here's the kicker. I continued feeling my blood pressure rising just remembering it. When I asked her why she ordered so much, why she didn't check with me before spending that much money, she said, and I quote, "I wanted to support local businesses. Why are you being so cheap? It's just money." Sarah was quiet for a moment, staring at me with something between sympathy and horror. Finally, she spoke. "Liam, I need you to hear this, okay? That's not quirky. That's not spontaneous or fun or any of those words people use to make chaos sound cute. That's someone who treats other people's boundaries, feelings, and bank accounts like suggestions instead of requirements." I let out a long breath, watching it fog in the cold air. I know. I mean, I think I always knew, but I kept telling myself she'd grow out of it, that it was just a phase, or that I was being too uptight, or that this was just what marriage looked like. "Marriage looks like respect," Sarah said firmly. "It looks like consideration. It looks like giving a damn when your partner says, 'Hey, this thing you did hurt me,' instead of making them feel crazy for having feelings." We sat there in silence for a while watching tourists bundle past us. Couples holding hands. Families arguing about where to eat lunch. Normal vacation problems. Not my wife abandoned me internationally problems. You know what the worst part is? I finally said everyone loved her. My friends, my family, my coworkers, they all thought she was amazing, so funny, so full of life, so spontaneous. And I'm sitting there like the boring husband who can't take a joke, who's always worried about money or plans or common sense. I started to think maybe I was the problem. Sarah turned to look at me, her expression serious. "You weren't the problem, Liam. You were the person trying to survive someone else's tornado while they convinced everyone that tornadoes are just misunderstood weather patterns." I paused. That's actually a really good metaphor. I've had practice. My ex left me at the airport once because, and I quote, "You walk too slow." Turns out people who can't handle basic human pace also can't handle basic human decency. I laughed, really laughed, for the first time since this whole disaster started. We should start a support group. Survivors of partners who think chaos is a love language. We'd need a bigger venue, Sarah said with a grin. "Now come on. I'm freezing my ass off and you need more coffee. Plus, I want to show you this bookstore that has a cat named Chairman Meow. Trust me, it'll help." As we stood and started walking, I realized something. For years, I'd been defending Mira, making excuses, smoothing things over, convincing myself and everyone else that her behavior was just part of her charm. That I needed to loosen up, be more fun, stop being so serious all the time. But maybe, and this was a radical thought, maybe I wasn't the one who needed to change. Maybe the problem was never about me not being able to take a joke. Maybe the problem was that our entire relationship had become the joke, and I was the only one who didn't think it was funny. By day 2 of my involuntary Canadian residency, my phone had transformed from a communication device into a weapon of psychological warfare. Mira had apparently woken up, checked her phone, and decided that radio silence from her abandoned husband was unacceptable. The texts started rolling in around noon, each one more baffling than the last. "We're back in Seattle. You, Matt." I stared at that message for a solid 3 minutes, trying to decode if this was a genuine question or if she'd somehow managed to forget the basic principles of cause and effect. "Yes, Mara, I'm mad. Shockingly, when you abandon your spouse in a foreign country as a prank, it tends to generate negative emotions. Who knew? Lighten up, babe. It was funny." Face with tears of joy. There it was. The classic mirror defense strategy. If someone's upset, it's not because you did something wrong. It's because they're taking things too seriously. I could practically hear her saying it in that tone she used whenever I dared to have feelings about her chaos. That slightly condescending, "Aren't you being dramatic" voice that made me feel like I was overreacting for having basic human emotions. "Why aren't you answering? Don't be like this." "Oh, I'm sorry. Was I supposed to drop everything and validate your feeling that international abandonment is peak comedy? My bad. Let me just put aside this minor existential crisis I'm having and focus on making sure you feel good about your terrible decisions." I didn't respond to any of them. Partly because I genuinely didn't know what to say that wouldn't evolve into a caps lock essay about respect and boundaries, but mostly because Sarah had dragged me to some kind of artisan hot chocolate place, and I was discovering that Canadians took their cocoa very seriously. Like, there were flavor options I didn't even know existed. Lavender honey, maple bacon. The woman behind the counter had given me a 15-minute explanation about cacao percentages that I pretended to understand. But ignoring Mara meant I had mental bandwidth to do something I should have done days ago. Call the people who actually gave a damn about me. Not the people who thought leaving me stranded was hilarious, but the people who would probably drive to Canada to commit felonies on my behalf, if I ask nicely. First up, my sister Grace. Grace Hayes was 5 years younger than me, 4 inches shorter, and approximately 1,000 times more intimidating. She was a family law attorney who spent her days dealing with the worst of humanity's relationship decisions, which meant she had exactly zero patience for nonsense. Calling her about this situation felt like calling in an airstrike on my own marriage. But honestly, my marriage had already bombed itself without any help. She picked up on the second ring. Please tell me you're not calling from Canadian jail. Why would I be in Canadian jail? Because the last text I got from you said, Mara left me here. And then nothing for 2 days. I've been imagining scenarios. None of them were good. Several involved you going full taken, but with more flannel and maple syrup. I couldn't help but laugh. No jail, just abandonment and existential dread. The usual Tuesday stuff. Liam, what the hell happened? So, I told her the whole story. From waking up to cold sheets to discovering my cancelled flight to the helpful text messages about how I should lighten up. I could hear Grace's breathing change as I talked, going from concern to angry to the kind of quiet fury that defense attorneys probably had nightmares about. When I finished, there was a long pause. Then I'm going to say this once, and I need you to really hear me, okay? Okay. That wasn't quirky, Liam. That wasn't spontaneous or fun or any of those words you've been using to describe Myra's behavior for 3 years. That was emotional arson. She lit your sense of security on fire and is now upset that you're not thanking her for the warmth. Emotional arson, I repeated, testing out the phrase. That's actually really accurate. Of course, it's accurate. I'm a lawyer. I get paid to be accurate. Grace's voice softened slightly. But more importantly, I'm your sister and I've been watching you make excuses for this woman since you started dating her. Every time she pulled some stunt, you'd call me and say, oh, she didn't mean it that way. Or, she's just really spontaneous, or my personal favorite. That's just how she is. My stomach twisted. I know. Do you? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you married someone who treats your feelings like optional DLC in a video game. And now she's surprised you're not laughing along with her little joke. You know what that's called? What? Cruelty with Wi-Fi. I actually snorted hot chocolate up my nose, which was both painful and somehow exactly what I needed. Sarah, who'd been pretending not to listen from across the table, gave me a concerned thumbs up. Grace, you can't just say things like that when I'm drinking. I can and I will. Someone needs to tell you the truth instead of coddling your feelings. Mira doesn't respect you. She probably never did. She just liked having someone around to clean up her messes and make her feel like her chaos was charming instead of exhausting. The words hit harder because I knew she was right. How many times had I apologized to waiters for Myra's behavior? How many awkward conversations had I had with our neighbors about noise complaints? How many times had I covered her half of the rent because she'd blown her paycheck on something essential like a $200 candle that smelled like midnight in Tuscany or whatever? I should have listened to you, I said quietly. At the wedding, when you pulled me aside and asked if I was sure. I didn't want to be right, Liam. I wanted you to be happy, but happy doesn't mean tolerating someone who treats you like a supporting character in their one-woman show. Grace paused. So, what are you going to do? Honestly, I have no idea. Right now, I'm just trying to survive until I can get a flight home. Good. Survive process. And then when you get back, we're having a very serious conversation about boundaries and self-respect and why you need to stop setting yourself on fire to keep other people warm. More fire metaphors. I'm on a roll. Don't interrupt. But I could hear the smile in her voice. Love you, dummy. Text me every day so I know you're alive. And if Mira contacts you again, you have my permission to ignore her until you're ready to deal with that dumpster fire. After we hung up, I sat there feeling like I'd just gone through some kind of emotional car wash. Uncomfortable, disorienting, but ultimately cleaner somehow. Then my phone rang again. Derek. Derek Chun had been my best friend since college when we bonded over a shared hatred of our organic chemistry professor and a mutual love of terrible horror movies. He was a software engineer who worked from home, which meant he had way too much time to overthink other people's problems while avoiding his own. Dude, he said instead of, hello. Grace called me. What the actual hell? Yeah, it's been a week. A week, man. It's been 2 days and you've already lived through what most people would consider a valid reason for a nervous breakdown. Are you okay? And before you give me that I'm fine nonsense, remember that I've known you for 12 years. I can hear your stress levels through the phone. I glanced at Sarah, who is now openly eavesdropping while pretending to scroll through her camera. I'm processing. That's the word we're using. Processing. Processing is good. Processing is healthy. Derek paused. Can I offer my professional opinion as your best friend and amateur psychologist? Do I have a choice? Not really. Here it is. Mara is a prank from the seventh circle of stupidity, and you need to leave her ass in the dust where it belongs. Seventh circle of stupidity. I've been reading Dante. Seemed relevant. He was on a roll now. Seriously, Liam, this isn't normal couple stuff. This isn't we had a fight about whose turn it is to do dishes or she forgot my birthday again. This is calculated. She planned this. She canceled your flight while you were asleep, coordinated with her friends, and then texted you like it was all just good fun. That's not a prank. That's a psychological experiment to see how much you'll tolerate. My throat felt tight. When you put it like that, it sounds insane because it is. And the worst part, I bet she's telling everyone back here some version of this story where she's the fun, spontaneous wife and you're the uptight husband who can't take a joke. He was right. Of course, he was right. I could practically write Myra's version of events. OMG. So, I totally pranked Liam by leaving him in Canada. It was hilarious, but now he's being all serious about it. Men, am I right, Derek? Yeah. Thanks for not telling me I'm overreacting, brother. You're underreacting. You should be burning her stuff on the front lawn. Metaphorically, don't actually do that. That's illegal, and Grace would have to defend you. After I hung up, Sarah slid a fresh hot chocolate across the table. Sounds like you've got good people. The best people, I agreed. They're definitely not afraid to tell me when I'm being an idiot. That's what good people do. She raised her mug to friends and family who see through the I clinked my mug against hers, feeling something shift in my chest. For the first time since this whole nightmare started, I wasn't defending Mira. I wasn't making excuses or trying to see things from her perspective or wondering if maybe I was being too sensitive. I was just done. Done with that's just how she is. Done with being the reasonable one. Done with a marriage that had cost me my dignity, my peace, and apparently a return flight from Canada. There's something oddly peaceful about watching the sun rise over a frozen lake when your entire life is falling apart. Maybe it's the contrast. Nature doing its serene, beautiful thing, while your personal reality resembles a dumpster fire in a wind tunnel. Or maybe it's just that at 6 a.m. even your anxiety is too tired to fully commit to the panic. I'd wandered down to the lake shore with a cup of gas station coffee that tasted like regret and burnt rubber, which felt thematically appropriate. Sleep had been a joke the night before. Every time I closed my eyes, my brain decided to replay every terrible moment of my marriage like some kind of sadistic Netflix series. Marriages that should have ended in season 1, but inexplicably got renewed for 3 years. So, here I was, sitting on a bench that someone had thoughtfully cleared of snow, staring at the mountains reflected in the still water, and doing what any rational person does when their life implodes, making a list. I pulled out the small notebook I'd bought from the gift shop the day before. It had a moose on the cover because of course it did. This was Canada and apparently every single product had to feature their national animal or a maple leaf. No exceptions. At the top of the first page, I wrote in big letters things I'm never doing again. Number 1 practically wrote itself. 1. Apologizing for someone else's idiocy. God, how many times had I done that? How many times had I stood in front of confused waiters, annoyed neighbors, frustrated coworkers, and said, I'm so sorry. She didn't mean it that way. Or, she's just really passionate. Or other such verbal gymnastics designed to make Myra's chaos seem acceptable. I remembered the time she'd gotten into a screaming match with our landlord about a noise complaint. Not a polite disagreement, a full-blown voice echoing through the hallway situation that ended with me apologizing for 30 minutes straight while she sat on the couch scrolling through Instagram like nothing had happened. Afterward, she told me I was too nice and that the landlord deserved to be yelled at for being uptight. The landlord's complaint had been about us playing music at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. He wasn't being uptight. He was being employed and needing sleep. 2. Calling manipulation spontaneity. That one hurt to write because it meant admitting I'd been lying to myself. For years, I'd convinced myself that Myra's unpredictable behavior was exciting, that her disregard for plans was just her being free-spirited. But there's a difference between spontaneity and chaos, between being flexible and being unreliable. Spontaneous is, hey, let's take a different route home and see where it leads. Manipulative is canceling someone's flight home and calling it entertainment. I was halfway through writing number 3 when I heard footsteps crunching through the snow behind me. You're up early, Sarah said, appearing with 2 actual good coffees and travel mugs that steamed in the cold air. She handed me one and sat down next to me without asking, which I was starting to realize was just her thing. Couldn't sleep. Sleep requires a brain that occasionally shuts up. Mine's running a 24/7 operation, apparently. I showed her the notebook, making a list of things I'm never doing again. It's therapeutic, or it will be. Right now, it just feels like documenting my own stupidity. She peered at the page. Those first two are solid. What's number 3? I was thinking never flying without travel insurance again, but that feels like it's missing the bigger picture. How about never flying with someone who treats your existence like an optional side quest? Sarah suggested taking a sip of her coffee. I laughed and wrote it down but modified it slightly. 3. Never flying anywhere or doing anything with Mira again. It felt good to write permanent, like I was making a promise to myself that I actually intended to keep. Sarah pulled out her own phone and opened the Notes app. Okay, if we're doing this, I'm adding my contribution. Number 4, stop dating women who think pranks are personality traits. That's yours to add, not mine. It applies to both of us. My ex thought it was hilarious to hide my camera equipment and watch me panic looking for it. Said I was too serious about work. Yeah, I'm serious about the thing that pays my rent and gives my life meaning. Revolutionary concept. I added it to the list. Number 4, stop tolerating people who mistake cruelty for humor. Better. She approved. More universal. Applicable to all relationship types. We sat there in companionable silence for a while, both of us adding to our respective lists. Mine was growing disturbingly long. Don't ignore red flags just because they're wearing a pretty dress. Don't let someone else define what you should find acceptable. Don't stay in relationships where you're constantly walking on eggshells. Don't mistake anxiety for excitement. That last one hit different. How many times had I felt that knot in my stomach before Mira came home, wondering what kind of mood she'd be in, what spontaneous decision she'd made that I'd have to deal with. I told myself it was just the thrill of being with someone unpredictable, that relationships were supposed to be exciting, but excitement shouldn't feel like dread. Adventure shouldn't require a safety net made of apologies and damage control. My phone buzzed. I didn't even need to look to know it was Mara, but I looked anyway. Big mistake. The text was a screenshot of a Facebook post. Her Facebook post, and it was wow. It was something. Sometimes people just can't take a joke. Face with rolling eyes. Hashtag marriage is hard, he will get over it. Hashtag girl weekend success. I stared at it. Read it again. Then a third time just to make sure I wasn't hallucinating from lack of sleep and too much bad coffee. She didn't, Sarah said, reading over my shoulder. Please tell me she didn't just post about this on social media. She did. She absolutely did. I scrolled down to the comments, watching in real time as the internet did what the internet does best. Deliver swift and merciless justice. My cousin Rebecca had commented first. Leaving your husband in another country isn't a joke. It's a felony with snacks. What's wrong with you? Myra's co-worker Jessica. Girl, this isn't the flex you think it is. This is actually kind of scary. Someone I didn't even recognize. Ma'am, this is emotional abuse with a hashtag attached. And my personal favorite from Derek, imagine thinking this makes you look good instead of absolutely unhinged. Could not be me. The comments kept rolling in and they weren't getting any friendlier. Even some of Myra's own friends, the ones who usually backed her up on everything, were questioning this one. Nora, one of the fun squad members who'd been on the trip. Mira, maybe we should talk about this privately. This is getting kind of intense. Becca, another fun squad member. I didn't realize he was this upset. I thought you said he was okay with it. She told them I was okay with it. I said slowly, letting that sink in. She told her friends that I was fine being abandoned in Canada. Sarah's expression had gone from amused to genuinely angry. Of course, she did, because the alternative would be admitting she did something genuinely terrible. Easier to rewrite the story and make you the bad guy for not playing along. More comments appeared. My mom had found the post. Oh God, my mother had found the post and was now commenting in all caps because she still didn't understand that caps lock was basically internet yelling. Mara Louise, you call my son right now and apologize. This is not funny. This is not acceptable. I did not raise him to be treated this way. Even Myra's own mother had weighed in. Sweetheart, I think you need to take this down and have a serious conversation with Liam. This isn't something to joke about publicly. I watched in real time as Myra's post went from what she probably thought would be a funny story about her quirky personality to a full-blown public relations disaster. The likes were minimal. The comments were brutal, and the few people who tried to defend her with, "It's just a prank. Everyone needs to lighten up," were getting ratioed into oblivion. Sarah was recording the comment section on her phone. I'm saving this for posterity and also because this is the most beautiful karma I've seen in months. Is it wrong that I'm enjoying this? No, it's human. She tried to humiliate you and it backfired spectacularly. That's not wrong to appreciate. That's just the universe balancing itself out. My phone started buzzing with texts. Grace, have you seen Mom's comment? She's going nuclear. Derek, bro, the comments. This is better than any movie. My boss Liam, I saw your wife's post through the office grapevine. Take as much time as you need. HR has been notified of the situation. We're here to support you. Wait, my boss. HR, how big had this gotten? I checked the share count on Myra's post. 47 shares. 47 people had taken her post about abandoning me and shared it with their own commentary. None of it flattering. Someone had screenshotted it and posted it to Reddit. It was on Twitter. A TikTok account that compiled unhinged Facebook posts had featured it. Mira had gone viral, just not in the way she'd intended. My phone rang. Mira. I declined it. It rang again immediately. Declined. A text. People are being so mean. Make them stop. I showed Sarah. She read it and actually laughed out loud. The sound echoing across the frozen lake. Make them stop. She created this mess and now she wants you to fix it. The audacity is honestly impressive. I turned off my phone. Just powered it down completely. Sarah raised her coffee cup to public accountability. I clinkied my cup against hers. To karma moving faster than usual, to never apologizing for someone else's idiocy, she added, reading from my list. To that, I agreed. Definitely to that. The sun had fully risen now, painting the mountains in shades of pink and gold. Somewhere back in Seattle, Mara was probably panicking, watching her carefully curated social media presence implode in real time. And here I was sitting by a frozen lake in Canada, drinking decent coffee with a woman who was basically a stranger, but somehow felt like the first person in years who actually got it. You know what, I said, pulling out my notebook again. I need to add one more thing to this list. What's that? I wrote it carefully. 5. Start trusting myself when something feels wrong instead of waiting for permission from the internet to be upset. Sarah read it and nodded approvingly. That's a good one. That's maybe the best one. 5 days into my Canadian exile, something weird happened. I stopped feeling like a victim and started feeling like a person on vacation. A weird, unplanned, emotionally complicated vacation, but still the kind where you wake up without an alarm. Don't check your email and actually remember what it's like to exist without someone else's chaos dictating your entire day. Sarah had insisted we drive to Calgary for the day. You need to get out of BA, she'd said over breakfast, which had become our thing apparently. Every morning at the same cafe, same table by the window, same barista Janet who'd started making my coffee before I even ordered because she'd memorized my emotionally devastated husband who needs caffeine and maybe a hug specifications. Why do I need to leave B? I'd asked, shoveling scrambled eggs into my mouth like someone who'd forgotten that food could be enjoyable instead of just fuel for surviving another day. Because you're starting to get comfortable here. And comfortable means you're going to start overthinking everything again. I can see it happening. You get this look on your face like you're doing calculus in your head. Except the math is reasons why I should give Mira another chance. She wasn't wrong. The night before, I'd caught myself composing a text to Mira in my head. Something diplomatic and mature about how we should talk when I got back. How maybe we could work through this with counseling. How every marriage had rough patches. You know, the kind of mental gymnastics that required ignoring the fact that my rough patch involved international abandonment and public humiliation. So, there we were in Sarah's beat-up Honda CR-V that smelled faintly of coffee and camera equipment, driving down the Trans-Canada Highway with mountains on either side and classic rock playing at a volume that made conversation optional. It was perfect. No talking, no analyzing, no trying to figure out what anything meant. Just driving. Calgary turned out to be bigger than I expected. Like someone took a chunk of American Midwest, dropped it in Canada, and told it to be polite about everything. Sarah knew exactly where she was going, which should have been my first clue that she had a plan. Street market, she announced, pulling into a parking spot with the confidence of someone who'd done this 100 times. Every Saturday. Best street food in the province, random art vendors, and enough people watching to make you forget your own problems for at least 3 hours. 3 hours seems optimistic. I'm an optimist. It's my worst quality. She locked the car and started walking, assuming I'd follow, which I did because at this point, arguing with Sarah felt pointless. The woman had a plan for everything and the energy to execute it, which was either impressive or exhausting depending on your perspective. The market was chaos, but the good kind. The kind where you're surrounded by strangers who don't know your life story, don't care about your drama, and just want to sell you handmade soap shaped like tiny bears or paintings of the mountains that all somehow looked exactly the same but cost wildly different amounts. Tacos, Sarah declared, pointing to a food truck with a line of at least 20 people. That line means it's worth the wait. Trust me, I don't even like waiting for things I know are good. Why would I wait for theoretical tacos? Because you've spent the last 3 years of your life waiting for me to act like a decent human being. So, waiting 20 minutes for actual good food should be a breeze by comparison. I couldn't argue with that logic, mainly because it hurt too much to try. We waited. Sarah was right. It was worth it. The tacos were the kind of good that makes you temporarily forget you have problems. Perfectly seasoned meat, fresh toppings, and that indefinable quality that only comes from someone who actually gives a damn about what they're making. We found a bench near a fountain that wasn't running because it was still too cold and ate in the kind of comfortable silence that I'd forgotten could exist between two people. Can I ask you something? Sarah said between bites, using her napkin to catch some salsa before it dripped on her jacket. You're going to anyway. Fair. What was the moment you knew? Like the exact moment when you realized your marriage was actually over, not just going through a rough patch. I thought about it, chewing slowly while I mentally sorted through the highlight reel of disasters. You want the honest answer. I literally only want honest answers. Dishonest answers are boring and they don't help anyone. It was probably that Facebook post I admitted when she made it about her being the victim of people not getting the joke. That's when I realized she wasn't capable of seeing anything from my perspective. She didn't feel bad about what she did. She felt bad that people called her out for it. Sarah nodded like she'd expected that answer. My ex did something similar. When I finally told him that leaving me at the airport because I walked too slow was a deal breaker. You know what he said? What? He said I was being dramatic, that I needed to learn to take a joke, that if I was going to be so sensitive, maybe we weren't compatible anyway. She took another bite of her taco, chewing thoughtfully. And the thing is, he was right. We weren't compatible because I needed a partner who saw me as a person, and he needed an audience who thought his cruelty was comedy. That's exactly it, I said, feeling something click into place. I spent 3 years being Myra's audience, laughing at jokes that weren't funny, applauding spontaneity that was really just selfishness, pretending that chaos was charming instead of exhausting. And now I'm realizing that peace is actually pretty great. Like, shockingly great. I've slept better this week than I have in months. I'm not constantly checking my phone to see what disaster I need to manage. I'm not bracing myself for whatever Mira is going to do next. I'm just existing. And it feels weird because it's so normal. Sarah raised her taco in a mock toast. To the radical concept of not living in constant crisis mode. To not living in crisis mode, I echoed, tapping my taco against hers in what was probably the saddest and most accurate toast of my life. We spent the rest of the afternoon wandering through the market. Sarah stopped to take photos of everything. Street performers, vendor stalls, random architectural details that I would have walked past without noticing. She had this way of seeing things, finding beauty or interest in stuff that seemed completely ordinary to everyone else. You're going to run out of storage on your phone. I pointed out when she stopped to photograph a fire hydrant that had been painted to look like a cartoon character. Never. I delete as I go. Keep only the best shots. She showed me her camera roll. Hundreds of photos. All of them somehow interesting. Mountains at sunset. Close-ups of flower petals. Candid shots of people laughing. A particularly photogenic dog wearing a bandana. Photography is basically therapy where you get to keep the evidence of your healing. That's weirdly profound. I know. I should get it tattooed somewhere visible so people know I'm deep. We ended up at a bookstore because apparently Sarah collected books the way some people collected stamps or regrets. She disappeared into the photography section while I wandered aimlessly. Not really looking for anything specific, just enjoying the smell of paper and the quiet. I found myself in the self-help section, which felt on brand for someone currently living through a personal crisis in a foreign country. The titles were all variations on the same theme. How to leave a toxic relationship. Setting boundaries without guilt, the art of letting go. I picked up one called Stop Walking on Eggshells and flipped through it. Recognizing myself on almost every page. The checklist in chapter 2 could have been written specifically about my marriage. Do you feel like you're constantly apologizing for things that aren't your fault? Do you find yourself explaining or defending your partner's behavior to others? Do you feel anxious about your partner's reactions to normal situations? Have you stopped sharing your feelings because it's easier than dealing with the fallout? Check, 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 and check. Bingo. I had just won the world's saddest game of relationship bingo. Buying it. Sarah appeared next to me with a stack of photography books that probably cost more than my car payment. Maybe. Is it weird to buy a book about your failed marriage while your failed marriage is still technically ongoing? No. It's called being proactive. Though I'd argue your marriage failed the moment she canceled your flight and laughed about it. You're just catching up to reality. I bought the book, also a novel that looked interesting and a bookmark shaped like a moose because apparently I was fully committing to the Canadian tourist experience. As we drove back to BA Sunset painting the mountains in impossible colors, Sarah said something that stuck with me. You know what's funny? Not funny, ha ha, but funny. Weird. What? A week ago, you were married and miserable. Now you're abandoned and somehow less miserable. That should tell you everything you need to know about that relationship. She was right. God help me. She was right. That night, back in my hostel room that didn't smell like wet socks and actually had decent Wi-Fi, I slept for 9 uninterrupted hours. No anxiety dreams about Mira coming home in a weird mood. No waking up at 3 a.m. wondering what chaos tomorrow would bring. No tension sitting in my chest like a permanent house guest who refused to leave. Just sleep. Beautiful, peaceful, boring sleep. And when I woke up the next morning, my first thought wasn't, what disaster do I need to prevent today? It was, I wonder if Janet will have those blueberry muffins again. Turns out freedom tastes a lot like being able to care about muffins again. Who knew? Day 6 of my Canadian adventure, and I woke up with a dangerous thought. Revenge. Not the dramatic burn down the house kind of revenge that gets you arrested and ruins Thanksgiving forever, but the subtle psychological let's see how you like being on the receiving end kind of revenge that makes you feel briefly powerful before the guilt kicks in. Except here's the thing. The guilt wasn't kicking in, not even a little bit. I lay in my hostel bed, staring at the ceiling where someone had stuck those glow-in-the-dark stars that every college dorm room had in 2010 and thought about Mira, specifically about how she'd spent the last 6 days alternating between, "Why are you ignoring me?" texts and public social media posts about how she was choosing herself and not letting negative energy affect her peace. Translation. She'd gotten dragged in the comments and was now trying to spin it as character growth instead of consequences. My phone sat on the nightstand. 11 unread messages from her lighting up the screen. I'd stopped reading them after the first few, which had evolved from defensive to angry to weirdly manipulative. The most recent one, sent at 2:00 a.m. her time, said, "I can't believe you're letting everyone think I'm a bad person. You know I didn't mean it like that, right? She didn't mean to abandon me in Canada. It just accidentally happened. Like tripping over your own feet, except the feet are your intentional actions and the ground is basic human decency." I grabbed my phone and opened the message thread. Time to try something different. For 6 days, I'd either ignored her or given one-word responses. But what if, and hear me out here, what if I gave her exactly enough information to make her imagination run wild? What if I reminded her that actions have consequences? And sometimes those consequences involve realizing your husband might actually have a better time without you. I typed slowly, deliberately. "Thanks for this. Sarah has been the sweetest scent." Then I put my phone face down on the nightstand, got dressed, and headed downstairs to meet Sarah for breakfast like I hadn't just lobbed a conversational grenade into my marriage. Sarah was already at our usual table, laptop open, coffee steaming, looking disgustingly awake for 7 a.m. "You look pleased with yourself," she observed. "Either you slept really well or you're up to something. Can it be both?" It could be, but that smile says I just did something petty and I'm not sorry about it. I sat down, ordered my usual from Janet, and showed Sarah the text I'd sent. She read it again, then slowly looked up at me with an expression somewhere between horror and admiration. "Liam, buddy, you did not." "I did. You just weaponized my existence." "I mean, if we're being technical, Mira weaponized her spontaneity. I'm just evening the playing field." Sarah was trying not to laugh. I could see it in the way her shoulders were shaking, in the way she pressed her lips together like she was physically restraining joy. "Do you have any idea what you just started?" "Hopefully, a mild panic attack where she realizes that treating your spouse like garbage might result in them finding better company." "Mild panic attack," Sarah repeated. "That's optimistic. I'm guessing full meltdown in approximately." She checked her watch. 30 seconds. 27 seconds later, my phone started vibrating. Not just one call. Multiple calls in rapid succession. Like Mira had discovered the redial button and decided to test its maximum capacity. Call for Mira, declined. Call for Mira, declined. Call for Mira, declined. Text for Mira. Who is Sarah? Text from Mira. Answer your phone. Text from Mira. Liam, I swear to God. Text from Mira. Are you cheating on me? I showed Sarah the cascade of messages. She covered her mouth with both hands, eyes wide. Oh my God. Oh my god, she's spiraling. She's spiraling. I confirmed. Watching new messages pop up in real time. Text from Mira after everything I've done for you. Text from Mira. I can't believe you would do this. Text from Mira. We need to talk right now. Everything she's done for you. Sarah read over my shoulder. Like canceling your flight and leaving you stranded. That kind of everything. Apparently, that counts as a grand romantic gesture in Myra's world. More texts. The voicemails started piling up. I could see the notifications. 7 voicemails in the span of 3 minutes, which had to be some kind of record. The crying emoji started appearing. Then the angry face emoji. Then a string of question marks that looked like she'd just mashed the keyboard with her forehead. Should you answer? Sarah asked, though her tone suggested she already knew my answer and ruined the performance. Absolutely not. I took a sip of my coffee, which Janet had made extra strong today. Like she could sense I needed maximum caffeine for whatever chaos I was creating. Let her sit with it for a while. Let her feel what it's like to not know what's going on. To have someone be unavailable and unresponsive. That's dark. That's proportional. We ate breakfast while my phone continued its seizure on the table. By the time Janet brought over those blueberry muffins I'd been hoping for, I had 271 missed calls. 271. I'd never seen a number that high outside of my credit score or the national debt. The texts had evolved, too. From angry to desperate to bargaining to threatening and back to desperate. It was like watching someone speedrun the 5 stages of grief, except the thing dying was her control over the narrative. Text from Mira. Fine, don't answer, but you're being really immature about this. Text from Mira. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Can we please just talk? Text from Mira. You're making me look bad in front of everyone. Text from Mira. If you're with someone else, I deserve to know. Text from Mira. Liam. Sarah had stopped pretending not to be entertained. She was openly watching my phone like it was the most compelling television show she'd seen in years. She's really committed to this meltdown. You have to respect the dedication. It's impressive. I agreed. 3 years of marriage and she never called me this much when I actually wanted her to. Around 10 a.m., my phone finally rang from a number I recognized. Nora, one of the fun squad members. I looked at Sarah. Should I? Oh, absolutely. This is where it gets good. I answered on speaker. Hello, Liam. Oh, thank God. Myra's been trying to reach you for hours. She's freaking out. Like full-scale meltdown. She thinks you're cheating on her. I let that sit for a second. She thinks I'm cheating on her. Yes. She said you mentioned someone named Sarah and now she's convinced you're having an affair in Canada. Interesting theory, I said slowly. Let me ask you something, Nora. When you guys left me in Canada as a prank, did anyone think about how I might feel? Silence? Awkward, uncomfortable silence that lasted just long enough to be satisfying. We thought you'd think it was funny. You thought I'd think being abandoned in a foreign country with a cancelled flight was funny. Mara said you'd be okay with it. She said, you needed an adventure. What I needed, I said, keeping my voice calm and measured, was a wife who didn't treat me like a prop in her comedy routine. What I needed was basic respect. What I got was left behind like forgotten luggage while you guys giggled on the plane home. More silence. I could hear Myra's voice in the background, shrill and demanding. Is that Liam? Give me the phone. Give me the phone. And now I continued, she's upset because I mentioned a friend. A friend who, by the way, has been more considerate and supportive in 6 days than Mira was in 3 years. But sure, let's focus on her feelings about a casual text message instead of the fact that she committed international spouse abandonment. Liam, please just talk to her. Mara had seized the phone. I could hear the struggle, then her voice, tear-stained and frantic. Are you cheating on me? Who is Sarah? Sarah across the table was silently applauding. I took a deep breath, channeled every ounce of the calm, reasonable energy I'd been storing up, and said the most beautiful sentence I'd ever constructed. Relax, Mara. It's just a prank. The sound that came through the phone was somewhere between a shriek and a sob. A prank. This isn't funny, really? Because when you did it to me, you said I just needed to lighten up. That it was hilarious. That I should have seen my face. I paused. How's your face looking right now, Liam? That's different. How is it different? Explain to me in detail how you abandoning me in Canada as a joke is hilarious, but me mentioning a friend is grounds for a meltdown because you're my husband. You're not supposed to. I can't just what exist without you? Make friends? Have a support system? Funny how that works. Sarah was recording this on her phone now, not even trying to hide it. When I raised an eyebrow at her, she whispered, "This is art. I'm preserving it for posterity." Mira was full-on crying now. "This isn't fair. You know, I didn't mean to hurt you. It was supposed to be fun. You're supposed to forgive me. And you're supposed to treat your husband like a human being instead of a character in your one-woman show. But here we are. So what? You're just going to stay in Canada with some random woman?" Sarah's not random. She's been incredibly kind. She helped me find a place to stay, introduced me to people, showed me around. She's basically been the partner I thought I had, except she's actually reliable and doesn't think emotional terrorism is a bonding activity. Emotional terrorism. What would you call it, Ma? Quirky, spontaneous, a hilarious misunderstanding. You canceled my flight while I was asleep, coordinated with your friends to leave me stranded, and then got mad when I didn't immediately laugh it off. That's not a prank. That's calculated. The crying intensified through the sobs. I could hear her trying to form words. I wanted everyone's being so mean to me. Actions have consequences, I said simply. Even for people who think they're too fun and spontaneous to be held accountable. Liam, please. Can we just talk about this when you get home? Please. I looked at Sarah. She gave me a small nod like she was giving me permission to end this however I wanted. Maybe. I said finally. But first, you need to sit with this feeling. The uncertainty, the not knowing, the wondering if your partner is okay, if they're safe, if they're with someone else. You need to feel what you made me feel. Except I'm going to tell you, unlike what you did to me, Sarah is just a friend. Nothing else. But you don't get to demand reassurance after you destroyed my trust. That's cruel, Mara whispered. No, I said, that's proportional. Cruel is what you did. This is just me finally having boundaries. I hung up. The cafe was silent except for the soft jazz playing over the speakers. Janet was pretending to wipe down the counter, but was clearly eavesdropping. The couple at the next table had stopped eating to watch. Even the moose painting on the wall seemed impressed. Sarah sat down her phone. That was the most beautiful thing I've ever witnessed. I felt that in my soul. I feel sick, I admit it. But also good. Is that weird? It's called self-respect. It feels weird because you've been without it for so long. My phone buzzed. One last text from Mira. I hate you. I showed Sarah. She snorted. Well, at least now you're even. The internet, as it turns out, is like that friend who always has your back in a fight. Except this friend has billions of users, no sense of proportional response, and an unlimited data plan. By the afternoon of day 6, Myra's little marriage is hard post had transformed from a minor social media blip into a full-scale digital reckoning that would have made ancient Greek furies take notes. I was sitting in a coffee shop, different from our usual spot because Sarah insisted I needed to expand my Canadian horizons beyond one cafe when my phone started blowing up again. But this time, it wasn't Mara, it was everyone else. Derek bro, check Facebook right now. It's getting nuclear. Grace, I've never been more proud of strangers on the internet. My cousin Rebecca Myra's post has been shared 200 plus times and the comments are savage. Grab popcorn. Even my mother, who barely understood how Facebook worked and still thought you had to print out emails to save them, had texted. The internet people are being very mean to Mira. I think she deserves it. Is that wrong? Love you, honey. I opened Facebook with the kind of trepidation usually reserved for checking your bank account after a night of drunk online shopping. Myra's original post was still up, but it had mutated into something beyond her control. The comment section looked like a digital crime scene. Her post, for reference, still read, "Sometimes people just can't take a joke face with rolling eyes. Hashtag marriage is hard, # will get over it. # girls weekend success." But now underneath it was a graveyard of her social credibility. Top comment with 847 likes. Ma'am, abandoning your husband in another country isn't marriage is hard. It's you need a lawyer and possibly a psyche. Val, this ain't the flex you think it is. Second comment, 623 likes. Imagine being so lacking in self-awareness that you post your own crimes on social media and expect sympathy. Could literally not be me. Third comment, 592 likes. I showed this to my therapist and she said it was a textbook example of gaslighting and manipulation. Thanks for the free session content. Someone had even made a meme, an actual meme. It was a screenshot of Myra's post with the caption, "How to speedrun a divorce, a masterclass," and it had been shared across multiple platforms. Twitter was having a field day with it. TikTok lawyers were using it as an example of emotional abuse. A Reddit thread titled "AITA for thinking this woman is unhinged" had 17,000 upvotes. Sarah peered over my shoulder. Oh wow, she's reached cautionary tale status. That's impressive in the worst possible way. I scrolled through more comments, feeling that weird mix of vindication and secondhand embarrassment. Even people who I knew were Myra's friends, her actual real-life friends, were starting to turn. Jessica, her coworker. Mira, I say this with love. Delete this. This makes you look unhinged, and I don't think that's what you're going for. Her college roommate, Amanda. Girl, reading these comments. And maybe they have a point. This is kind of scary when you actually think about it. Becca from the Fun Squad. I'm starting to realize we maybe shouldn't have done that. Liam, if you're reading this, I'm sorry. That wasn't cool. But the comment that really got me, the one that made me actually laugh out loud in a coffee shop full of polite Canadians who all turned to look at me, was from Myra's own mother. Margaret Hayes had written in the careful typing style of someone who'd only learned Facebook last year. Mirror Louise Hayes, you take this down right now. I did not raise you to treat your husband this way. You call Liam and apologize immediately. This is not funny. This is cruel. I am disappointed in you. Her mother had used her full name on a public Facebook post. That's the parental equivalent of a tactical nuclear strike. Oh no, Sarah said, reading over my shoulder. Oh no, her mom went full government name on her. That's that serious. That's Margaret, I said, feeling a weird pang of affection for my soon-to-be ex-mother-in-law. She doesn't mess around. When Mira was in high school and posted something stupid about cutting class, Margaret commented, "You have detention and grounding, young lady," on the post. Mira was mortified for months. My phone buzzed with a text from Margaret herself. Liam, honey, I am so sorry. I don't know what's gotten into that girl. You take all the time you need. She can sleep in the guest room when this is over if she needs to. She's not acting like someone who deserves to share a home. I showed Sarah. Her own mother just offered me the house in the divorce. I mean, can you blame her? If my daughter posted something like this, I'd be offering the wrong spouse my kidney. The shares kept climbing. 250, 300. Someone had sent it to a popular Instagram account that featured unhinged behavior caught in the wild. A podcast about toxic relationships had reached out asking if I'd be willing to be interviewed anonymously. A lifestyle blogger who specialized in red flag recognition had written an entire article breaking down why Myra's post was a masterclass in what not to do. Even my boss had somehow seen it. He'd emailed me, actually formally emailed me through the company system. Liam, I heard through the office grapevine about your situation. First, I'm sorry you're dealing with this. Second, take whatever time you need. We've notified HR and they're available if you need any support or resources. Third, and I'm speaking as someone who's been married for 20 years. Lawyer up. Best wishes, Marcus. My boss had told me to lawyer up in a company email. That's how bad this was. How did my boss even see this? I wondered aloud. We're not Facebook friends. I specifically made sure we weren't Facebook friends because I didn't want him seeing my drunk karaoke videos from Dear Eric's bachelor party. It's been shared over 300 times, Sarah pointed out. At this point, it's probably made it to Antarctica. There's a penguin somewhere judging your marriage. I switched over to Twitter where things had somehow gotten even more chaotic. Someone had created a hashtag #Maplegate. Yes, my international abandonment had been given a hashtag with a maple leaf emoji. The tweets ranged from sympathetic to absolutely brutal. #Maplegate is why I'm staying single forever. Y'all are wild out here. This woman really said, let me commit spousal abandonment and then get mad when the internet calls me out. Like, ma'am, what the way she's trying to play victim after leaving her husband in another country. The audacity, the unmitigated gall. #Maplegate update. She's apparently now mad that he made a friend while stranded because apparently he's supposed to sit alone and miserable until she decides the prank is over. Ma'am, that's not how humans work. That last one had 15,000 likes and had been retweeted by some blue checkmark relationship therapist who added, "This is textbook controlling behavior masked as fun. Run, Liam. Run far and fast." My phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but Sarah encouraged me with a could be interesting shrug. Hello. Hi. Is this Liam Hayes' professional voice slightly nervous? My name is Katie Chan. I'm a producer for the Morning Brew podcast. We cover viral stories and relationship dynamics, and we'd love to have you on to discuss your experience if you're comfortable with that. I blinked. I'm sorry. What? Your situation has really resonated with a lot of people. We've been getting hundreds of messages asking us to cover it. Obviously, we'd keep you anonymous if you preferred, and I'm going to stop you right there, I said, trying to process that my marriage had become podcast content. I appreciate the offer, but I'm still kind of living through this. Like, it's ongoing active present tense disaster. Of course, totally understand, but if you change your mind, here's my email. And just so you know, people are really rooting for you. The response has been overwhelmingly supportive. After I hung up, I just stared at my phone. Sarah was grinning. You're famous. Canadian abandonment famous, but still. This is insane. A week ago, I was a normal guy with a normal, okay, abnormal marriage. Now, I'm podcast material. Welcome to the internet age where everyone's trauma becomes content. And sometimes that content actually holds people accountable. She raised her coffee cup to viral justice. To viral justice, I echoed weakly. I guess by evening, Myra's post had been shared over 400 times. The comments had reached the point where even people who didn't know either of us were chiming in with relationship advice, personal anecdotes about their own divorces, and increasingly creative insults about Myra's character. Someone had even created a change.org petition titled Justice for Liam. Demand Mira apologize and pay for his flight home. It had 3,000 signatures. 3,000 strangers had signed a petition about my marriage. My phone buzzed with a text from Mira. Are you happy now? Everyone hates me. Everyone, this is all your fault. I showed Sarah. She read it and shook her head. Even now, she's making herself the victim. Impressive. Terrible, but impressive. I didn't respond. What was there to say? That actions have consequences? That maybe, just maybe, if you publicly humiliate your spouse and then double down on social media, the internet will come for you with receipts and no mercy. Instead, I screenshot the text and sent it to Grace with the caption, "Still can't admit she did anything wrong." Grace responded immediately, "Of course not. That would require self-awareness and basic human decency. Block her. Seriously, block her number and get some peace." Dear Eric's response was simpler. The audacity of this woman could power a small city. I didn't block her. Not yet. Some part of me, the part that had spent 3 years trying to fix things, trying to be understanding, trying to make it work, wanted to see if she'd ever actually apologize. If she'd ever take real responsibility instead of just being sorry she got caught. Sarah must have read my expression because she said quietly, "She's not going to apologize." Not really. People like that don't. They'll say whatever they think you want to hear to make the discomfort stop, but they don't actually change. You sound like you're speaking from experience. My ex never apologized for leaving me at the airport. He apologized for how I felt about it and for the misunderstanding, but he never actually said I was wrong to do that because admitting wrongdoing would mean accepting that his actions had consequences, and people like that don't operate that way. I looked at Myra's text again. Are you happy now? The thing was, and this felt weird to admit, I kind of was not happy that she was getting dragged online. Exactly. But happy that for once she was facing actual consequences, that I wasn't alone in thinking her behavior was unacceptable. That the entire internet had basically validated everything I'd been feeling for 3 years. Yeah, I said finally. I think I actually am happy. Is that wrong? Sarah smiled. No, that's called having standards. 3 weeks. My stomach did that thing where it drops into your shoes and starts subletting to your anxiety. I opened it. Dear Mr. Hayes, we represent Mara Louise Hayes in the matter of dissolution of marriage. Please find attached the initial divorce petition. I read it twice, then a third time, then once more because apparently my brain needed multiple confirmations that yes, this was real. And yes, my wife of 3 years had just filed for divorce via a law firm that probably cost more per hour than I made in a day. Sarah walked in right as I was processing this information, 2 coffees in hand because she'd figured out my order weeks ago and had just started bringing me caffeine without asking. She took one look at my face and sat down. What happened? You look like someone just told you Santa isn't real. Mira filed for divorce. I turned my laptop so she could see the email. Her lawyer sent me the papers. Sarah read through it, her expression shifting from curious to incredulous. Wait, she's filing? After everything she did, she's the one filing. Apparently, I scrolled down to the petition itself, which was written in that special legal language designed to make simple concepts sound like ancient prophecies. It says here that this is her difficult but empowering decision, and that she's choosing herself and her mental health. Her mental health. Sarah repeated slowly the mental health that was apparently damaged by Czech's notes abandoning her husband in Canada and facing consequences for it. That's what it says. There's a whole paragraph about how the marriage had become untenable and how she needed to prioritize her well-being. I kept reading, my disbelief growing with each sentence. Oh, and apparently I've been emotionally distant and unwilling to communicate. You've been emotionally distant, Sarah said flatly. You, the guy she left stranded in another country. You're the emotionally distant one. According to this legal document, yes. Also, I'm inflexible and unable to embrace spontaneity. I laughed, but it came out bitter. She's really going with "I'm too boring" as her legal strategy for divorce. My phone rang immediately. Grace. I put her on speaker. Please tell me you got the same email I just got. Her voice was tight with barely controlled rage. Please tell me I'm not hallucinating that Mirror, the woman who abandoned you internationally, is now playing the victim in legal documents. You're not hallucinating. It's real. She's really doing this. She's doing PR damage control. Grace said, think about it. Her Facebook post went viral for all the wrong reasons. Everyone thinks she's terrible, so now she's rewriting the narrative. She files first, claims she's the one who is unhappy, makes you look like the problem. By the time anyone checks the facts, she's already established herself as the brave woman who left a difficult marriage. Sarah was nodding. It's actually kind of brilliant in a sociopathic way. She screwed up, got called out, and is now spinning it, so she looks like the hero of her own story. Derek called 2 minutes later. I didn't even say hello before he launched in. Natural selection but with lawyers. That's what this is. Evolution in action. That's one way to describe it. She's trying to control the narrative, man. She knows she messed up. She knows everyone knows she messed up. So now she's going to make it look like she was the unhappy one all along. Like leaving you in Canada was just the final straw in a long line of your failures as a husband. Except I didn't fail, I said, feeling anger bubble up. I spent 3 years accommodating her chaos. I apologized for things that weren't my fault. I defended her to everyone. I made excuses. I paid for her mistakes. Literally financially paid for them. And now I'm the bad guy. In her version of events, yes, Derek said. But here's the thing. No one with a working internet connection believes her version. That Facebook post is still circulating. People have screenshots. The receipts exist. She can file whatever she wants. But the truth is already out there. After I hung up with Derek, I sat there staring at the divorce petition on my screen. 3 years of marriage reduced to legal paragraphs about irreconcilable differences in separate ways. No mention of the kayak catastrophe. No mention of the $800 sushi order. No mention of being abandoned in a foreign country as a prank. Just sanitized legal language designed to make her look reasonable and me look like the problem. You know what? I said to Sarah, who was quietly working through her own coffee and watching me process, I'm not even mad. You're not? No, I'm relieved. I closed the laptop. She wants a divorce. Great. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of filing myself. She wants to spin this as her empowering choice. Fine, let her have that. I know what happened. Everyone who matters knows what happened. She can tell whatever story she wants to her lawyer. Sarah smiled. That's character growth right there. Or maybe I'm just too tired to care anymore. I leaned back in my chair, feeling something shift. 3 weeks ago, getting divorce papers would have destroyed me. But now I'm just thinking about what kind of donut I want with this coffee. That's not tiredness. That's freedom. She was right. 3 weeks of being away from Mira, 3 weeks of peace, of not walking on eggshells, of not bracing myself for the next disaster had shown me what life could actually feel like. And it felt good. Shockingly good. The kind of good that makes you realize how bad things were before. I'd started working remotely from this cafe, running on espresso, and what Sarah called divorced guy energy. My code was cleaner than it had been in months. My productivity was up. My stress levels were down. Turns out not living in constant crisis mode really helps with focus. I'd even started going to the gym at the hostel, a sad little room with 3 machines and motivational posters from 2015, but it counted. Sarah had dragged me hiking twice, which I'd initially resisted because nature, but had secretly enjoyed because mountains don't judge your life choices, and the views made excellent Instagram content for my thriving post-abandonment aesthetic. My phone buzz. Text from Mira. I hope you're happy. You've ruined everything. I showed Sarah. She rolled her eyes. Still your fault somehow. Even when she's the one filing. It's impressive. Really? The commitment to never accepting responsibility. Are you going to respond? I thought about it. Thought about all the things I could say, all the accusations I could make, all the evidence I could present, all the ways I could explain exactly how wrong she was. Instead, I typed, I hope you find what you're looking for. I'm good here. And I meant it. Not in a bitter way, not in a I'll show her way. Just honestly, I was good. Better than good. I discovered that life without constant chaos was actually pretty great. Who knew? Sarah had started teaching me photography basics, claiming I had decent composition instincts for someone who's been emotionally dead inside. We'd fallen into an easy rhythm. Breakfast at the grind, work until lunch, afternoon walks, Or coffee shop hopping, dinner at whatever random restaurant we felt like trying. Sometimes we talked about deep stuff. Sometimes we just existed in the same space without needing to fill the silence. It wasn't romantic. Not yet. Anyway, it was just comfortable. The kind of comfortable I'd thought I had with Mira, but realized now was just me being comfortable with discomfort. A week after receiving the divorce papers, I got another email. This one from my lawyer. Yes, I'd gotten a lawyer because Grace had literally threatened to disown me if I try to handle this myself. Mr. Hayes, we've reviewed the petition from Mrs. Hayes' counsel. Given the circumstances and evidence, we recommend proceeding with the divorce as uncontested. The division of assets should be straightforward. We'll handle everything. Try not to stress. Try not to stress. As if stress was the dominant emotion here and not overwhelming relief mixed with slight disbelief that this was actually happening. I called Grace. Your lawyer friend is efficient. She's the best. And she thinks Myra's lawyer is an idiot for including that emotionally distant language, by the way. Makes it sound like Myra is grasping for reasons, which she is. So, what happens now? Now you let the lawyers handle it. Sign some papers and move on with your life. The only drama left is whatever Mira creates. And that's not your problem anymore. Not my problem anymore. For words that felt like a weight lifting off my chest. That night, Sarah and I went to a donut shop she'd been hyping for days. It was one of those hipster places where the donuts had names like Maple Bacon Bourbon Bliss and cost $7 each, but were worth every penny. I got the maple bacon one because when in Canada, embrace the maple. Sarah got something with lavender and lemon that she claimed was life-changing. We sat outside despite the cold, wrapped in the blankets the shop provided, eating overpriced donuts and watching people walk by. Can I ask you something? Sarah said between bites. Sure. Do you miss her, Mara? I mean, not the chaos, but her. I thought about it. Really thought about it. I miss who I thought she was. I miss the idea of her. The version that existed in my head where she was just quirky and fun and spontaneous instead of chaotic and inconsiderate. But the real her, the one who left me here and then filed for divorce while claiming I was the problem. I shook my head. No, I don't miss that at all. Good answer. Do you miss your ex? The airport abandoned her. She laughed. Sometimes I miss having someone to split rant with, but him specifically. God, no. Best thing that ever happened to me was him leaving. Forced me to figure out I was better off alone than with someone who treated me like an inconvenience. To being better off, I said, raising my donut. She tapped hers against mine. To being better off, my phone buzzed one more time. Another text from Mira. I can't believe you're okay with this. I looked at it. Looked at my half-eaten maple bacon donut. Looked at Sarah, who was photographing her lavender lemon situation for Instagram. Looked at the mountains in the distance, painted pink by the sunset. Yeah, I was okay with this. More than okay. I was free. Months later, I sat with Sarah under fairy lights outside a small lakeside diner. The divorce was finalized. Mira had moved on to her next victim, some guy she met at a manifestation workshop who probably thought her chaos was charming. For now, Sarah asked, do you miss her? I shook my head. I miss who I thought she was. Turns out she canceled that flight, too. My phone buzzed. Myra's final text. I hope you're happy. I replied, happier than ever. Then blocked her number. Somewhere between snow, sarcasm, and second chances, I'd found freedom. Maybe something more with Sarah, who looked at me like I was actually worth showing up for. You know, Sarah, she thought abandoning me in Canada would be hilarious. Sarah smirked. Was it? Yeah, I said, reaching for her hand. Just not in the way she expected. Canada hadn't just given me distance from my marriage. It had given me perspective, peace, and proof that life without constant chaos was actually pretty damn good. Mara had meant to strand me. Instead, she'd freed me. Best prank ever. Story 3. At my wife's law school graduation dinner I paid for. She thought it would be funny to introduce me like this. Meet my husband. No degree, no plan, just living off my income. Everyone laughed. I didn't. I smiled, raised my glass, and said, enjoy it. This is the last joke you'll ever make at my expense. Then I walked away, quietly, reclaiming my peace. My name's Miles Carter, and I need you to understand something right off the bat. I'm not the kind of guy who loses his cool in public. I don't throw drinks in people's faces. I don't flip tables like I'm auditioning for a reality show. And I sure as hell don't make scenes that end up on someone's Instagram story with crying laughing emojis. But on the night my wife decided to roast me like a Thanksgiving turkey in front of her entire law school graduating class, their pompous professors, and her parents who'd never liked me anyway. I discovered something profound about the human condition, specifically my condition. Turns out, champagne burns like battery acid when you're swallowing it alongside a heaping serving of public betrayal. And dignity, real, bone-deep dignity, pairs surprisingly well with stone-cold silence. Let me paint you a picture of how spectacularly this evening went down. I'd spent 3 weeks planning this graduation dinner because Amelia, my wife of 5 years, had finally finished law school. And listen, I was genuinely proud of her. She'd worked her ass off, pulled all-nighters that would make a truck driver weep, and memorized more Latin phrases than a Catholic priest on speed. So yeah, I wanted to celebrate her. I booked the Green Marlin, this ridiculously overpriced seafood place downtown where the bread rolls come with their own origin stories and the waiters look at you like they're doing you a personal favor by bringing you water. I'm talking about the kind of restaurant where you need to take out a small loan just to afford the valet parking. But whatever. This was Amelia's night and I was determined to make it perfect. I handled everything, and I mean everything. Sent out the invitations, coordinated with her neurotic mother about the seating arrangements, confirmed the private dining room 3 separate times because apparently that's what you do when you're married to someone whose family treats every event like it's a state dinner. I even, and this is where I should have known I was in too deep, ironed her parents matching navy blazers because they wanted to look important for the photos. Her dad, Harold, had shown up at our apartment the day before with these wrinkled jackets that looked like they'd been stored in a gym bag since 1987, and he'd looked at me with those watery blue eyes and said, "Son, you think you could work your magic on these?" And like the absolute chump I was, I said, "Sure." Spent 45 minutes steaming out creases while watching YouTube videos on proper lapel technique because God forbid the in-laws show up looking anything less than camera ready to celebrate a daughter who barely acknowledged my existence. The dinner started off fine if you consider fine to mean awkwardly navigating conversations with people who'd never bothered to learn what I actually did for a living. Amelia's law school friends were there. This collection of sharp-dressed sharks in designer suits who all had the same aggressive handshake and the same practice laugh that sounded like money. They'd clink their glasses, toast to justice and democracy and other abstract concepts they'd probably stop caring about the second they landed their first corporate gig, and I'd smile and nod like a dashboard bobblehead. Her professors showed up, too. These intellectual types who'd spent the appetizer course explaining legal theories to each other in increasingly pretentious voices, as if the rest of us couldn't possibly understand the complex nuances of constitutional law. Spoiler alert, we didn't care. I sat there in my off-the-rack suit, the one I'd bought on sale at Macy's because I'm not made of money, despite what some people apparently thought, and I watched my wife absolutely glow. She was wearing this emerald green dress that probably cost more than my truck payment. Her dark hair pulled back in one of those effortless updos that actually takes an hour to create. And she was holding court like a queen addressing her subjects. People kept congratulating her, telling her how brilliant she was, how far she'd go, how she was destined for greatness. And I sat there thinking, yeah, she is pretty amazing. Look at what she accomplished. Look at what we accomplished together. That's when she stood up. The room got quiet, that expectant kind of silence you get right before someone makes a speech. Amelia picked up her champagne glass and she smiled. This absolutely radiant, angelic smile that I'd fallen in love with 5 years ago when she'd walked into my office, asking if I could recover her corrupted thesis files. Everyone leaned in. I thought maybe she was going to thank me, acknowledge the sacrifices we both made, talk about how we were a team. How beautifully naive of me. "I want to take a moment," she said, her voice carrying that confident courtroom projection they'd taught her to acknowledge my husband, Miles. She gestured toward me with her glass, and I felt this weird flutter of hope mixed with dread. "Everyone, this is the man who's been by my side through all of this. The man who supported me emotionally through every late night, every breakdown, every crisis." She paused for effect, and I swear to God, I saw the punchline coming a full second before she delivered it. Emotionally, but not intellectually, because let's be honest. And here she laughed. This light, tinkling laugh that made everyone else laugh, too. No degree, no plan, just living off my income and fixing things around the house. But hey, every successful woman needs a good handyman, right? The table absolutely erupted. I'm talking volcanic levels of laughter. Her best friend from law school, this woman named Stephanie, who'd never said more than 3 words to me in 5 years, literally spit her wine back into her glass. One of the professors, this distinguished-looking guy with a silver beard, actually started clapping like he'd just witnessed the world's greatest comedy routine. Harold was chuckling and shaking his head like I was some kind of lovable sitcom character. And Diane, my mother-in-law, had this satisfied smirk on her face like she'd been waiting years for someone to finally say what they'd all been thinking. Even the waiter, This 20-something kid who'd been hovering nearby, cracked a smile before catching himself. I sat there with my champagne glass in my hand, my face arranged in what I hoped looked like a good-natured smile, and I felt something inside me shift. Not break exactly, more like realign. Suddenly, with perfect clarity, I understood that I'd been financing my own humiliation for 5 solid years. Every tuition payment, every sacrificed weekend, every time I'd worked double shifts so she could focus on studying, it had all been building toward this moment where I got to be the punchline at my own expense. When the laughter finally died down to scattered chuckles, I stood up. Every eye in that room turned to me, probably expecting me to laugh it off, play along, be the good sport. Instead, I raised my glass, looked my wife dead in the eye, and said in a voice that was perfectly calm, perfectly level, "Enjoy it, Amelia. That's the last joke you'll ever make at my expense." Then I set down my glass, adjusted my jacket, and walked out of that private dining room with my head held high. No yelling, no dramatic speeches, no throwing things or making threats. Just one quiet man who'd finally realized that loyalty without respect is just a fancy word for doormat. I walked past the shocked faces, past the suddenly silent table, past the concerned-looking hostess, and straight out into the parking lot where the night air hit me like a revelation. I stood there next to my truck, pulled out my phone, and typed 4 rules into my notes app. My fingers shaking slightly from adrenaline or rage. Or maybe just the pure relief of finally standing up for myself. Don't text her back. Document everything. Protect my peace and my paycheck. Never again confuse loyalty with stupidity. I read them over twice, committed them to memory, and felt the night breeze on my face. It smelled like freedom mixed with fury. Like possibilities and endings all rolled into one. And for the first time in 5 years, I felt like the protagonist of my own damn story. Let me take you back to the beginning because every disaster movie needs an origin story. And mine starts in the least romantic place imaginable, the campus IT help desk where I was moonlighting to pick up extra cash. It was a Tuesday afternoon in September, one of those early fall days where the air conditioning is fighting a losing battle against the lingering summer heat. And I was 3 hours into a shift that consisted mainly of explaining to freshmen that turning their computer off and on again actually does solve most problems. That's when Amelia Richardson walked into my life carrying a laptop that was apparently holding her entire academic future hostage. She burst through the door like a tornado in designer jeans. Her dark hair falling out of a messy bun. Mascara slightly smudged under her eyes in that way that suggested she'd either been crying or rubbing her face in frustration for the past hour. Probably both. "Please tell me you can help me," she said. And I swear to God, it wasn't her looks that got me, though. Yeah, she was gorgeous in that effortless way some women just are. It was the genuine panic in her voice. "My thesis file corrupted and I have a presentation in 3 hours, and if I don't recover this document, I'm going to have a complete mental breakdown right here in your office and probably get expelled for disturbing the peace." I should mention that I wasn't even supposed to be working it. My actual job, my real career, was running a small construction management company that had started right out of high school when everyone else was applying to colleges and drowning in student loan applications. While my former classmates were debating philosophy and getting drunk at frat parties, I was learning how to read blueprints, manage subcontractors, and turn a profit on residential renovation projects. It was blue-collar work, sure, but it was honest work that paid actual money, and taught me skills that didn't come from a textbook. The IT gig was just something I did on the side because the university paid well, and the work was mindless enough that I could do it half asleep. But back to Amelia and her corrupted thesis. I took her laptop, ran some recovery software, and managed to retrieve about 90% of her document while she paced around my tiny office like a caged animal, alternating between thanking me profusely and catastrophizing about her academic career. "You're literally saving my life right now," she kept saying, which I found both charming and slightly concerning from a mental health perspective. When I finally handed the laptop back with her thesis intact, she looked at me like I just pulled her puppy out of a burning building. "I owe you," she said. "Coffee dinner. My firstborn child." I laughed and told her coffee was fine, mostly because I figured that would be the end of it. Girl gets her thesis back, buys the IT guy a thank you latte. Everyone goes on with their lives. Except Amelia didn't let it end there. She showed up the next week with an actual homemade coffee cake, which she claimed was a family recipe, but later admitted she'd found on Pinterest and stress-baked at 2 o'clock in the morning. The week after that, she started just dropping by to chat between classes, asking me about my construction projects with what seemed like genuine interest. "I love that you actually build things," she'd say, running her fingers along the calluses on my palms. "Everyone here just talks and theorizes. You make real things that people can touch and use. That's so refreshing." Looking back now, I can see all the red flags I missed. But at the time, man, I was 24 years old, running my own business, and this brilliant, beautiful law student was choosing to spend her free time in my cramped office that smelled like old coffee and printer ink. She'd tell me about her cases and her classes, about her dreams of becoming a civil rights attorney and changing the world one lawsuit at a time. And I'd listen like she was describing the plot of the greatest movie ever made. She made me feel like I was part of something bigger than myself, like my support mattered, like we were building something together, even if I was the one doing it with actual tools and materials. We dated for 8 months before I proposed, which everyone said was too fast. But I'd never been the kind of guy who waffled on big decisions. When you know, or at least that's what I told myself. I proposed at a construction site. Actually, this gorgeous Victorian house I was restoring in the historic district. I brought her there at sunset, showed her the work we'd done on the ornate crown molding and the original hardwood floors, and I told her that I wanted to build a life with her the same way I build houses, with careful planning, solid foundations, and the kind of commitment that lasts generations. She cried and said yes. And I remember thinking I was the luckiest guy in the world. When we got married, she was starting her second year of law school, and I was riding high on a series of successful commercial projects that had my company's bank account looking healthier than it ever had. We had this unspoken understanding that I'd be the financial anchor while she focused on school. She had dreams of changing the world through legal reform and advocacy, and I had dreams of building it, literally constructing the homes and buildings where people would live those changed lives. For a while, it genuinely felt like a partnership. We'd stay up late talking about our future. She'd open her own practice fighting for the underdog, and I'd expand my company to include sustainable construction techniques. We'd be this power couple, each successful in our own right, proving that you didn't need 2 lawyers or 2 doctors to make it work. But somewhere along the way, and I can't pinpoint exactly when it happened, the narrative shifted slowly, subtly, like water eroding stone. I went from being Miles Carter, successful business owner and equal partner, to just Amelia's husband. It started with little things. At law school events, people would introduce themselves to her with enthusiasm and barely glance my way. "And you are?" They'd ask if my presence required explanation. "That's my husband, Miles," Amelia would say, and they'd nod politely before immediately redirecting the conversation back to her. Nobody ever asked what I did for work. Nobody cared that I was running projects that employed 15 people and generated 6 figures annually. I wasn't wearing a suit and quoting Supreme Court cases, so I might as well have been invisible. Her friends were the worst. This crew of ambitious law students who all seemed to shop at the same expensive stores and share the same worldview that equated education level with human value. They'd come over to our apartment, the apartment I was paying for, mind you, and they'd sprawl across our furniture, drinking the wine I'd bought, complaining about their caseloads and their professors while completely ignoring my existence unless they needed something. "Miles, can you grab more ice? Miles, do you have a phone charger? Miles, would you mind turning down the game? We're trying to discuss important things." I became the guy who fetched things and stayed quiet. The human equivalent of background furniture with a wallet attached. The real kicker was how Amelia started introducing me at events. In the beginning, she'd brag about my business, tell people about the historic homes I was restoring, make me sound like some kind of artisan craftsman. But as law school progressed and her friend group became more established, those introductions got vaguer. "This is Miles, my husband," she'd say with no follow-up, no context, as if that was all anyone needed to know about me. When people did ask what I did, she'd answer before I could. "He runs a small construction company," with the emphasis on small, that made it sound like I was hammering together birdhouses in our garage rather than managing million-dollar renovation projects. I worked my ass off during those years. I'm talking 12-hour days on job sites, coming home covered in sawdust and drywall dust, grabbing a quick shower before making dinner because Amelia had a study group or a late class. I paid her tuition bills without complaint, watched our joint savings account drain to cover her books and bar exam prep courses, survived on gas station coffee and vending machine snacks because I was too busy to eat proper meals. Meanwhile, she collected degrees and accolades and applause. She made law review. She won a mock trial competition. She got an internship at a prestigious firm that paid basically nothing but looked great on a resume. And every achievement was celebrated by everyone, her parents, her friends, her professors. While my contributions went unmentioned and unnoticed, her mother Diane made it especially clear what she thought of our arrangement. She'd visit our apartment, scan the space with those judgmental eyes, and make little comments. "Still doing the construction thing, Miles?" She'd ask like it was a hobby I'd eventually grow out of. "I'm sure once Amelia is established in her career, you'll have more opportunities to explore other options." Translation: Once my daughter doesn't need your money anymore, maybe you can go back to school and become someone worth acknowledging at dinner parties. Harold, her dad, wasn't much better. He'd clap me on the shoulder and call me son in this patronizing way that made it clear he saw me as a temporary fixture in his daughter's life, a supporting character who'd be written out eventually. But through it all, I genuinely believed we were partners. I thought I was investing in our future, building something solid that would pay off when things got easier. I told myself that relationships require sacrifice, that marriages mean supporting each other's dreams even when it's hard, that love isn't always equal in every moment, but balances out over time. I convinced myself that Amelia appreciated what I was doing, that she saw my value even if nobody else did, that eventually the world would recognize that partnership comes in different forms and that blue-collar success is still success. What I didn't realize, what I was too stubborn or too loyal or too damn stupid to see was that the world had already convinced her otherwise. Somewhere between her first semester and her graduation, between the praise from professors and the validation from her peers, Amelia had started believing that love with a degree outranks love without one. That intellect measured by diplomas matters more than dedication measured by actions. That supporting her emotionally was nice, but not supporting her intellectually made me fundamentally less than. And by the time I figured it out, I'd already spent 5 years playing a supporting role in my own life, funding a show where I wasn't even credited in the program. The Green Marlin was the kind of restaurant where you could practically hear your bank account sobbing the moment you walked through the door. I'm talking marble floors so polished you could see your soul reflecting back at you. Chandeliers that probably cost more than my truck and wait staff who moved with the kind of silent efficiency that made you feel like you were dining in a 5-star hotel rather than a seafood joint that happened to serve oysters at $20 a pop. The hostess who greeted me when I arrived to check on the private dining room looked like she'd stepped out of a fashion magazine. All sleek black dress and perfectly contoured cheekbones, and she smiled at me with the kind of professional warmth that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Mr. Carter, your party room is ready. We've arranged everything exactly as you specified." I'd spent $2,000 on this dinner. $2,000 that could have gone toward new equipment for my crew or a weekend getaway or literally anything other than feeding a room full of people who were about to watch my wife publicly eviscerate me. But hindsight's 20/20 and past Miles was still operating under the delusion that grand romantic gestures mattered in a marriage where only one person was keeping score. I'd ordered the premium package, the Filt Minen and lobster tail combo, the fancy wine pairings that came with descriptions longer than most people's wedding vows, and a chocolate lava cake dessert that the menu promised would transport your palate to culinary heaven. The private room itself was gorgeous. All dark wood paneling and soft lighting with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the harbor where sailboats bobbed like fancy toys for rich people. Amelia's parents arrived first naturally because Diane Richardson treated punctuality like it was a competitive sport. She was determined to win. They swept into the restaurant 15 minutes early. Harold in his freshly ironed navy blazer looking like a retired yacht club commodore, and Diane dripping in pearls that could have funded a small nation's GDP. Miles' Diane air kissed near my cheeks without actually making contact because God forbid she smudged her lipstick. What a lovely venue, though I must say we were surprised you didn't choose the Harbor View. That's where we celebrated Harold's retirement and the service was absolutely impeccable. Translation: this place is nice, but we know somewhere better, and we're going to make sure you know that we know. Harold shook my hand with the grip of a man who'd spent his career in corporate law crushing smaller fish. And he surveyed the room with the critical eye of someone mentally calculating whether I'd spent enough money to properly honor his daughter's achievement. "Good job with the setup, son," he said, which was probably the closest thing to a compliment I'd ever gotten from him. "Amelia is going to be thrilled. She deserves a night like this after all her hard work." Notice how there was no mention of my hard work or the fact that I'd been the one bankrolling her education while she chased her dreams. But whatever, I was used to being the invisible ATM in the corner of the room. The law school crowd started trickling in around 6:30. And let me tell you, watching them arrive was like witnessing a parade of people who'd all received the same memo about how to dress like you're about to foreclose on someone's house. The men wore suits that probably cost more than my monthly mortgage. And the women had this uniform look of expensive haircuts, statement jewelry, and heels that could double as murder weapons. They greeted each other with enthusiastic hugs and inside jokes about professors and cases, forming these little clusters of conversation that might as well have had no blue-collar workers allowed signs hanging over them. There was Stephanie Chun, Amelia's best friend and study partner who'd never liked me from day one. She was this razor-sharp woman from New York who talked fast, thought faster, and had opinions about everything from international trade law to the proper way to fold a napkin. She breezed past me with a tight smile and a "Hey Miles" before immediately finding Amelia and launching into some animated story that had them both laughing. Then came Marcus Webb. This guy who'd competed with Amelia for top grades their entire first year before they'd apparently called a truce and become friends. He was tall, black, impeccably dressed, and had the kind of confident handshake that made you feel like you were being evaluated and found wanting all in the span of 2 seconds. "You must be proud, man," he said to me. And I nodded because what else was I supposed to say? That I was proud but also exhausted and starting to resent being treated like the help at my own wife's celebration. The professors showed up fashionably late as professors do, floating in with that particular brand of academic arrogance that comes from spending decades telling 20-year-olds that they're brilliant. There was Professor Whitmore, this distinguished-looking guy with a silver beard who taught constitutional law and apparently thought he was the second coming of Hood Marshall based on how everyone fawned over him. He held court near the bar, already 3 drinks deep and pontificating about some recent Supreme Court decision to a circle of admirers who hung on his every word. And Professor Chun, no relation to Stephanie, this tiny woman with steel gray hair who taught contracts and had a reputation for being tougher than a $2 steak. She scared the hell out of most students. But Amelia had somehow won her over. And now she was standing near the windows, wine glass in hand, nodding approvingly at the venue like I'd passed some kind of test I didn't know I was taking. I floated through the cocktail hour making small talk and playing the gracious host, refilling drinks, and making sure everyone knew where the bathrooms were. Basically acting like a really well-dressed butler at an event I was paying for. Nobody asked me about my work. Nobody inquired about my life. A few people mentioned that the venue was nice and one guy, I think his name was Josh or Jake or something equally forgettable, actually said, "Must be nice having a wife who's going to be making bank soon, huh?" And he winked like we were sharing some kind of bro moment about gold digging. Except the joke was on him because I was the one who'd been funding this entire operation from day one. When we finally sat down for dinner, I found myself positioned at the head of the table next to Amelia, who looked absolutely radiant in her emerald dress. She kept squeezing my hand under the table, leaning over to whisper things like, "Thank you for doing this, and this is perfect." And I genuinely believed she meant it. The first course came out, some kind of fancy salad with edible flowers that tasted like grass, but looked Instagram-worthy, and everyone oohed and awed appropriately. The conversation flowed around me like water around a rock. All talk of internships and job offers and bar exam strategies. And I sat there smiling and nodding like one of those dashboard bobbleheads, contributing nothing because I had nothing to contribute to their world. The main course arrived and I have to admit that filet mignon was cooked to absolute perfection. Tender, juicy, practically melting on the fork. For about 15 minutes, I actually relaxed and thought maybe this evening would be okay. Maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe Amelia did appreciate everything I'd done and this was her night to shine and I could handle being in the background because that's what partners do. We take turns. We support each other. We don't keep score. Then Professor Whitmore stood up and tapped his wine glass with a fork, calling for everyone's attention. "I'd like to propose a toast," he announced in that booming professor voice that probably carried to the cheap seats without a microphone. "To our graduates who've worked tirelessly for 3 years to master one of the most challenging disciplines in academia, you've earned your place in this profession, and we couldn't be prouder." Everyone raised their glasses, clinkied them together, took sips while murmuring agreement. Standard graduation toast stuff. Nothing offensive, nothing weird. But then Amelia stood up and I should have known. I should have felt it coming the way animals supposedly sense earthquakes before they hit. She picked up her champagne flute and that beautiful smile spread across her face and the room went quiet with anticipation because everyone loved Amelia. Everyone wanted to hear what brilliant accomplished future attorney Amelia Richardson had to say. "Thank you all so much for being here." She started, her voice carrying that perfect blend of gratitude and confidence they must teach in some secret law school class. "This journey has been incredible and I couldn't have done it without an amazing support system." She gestured around the table acknowledging her parents, her friends, her professors. Then her eyes landed on me and she smiled wider. "But I especially want to acknowledge my husband Miles. Here it comes." I thought. Here's where she thanks me for the tuition payments and the late-night coffee runs and the 5 years of putting her dreams ahead of my own. "Everyone, this is the man who's been by my side through all of this," she continued. And people turned to look at me with polite smiles. The man who supported me emotionally through every late night, every breakdown, every existential crisis about whether I'd chosen the right career path. She paused and I saw something flicker in her expression. Something that should have been a warning but came too fast for me to process. He supported me emotionally but not intellectually because let's be honest, and here she laughed this crystalline laugh that invited everyone else to join in. No degree, no plan, just living off my income and fixing things around the house. But hey, every successful woman needs a good handyman, right? The laughter hit me like a physical force. It erupted from every corner of that table, loud and sharp, and utterly delighted. Stephanie literally spit her wine back into her glass, her eyes going wide with shocked amusement. Marcus was chuckling and shaking his head. Professor Whitmore, that distinguished bastard, started actually clapping like this was the punchline to end all punchlines. Harold was grinning and nodding like his daughter had just delivered a closing argument that would go down in legal history. Diane had this satisfied little smirk on her face. The kind that said she'd been thinking this exact thing for 5 years and was thrilled someone finally had the guts to say it out loud. Even the waiter, this kid who couldn't have been more than 22 and was standing by the door with a water pitcher, cracked a smile before catching himself and rearranging his face into professional neutrality. The whole room was laughing at me at my expense at the joke of my existence in Amelia's orbit. And my wife, the woman I'd loved and supported and sacrificed for, stood there beaming like she'd just won her first case. I sat there with my champagne glass halfway to my lips, my face frozen in what I desperately hoped looked like a good-natured smile rather than the mask of absolute devastation. It felt like my brain was doing this weird thing where it simultaneously understood exactly what had just happened while also refusing to fully process it. Like trying to compute an equation that doesn't quite make mathematical sense. This was the woman I'd married. This was the person I'd built my life around, and she just reduced me to a punchline, a supporting character, a handyman who existed to serve her narrative. When the laughter finally started to die down, I made my decision. I drove to Leo's apartment in complete silence, which is weird for me because I'm usually the guy who needs music or podcasts or some kind of audio distraction to keep my brain from spiraling into dark places. But that night, I couldn't handle noise. I needed the quiet to process what had just happened, to let the full weight of my humiliation settle into my bones like radioactive material that would probably give me emotional cancer in about 10 years. The streets of downtown were relatively empty for a Saturday night. Just the occasional cluster of college kids stumbling between bars and a few homeless guys camped out near the transit station. My truck's engine rumbled at stoplights and I watched the red glow reflecting off my hood. Thinking about how appropriate it was that everything looked angry and inflamed, because that's exactly how I felt inside. Leo Martinez had been my best friend since high school, back when we were both young and stupid, and thought we could conquer the world with nothing but ambition and terrible haircuts. While I'd gone into construction, Leo had followed his passion for cooking and now ran a food truck called Taco Fury that served Korean-Mexican fusion and had a cult following among the downtown lunch crowd. He was the kind of guy who thought emotional support meant ordering extra food and not asking too many questions, which honestly made him the perfect person to crash with when your life was imploding. He lived in this converted warehouse loft in the Arts District, the kind of place with exposed brick walls and pipes running across the ceiling that somehow looked cool instead of unfinished. His rent was probably highway robbery, but the space had character and a full kitchen, which for Leo was all that mattered. I texted him from the parking lot. "You home? Need a place to crash?" Long story. 3 dots appeared immediately. Then doors open. "I've got beer and leftover bulgogi. Come on up." This is why Leo was my best friend. No dramatic questions, no demand for immediate explanations, just an open door and the promise of food. I grabbed my phone and wallet from the truck. I'd left everything else at the apartment I shared with Amelia because I'd stormed out like a man on a mission rather than someone planning an extended stay, and headed up the industrial metal stairs that led to his second-floor loft. Leo opened the door before I could knock, took one look at my face and said, "Oh, this is bad, isn't it?" He was wearing his standard off-duty uniform of cargo shorts and a faded band t-shirt from some concert we'd gone to in 2019. His dark hair sticking up in about 7 different directions because he'd probably been napping on the couch. Leo was short, stocky, and had the kind of permanent 5:00 shadow that made him look vaguely threatening until he smiled and you realized he was basically a human teddy bear who happened to be really good with a knife. "It's so bad," I said, walking past him into the loft. "Like epically bad. Titanic hitting the iceberg levels of bad." I collapsed onto his beat-up leather couch that he'd found at a estate sale and claimed had character, which was code for multiple mystery stains and a weird smell. Honestly, after the pristine elegance of the Green Marlin, that ratty couch felt like coming home. Leo disappeared into his kitchen and returned approximately 90 seconds later with 2 beers and a pizza box that he dropped on the coffee table with the reverence of a man presenting a sacred offering. "Talk," he commanded, settling into his armchair and propping his feet up on a milk crate he used as an ottoman. "What happened? Did someone die? Did your truck finally give up the ghost? Did Amelia actually turn out to be a Russian spy like I always suspected?" I laughed despite everything, popped open the beer, and took a long pull before diving into the whole sordid story. I told him about planning the dinner, about ironing her parents' matching blazers like some kind of domestic servant, about the fancy restaurant and the expensive wine, and how I'd thought I was doing something nice for my wife. Then I got to the toast and I watched Leo's expression shift from curious to shocked to absolutely furious in the span of about 30 seconds. She said, "What?" Leo interrupted when I got to the punchline. "No degree, no plan, living off her income." "Dude, you've been paying her tuition for 5 years. You've been keeping her afloat this whole time, living off her income. She doesn't even have an income yet. She's been living off your income." "I know," I said. And hearing someone else articulate what I'd been thinking made it feel more real, more valid, like I wasn't just being oversensitive or misunderstanding the situation. And everyone laughed, man. Her parents, her friends, her professors, they all thought it was hilarious. Like I was the court jester whose entire purpose was to be the butt of the joke. Leo opened the pizza box, pepperoni and jalapeno, my favorite, and shoved a slice at me with the kind of aggressive care that said he was too angry to express actual sympathy. "Damn," he said, shaking his head slowly. "You married a TED Talk in heels." That made me laugh for real. The first genuine laugh I'd had since walking out of that restaurant. A TED Talk in heels. Oh my god, that's exactly what she is. Today I'm going to talk about how I'm amazing and everyone who isn't me is basically decorative furniture. And she probably has a PowerPoint, Leo added, warming to the theme with graphs showing her superiority and pie charts breaking down why her husband is basically a glorified appliance. He took a massive bite of pizza, chewed thoughtfully, then pointed the crust at me. "So, what did you say? Please tell me you said something. Please tell me you didn't just sit there and take it." I told her to enjoy it because that was the last joke she'd ever make at my expense. I said, and even now, hours later, I felt a surge of satisfaction remembering the look on her face. Then I walked out, just stood up, adjusted my jacket, and left. Didn't yell, didn't make a scene, just left. Leo whistled low and long, stone cold. "I'm proud of you, man. Most guys would have either exploded or just sat there and taken it. You did the dignified middle finger. That's impressive." He grabbed another slice of pizza and settled back in his chair. "So, what now? You going back tonight? Tomorrow? Are we in divorce territory or just really bad fight territory?" "I don't know yet," I admitted, pulling out my phone. "But I'm going to do what I should have done a long time ago. I'm going to document everything." I opened a new note and started typing while Leo watched with interest. Every tuition payment, every loan I co-signed, every time I worked double shifts so she could study, every dinner I cooked, every errand I ran, every sacrifice I made that she apparently thinks counts for nothing. The list started coming together quickly, probably because I'd been mentally keeping track of it for years without realizing it. Fall 2020, $8,500 for first semester tuition. Spring 2021, $8,500 for second semester, plus $2,200 for books and course materials. Summer 2021 covered all living expenses, $13 for 100 in rent, utilities, groceries, while she did an unpaid internship. The numbers kept adding up. A running tab of financial sacrifice that I'd never expected to collect on, but that suddenly felt really important to acknowledge existed. "Holy shit," Leo said, leaning forward to look at my screen. That's a lot of money, dude. Like, new truck money, down payment on a house money, early retirement money." He grabbed his own phone and started tapping. "Okay, I'm not just going to sit here and let you spiral. I'm ordering more food because this situation requires carbs. What do you want from Chang? And don't say nothing because I will literally fight you." "Crab rangoon," I said absently, still typing. "And maybe those scallion pancakes." I scrolled through my phone's photo gallery, finding pictures of receipts I'd saved for tax purposes that showed just how much I'd spent on Amelia's education and living expenses. There was the receipt from the bookstore where I'd dropped $800 on her textbooks for constitutional law and criminal procedure. The confirmation email from when I paid for her bar exam prep course. $3,200 that I'd put on a credit card and spent 6 months paying off the deposit slip showing I'd co-signed her student loan for $25,000 because her parents refused to help and she couldn't qualify on her own. Every piece of evidence was another brick in the wall of documentation I was building. Proof that I wasn't crazy, that I hadn't been imagining my contributions to our partnership. I found emails where she'd asked me to cover expenses because she was too busy studying to pick up shifts at the part-time paralegal job she'd worked for exactly 1 semester before quitting. Text messages where she'd thank me for being supportive and understanding, promising that things would get easier once she graduated and started working. Screenshots of our joint bank account showing deposits from my business and withdrawals for her expenses. A one-way flow of money that apparently entitled her to publicly mock me as a freeloader. "You know what's crazy?" I said, looking up from my phone. "I never thought of it as keeping score. I genuinely believed we were building something together. Like, she's investing in her future. I'm supporting that investment and eventually we both benefit from her success. That's how marriages are supposed to work, right? You support each other's dreams. Sure, Leo said, but support is supposed to be mutual, and it's definitely not supposed to come with public humiliation as a bonus feature. His phone buzzed with the food delivery notification. Okay, Chang will be here in 20 minutes. In the meantime, you're going to finish that list. We're going to figure out your game plan, and you're going to sleep on my couch for as long as you need to. Mikasa, Sukasa, Hermono. I spent the next hour compiling what essentially amounted to a financial autopsy of my marriage. 5 years of tuition payments, living expenses, supporting her through unpaid internships, and exam prep. Covering the cost of her professional wardrobe because apparently looking like a lawyer costs about the same as actually being one. The grand total came to just over $127,000, which was roughly what I'd spent on her education and living expenses while she pursued her dreams. $127,000 that I'd invested in a partnership that she apparently saw as a charity case. When the Chinese food arrived, Leo spread it out on the coffee table like a buffet, and we ate in comfortable silence for a while. The crab rangoon was perfect, crispy on the outside, creamy on the inside, exactly the kind of comfort food my soul needed. The scallion pancakes were hot and flaky and slightly greasy in the best possible way. We demolished most of the food and I felt some of the tension starting to ease from my shoulders. So, here's what I'm thinking, Leo said, wiping his hands on a napkin. Tomorrow, you go back to the apartment when you know she's not there. You pack a bag with your essentials, clothes, toiletries, important documents. You move that stuff here temporarily. Then, you call a lawyer, a good one, and you start figuring out your options. Because here's the thing, man. You don't have to decide about divorce tonight or tomorrow or even next week, but you do need to protect yourself. He was right. Of course, I needed to think strategically, not emotionally. I needed to be smart about this, document everything, and make decisions based on facts rather than feelings. I woke up on Leo's couch the next morning with a crick in my neck that felt like someone had replaced my vertebrae with rusty bolts, a headache that was probably half dehydration and half existential crisis. And the kind of clarity that only comes when you've spent the night mentally replaying your public humiliation on a loop until your brain finally says, okay, enough wallowing. Time to do something about this. The morning light was streaming through Leo's industrial windows at an angle specifically designed to assault hungover eyeballs. And I could hear him clanging around in the kitchen, probably stress cooking his feelings into something that would either be delicious or require a fire extinguisher. The smell of coffee and bacon was enough to lure me off the couch. And I shuffled into the kitchen looking like a before picture in one of those life transformation ads. You look like hell, Leo said cheerfully, sliding a plate of breakfast tacos across the counter. But you smell like revenge, which is an improvement. What's the plan? He was already dressed for work in his Taco Fury t-shirt and backwards cap, looking annoyingly alert for someone who'd stayed up until 2 o'clock in the morning helping me compile evidence of my failed marriage. Lawyer, I said, my voice still rough from sleep. I need to talk to a lawyer. Know any good ones? The irony wasn't lost on me that I was asking for legal advice after spending 5 years married to someone who was supposedly qualified to provide it. But here we were living in a reality where the person who should have had my back was the one who'd stabbed me in it. Leo pulled out his phone and started scrolling. Actually, yeah. Remember my cousin Maria? The one who got divorced last year from that tech bro who tried to claim her food truck business was community property even though she started it before they met. I nodded vaguely, remembering some family drama Leo had mentioned involving restraining orders and disputed assets. She used this lawyer named Grace Holloway who apparently ate the guy alive in court. Like legally speaking, there wasn't enough left of him to fill a shot glass. Maria said she was expensive but worth every penny. Give me the number, I said, and Leo forwarded me the contact information along with a text that just said, go get him Tiger. Followed by about 7 different punching fist emojis. I called the number right there in Leo's kitchen, half expecting to get a receptionist who'd tell me the earliest appointment was sometime in the next fiscal quarter. But instead, I got a woman with a voice like bourbon and cigarettes who identified herself as Grace Holloway and asked what I needed in a tone that suggested she didn't have time for nonsense, but would make time for interesting cases. My wife publicly humiliated me at her graduation dinner after I spent 5 years financing her law degree. I said, figuring there was no point in sugarcoating it. I need to know what my options are legally speaking and whether I'm entitled to any kind of compensation for basically funding her entire career while she treated me like hired help. There was a pause on the other end of the line, then a low chuckle that sounded equal parts amused and predatory. Oh, I like you already. Come to my office at 11 o'clock. Bring documentation if you have it, but don't worry if you don't. We'll figure out what we need. My rate is $350 an hour for consultation. And if you decide to retain me, we'll discuss a payment plan. Sound good? $350 an hour was roughly what I charged for a full day of construction consultation. But I had a feeling this was going to be worth it. I'll be there, I said, and she rattled off an address in the financial district before hanging up without any of the polite goodbyes normal people exchange. I liked her already. Grace Holloway's office was located on the 14th floor of a glass tower that looked like it had been designed by someone who really believed in the power of intimidation through architecture. The lobby had that sterile corporate aesthetic. All marble and chrome and uncomfortable modernist furniture that was probably worth more than my truck, but looked like it had been designed specifically to prevent people from relaxing. The elevator played smooth jazz that made me want to commit minor property crimes. And when I reached the 14th floor, I was greeted by a reception area that managed to be both minimalist and expensive, like someone had spent a fortune making sure you knew they didn't need to try too hard. The receptionist was a young guy in his 20s with perfect hair and a name tag that said Dylan. And he looked me over with the kind of assessing glance that suggested he was very good at determining whether people could afford to be there. "Mr. Carter," he asked. And when I nodded, he gestured toward a hallway. "Miss Holloway is ready for you. Second door on the left. Can I get you water, coffee, or anything else?" "I'm good," I said, following his directions down a hallway lined with what I assumed were expensive abstract paintings, but might have just been color samples from a hardware store for all I could tell. I knocked on the second door, heard a brisk come in, and entered what could only be described as the office of someone who'd won a lot of arguments and wanted you to know it. Grace Holloway was sitting behind a massive desk made of dark wood that probably came from a tree that had been personally offended by being cut down. And she stood when I entered with the kind of fluid movement that suggested she spent her free time doing something athletic and possibly violent. She was maybe 40 with dark haircut and a sharp bob, wearing a charcoal suit that probably cost more than my monthly mortgage. And she had the kind of direct eye contact that made you feel like she could see through your skull and read your thoughts like a boring book she'd already read twice before. She was beautiful in that intimidating way that made you understand why ancient civilizations worshipped warrior goddesses. "Miles Carter," she said, extending a hand with a grip that could have crushed walnuts. "Grace Holloway, have a seat and tell me everything starting from the beginning and don't leave out any details, no matter how embarrassing or stupid you think they make you look. I've heard worse, I promise." I sat in the leather chair across from her desk and launched into the whole sordid tale. How Amelia and I met, how I'd supported her through law school, the financial sacrifices I'd made, and finally the graduation dinner disaster that had ended with me walking out and spending the night on my best friend's couch. Grace listened without interrupting, occasionally making notes on a legal pad with handwriting that looked like it could cut glass. And her expression remained professionally neutral until I got to the part about Amelia's toast. "Wait," she said, holding up one perfectly manicured hand. "Let me make sure I'm understanding this correctly. You financed her entire legal education to the tune of how much did you say?" I told her the number I'd calculated the night before, and her eyebrows went up slightly. "You financed her legal education to the tune of $127,000. Supported her through 3 years of school and various unpaid internships, and then she publicly rebranded you as her charity case in front of her colleagues, professors and family. That's about the size of it," I said. And even saying it out loud to a stranger made me feel that mixture of rage and humiliation all over again. And everyone laughed like it was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. This idea that I was some kind of kept man living off her income when she literally didn't have an income and had been living off mine for 5 years. Grace leaned back in her chair and a slow smile spread across her face that would have made a shark nervous. "Congratulations, Mr. Carter," she said, and there was genuine amusement in her voice. "You've just graduated from Naive Husband University with honors. Welcome to the real world where love doesn't conquer all and sometimes the person you marry turns out to be a narcissistic with a law degree. The good news is you're done with the education phase. Now let's get you your refund." I couldn't help but laugh at that because the absurdity of the situation was starting to hit me. I'd spent 5 years supporting someone who'd apparently seen me as nothing more than a convenient ATM with emotional support features. And now I was sitting in a lawyer's office trying to figure out how to extract myself from the wreckage. "So what do we do?" I asked. "What are my options here?" Grace pulled out a fresh legal pad and started writing. "First, we document everything. Every tuition payment, every rent check, every grocery bill you paid while she was too busy studying to contribute financially. Bank statements, receipts, emails, text messages, anything that shows the financial imbalance in your relationship. Then we look at your assets, figure out what's joint and what's separate, and determine whether we're looking at a divorce with potential reimbursement claims or just a really expensive life lesson. She looked up from her notes and fixed me with that penetrating stare. I'm going to call this a strategic unmerger because that sounds better than extracting yourself from a parasitic relationship where you played the role of human credit card. We're going to approach this methodically, professionally, and with the kind of documentation that would make an IRS auditor weep with joy. And by the time we're done, your wife is going to understand that publicly humiliating the person who bankrolled your success is the kind of strategic error they should probably teach about in law school. We spent the next hour going through everything I brought. Bank statements, receipts, the list I compiled on my phone the night before. Grace asked pointed questions, made more notes, and occasionally muttered things like unbelievable and the audacity under her breath. When we were done, she leaned back and studied me with an expression that might have been respect. Here's what you need to understand, she said. This isn't about revenge. Revenge is emotional, loud, and ultimately unsatisfying. This is about receipts, documentation, evidence. Revenge fades, but receipts are permanent. You're going to collect every piece of evidence that shows what you contributed to this relationship, and we're going to use that to ensure you're treated fairly in whatever comes next. When I left her office an hour later, she walked me to the door and handed me her business card. Don't seek revenge, Mr. Carter, she said again, and her smile was sharp enough to perform surgery. Seek receipts. They last longer and cut deeper. It was the best advice I'd ever gotten, and I was absolutely going to follow it. I spent the next week living like a man possessed, except instead of being haunted by ghosts, I was being haunted by receipts, bank statements, and the growing realization that I'd been financially sponsoring my own emotional destruction for half a decade. Leo's couch had become my temporary base of operations, and I'd transformed his coffee table into what looked like the world's most depressing scrapbooking project. Stacks of documents, highlighted printouts, sticky notes with increasingly sarcastic commentary, and enough empty coffee cups to suggest I'd developed a serious caffeine dependency. Leo would come home from his food truck shifts, take one look at my evidence wall, and say things like, "You look like a detective in a crime drama, except sadder and with worse lighting." He wasn't wrong. I started with the bank statements, printing out 5 years' worth of transactions from our joint account and my business account, watching the pattern emerge like one of those Magic Eye posters where suddenly you see the sailboat and realize you've been staring at garbage this whole time. Every month, like clockwork, there were deposits from Carter Construction Management, my hard-earned money from job sites and client projects, followed immediately by withdrawals for Amelia's tuition, her books, her rent, her everything. It was like watching a financial vampire drain my accounts in real time. Except vampires are at least honest about what they are. There were months where I deposited $6,000 and within 2 weeks the account was back down to triple digits because law school apparently required textbooks made of gold leaf and tears. The tuition payments were the most painful to catalog, probably because they represented the biggest chunk of money and the most obvious contribution to her success. Fall 2020, $8,500 to State University School of Law, paid via check from Miles Carter. Spring 2021, another $8,500. Same source, same chump. Summer session for $1,200 for some accelerated course on constitutional law that she'd insisted was essential for her career trajectory. Every semester, every payment, all in my name or from my accounts. With Amelia's contribution hovering somewhere between zero and "I'll pay you back when I'm making lawyer money, babe." Spoiler alert, that promise aged like milk in the summer sun. Then there were the apartment leases, and holy hell, those were a trip down memory lane I didn't particularly want to take. We'd moved 3 times during her law school years. First because the original place was too small and didn't have good natural light for studying. Then because the second place was too far from campus, and finally to the luxury apartment downtown because by 3rd year she needed to project success to potential employers. Every single lease had my name on it as the primary tenant. My income listed as the qualifying factor. My signature on the dotted line accepting financial responsibility. Amelia's name was there too. Sure, but only as a co-tenant, and her listed income was always either student or that part-time paralegal gig she'd worked for exactly 4 months before deciding it was interfering with her studies. I found receipts for everything, and I mean everything, because apparently past Miles had been meticulous about keeping records for tax purposes without realizing he was actually building a legal case against his own marriage. There was the receipt from the law school bookstore where I dropped $847 on textbooks for her second-year courses, criminal procedure, evidence, and something called tours that sounded like a dessert, but was apparently about lawsuits. The receipt from the professional clothing store where I bought her 3 suits and 4 blouses because she needed appropriate attire for mock trial competitions. $1,200 that I'd mentally categorized as an investment in our future, but now recognized as me funding her costume for the play where I was the comic relief. And then, oh man, then I found the graduation ring receipt, her class ring, the one she'd shown off at that disastrous dinner, the one with the law school crest, and her graduation year engraved in fancy script. Purchased on my credit card for $650. The receipt even had a little notes section where the jeweler had written, "Congratulations on your achievement," which felt like a cosmic joke because the achievement in question had been funded entirely by the guy. She just publicly roasted like a Thanksgiving turkey. I held that receipt in my hand and actually laughed out loud, a slightly unhinged sound that made Leo poke his head out of his bedroom to make sure I wasn't having a breakdown. "You good, man?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, still laughing. Just found the receipt for my wife's graduation ring that I apparently bought her as a congratulations for completing a degree I paid for. It's fine. Everything's fine. This is totally normal. Every discovery came with its own special flavor of sarcasm. Like my brain had decided that if I was going to catalog my humiliation, I might as well provide commentary. Finding the receipt for her bar exam prep course, $13,200 charged to my credit card, I wrote a sticky note that said, "Oh, look. I also funded her license to practice law. How generous of me." The lease for the luxury apartment with its $2,400 monthly rent had a note reading, "Apparently projecting success costs exactly one martyr per month." The receipts for all those study dinner takeout orders from expensive restaurants got labeled "Feeding the future attorney who will eventually suggest I have no plan." $4 $200 worth of irony. But the real kicker, the discovery that made me actually stop and stare at my laptop screen like it had personally betrayed me, came on day 5 of my archaeological dig through our financial history. I was reviewing transfers from our joint account, tracking where money went after I deposited it, when I noticed a pattern of regular transfers to an account number I didn't recognize. Not huge amounts, usually $200 or $300 at a time, but consistent monthly going back almost 2 years. I cross-referenced the account number with our banking records and found exactly nothing, because this wasn't a joint account or anything I had access to. This was something else entirely. I called the bank, spent 20 minutes on hold listening to elevator music that made me want to commit white-collar crime, and finally got a human who confirmed that yes, there were regular transfers from our joint account to an external savings account. And no, they couldn't give me details about the recipient account without proper authorization, but they could confirm the transfers had been initiated by Amelia Richardson using her online banking credentials. An independent fund, probably. Translation: escape plan savings. Money she'd been siphoning off from our joint account. Money that I deposited into a secret stash that I wasn't supposed to know about. I calculated the total of those transfers and came up with roughly $6,800 over the course of 2 years. Not a fortune, but enough to cover first and last month's rent on a new apartment or a good lawyer for a divorce or whatever escape plan she'd been quietly assembling while I was out working double shifts to support her dreams. The audacity of it was actually kind of impressive in a sociopathic way. She'd been preparing her exit while still accepting my financial support, building her lifeboat out of materials I'd paid for, all while maintaining the facade of a loving marriage. I made copies of everything, organized it into neat folders with labels that would make a librarian weep with joy, and scheduled a follow-up meeting with Grace. When I showed up at her office with 3 bankers' boxes full of documentation, her assistant, Dylan, actually looked impressed. "Ms. Holloway is going to love this," he said, helping me carry the boxes into her office. "She appreciates clients who come prepared." Grace took one look at my evidence collection and actually laughed. This delighted sound that suggested she was already mentally spending the billable hours. "This is more organized than half my law firm's cases," she said, pulling out folders and flipping through receipts with the enthusiasm of a kid on Christmas morning. "Mr. Carter, you've essentially built an airtight case showing that your wife built her entire legal career on your balance sheet. This is beautiful. This is art. This is the kind of documentation that makes opposing counsel cry into their overpriced lattes." We spent 2 hours going through everything, with Grace making notes and occasionally muttering things like "unbelievable" and "the sheer audacity," and my personal favorite: "She's either incredibly stupid or incredibly arrogant to leave this kind of paper trail." When we got to the secret savings account transfers, Grace actually put down her pen and looked at me with something approaching respect. "She was building an escape fund," she said. "Using money from your joint account. That's going to play very well if this goes to court. It shows premeditation, financial manipulation, and a fundamental violation of marital trust." That night, after I'd left Grace's office with a solid legal strategy and a renewed sense of purpose, I sat in Leo's apartment with my laptop and composed an email. Not a long one, not an emotional manifesto, just 3 short lines that said everything that needed to be said. Hi Counsel attached our financial records showing the true cost of your degree. Consider this a courtesy copy before my lawyer sends the official version. Best regards, Miles. No emojis, no exclamation points, no angry rants or emotional appeals, just peace and proof, documentation, and dignity. I attached a PDF summary of the financial evidence, a greatest hits compilation of receipts and bank statements, and hit send before I could second us myself. Then I poured myself a drink, raised a glass to Leo, who was watching from the kitchen, and said to receipts, may they be permanent and devastating. Leo raised his beer in response. To receipts, he echoed, and to never confusing loyalty with stupidity again. My phone stayed silent for exactly 28 minutes. Then it started ringing. Amelia's name lit up my phone screen exactly 28 minutes after it sent that email. And I stared at it for a solid 10 seconds before Leo walked over, looked at the screen, and said, answer it. Put it on speaker. I want to hear this. So I did. Because misery loves company. And Leo had earned front row seats to this particular circus after letting me crash on his couch and feeding me for a week straight. I hit the green button and immediately regretted every life choice that had led me to this moment. Miles, her voice came through the speaker like a tornado made of panic and indignation, trembling with that particular frequency that suggested she was either about to cry or about to throw something expensive. You can't be serious. You're overreacting. That email, what the hell are you thinking sending me something like that with attachments? Do you have any idea how unprofessional this is? I let the silence stretch for a beat, watching Leo's eyes go wide with anticipation before responding in the calmest voice I could muster. Overreacting, Amelia, you publicly turned me into a punchline with appetizers. You stood up in front of your colleagues, your professors, and your parents, and you roasted me like I was the evening's entertainment. So, no, I don't think documenting the actual financial reality of our relationship qualifies as overreacting. I think it qualifies as fact-checking. But everyone laughed, she protested, and I could hear the genuine confusion in her voice. Like, she honestly couldn't understand why I was making such a big deal out of something that had been so funny to everyone else. It was just a joke, Miles. You're being so sensitive about this. Can't you take a joke? Exactly. I said, and Leo had to shove his fist in his mouth to keep from laughing out loud. Everyone laughed. That's the problem, Amelia. Everyone thought it was hilarious that you described me as a deadbeat with no degree and no plan who's been living off your income, your non-existent income that I've been funding for 5 years. The joke was so good that I decided to fact-check the punchline with actual bank statements. Turns out the real joke was me thinking we were partners. She started saying something about how I was twisting her words and taking everything out of context, but I was already done with this conversation. Listen, I'm not doing this right now. You'll be hearing from my lawyer. Have a good night, counselor. I hung up before she could respond, and Leo immediately burst out laughing, slapping the coffee table hard enough to make the evidence boxes rattle. Dude, he wheezed between laughs. That was cold. Have a good night, counselor. You just dismissed her like she was a telemarketer. That was beautiful. He got up to grab us both beers from the fridge, still chuckling. $10 says she calls back within an hour. She didn't call back that night, which was actually more unsettling than if she had. Instead, my phone stayed eerily quiet, and I went to bed on Leo's couch, wondering if maybe I'd been too harsh, if maybe I should have heard her out, if maybe no. No, I was done with that kind of thinking. I'd spent 5 years second-guessing myself, making excuses for her behavior, convincing myself that things would get better once she graduated, once she got a job, once she felt more secure. Well, she'd graduated, and instead of things getting better, she decided to publicly humiliate me as her graduation present to herself. I was done apologizing for having feelings about that. The next morning, I was in the middle of eating the breakfast burrito Leo had made me. The man stress cooked the way other people stress ate, and I was reaping the delicious benefits when my phone rang again. Unknown number, but with a local area code. So I answered it thinking it might be a client or a supplier. Instead, I got a voice that sounded like it had been marinated in country club memberships and expensive scotch. Mr. Carter, this is Richard Thorne. I'm a senior partner at Thorne Bishop & Associates, the firm where your wife, where Amelia Richardson has accepted a position as a junior associate. He paused, probably waiting for me to say something, but I just stayed quiet because I'd learned that silence makes people uncomfortable enough to keep talking. Mr. Carter, I'm calling because this situation with your wife's comments at her graduation dinner has reached our office, and we'd like to discuss how we might resolve this matter discreetly. I nearly choked on my burrito. The email had made the rounds. Somehow, my documentation of financial abuse had traveled from Amelia's inbox to her new employer's attention. And now, Senior partners were calling me directly to discuss discreet resolution. Lawyers love drama, especially when it's happening to other lawyers. And apparently, my receipts were making waves in the legal community. This was better than I could have possibly imagined. Mr. Thorne, I said, swallowing my bite of burrito and trying to sound professional despite being dressed in sweatpants on my best friend's couch. I appreciate the call, but I'm not sure what there is to discuss. I simply sent my wife some financial documentation relating to our marriage. If that's caused problems at her new workplace, well, that sounds like a conversation you should be having with her, not with me. There was a pause on the other end of the line, and I could practically hear him recalculating his approach. Mr. Carter, we're aware of the incident at the graduation dinner. Several of our attorneys were in attendance, and word has spread throughout the firm. Combined with the financial documentation you've provided, there are concerns about professionalism and judgment that we'd like to address before Ms. Richardson's official start date. Would you be willing to meet with me and our HR director to discuss this matter? We're prepared to make this worth your time. Worth my time? That was code for we're willing to pay you to make this go away before it becomes a bigger problem. I told him I need to consult with my attorney and would get back to him. Then immediately called Grace, who answered on the second ring sounding annoyingly alert for 8:30 in the morning. Grace Holloway, she said, and I could hear the clicking of a keyboard in the background like she was already working on something else. What can I do for you, Mr. Carter? Amelia's new employer just called me. I said senior partner named Richard Thorne. Apparently my email made the rounds at their firm and now they want to have a meeting to discuss the matter discreetly. He used the phrase worth your time, which I'm interpreting as code for please accept money to shut up about this. The keyboard clicking stopped. Richard Thorne called you directly? Grace asked, and there was a new energy in her voice like a shark that had just smelled blood in the water. Oh, this is delicious. They're worried about reputational damage, probably concerned that hiring someone who publicly humiliated her husband might reflect poorly on the firm's values. When does he want to meet? We scheduled the meeting for 2 days later at Thorne Bishop and Associates' downtown office, which gave Grace time to prepare what she called the good folder, a comprehensive breakdown of my financial contributions to Amelia's education, complete with summaries, graphs, and enough legal precedent to make even a senior partner nervous. We're going to walk in there calm and professional. Grace instructed me over the phone like we're the villains in a legal thriller who already know how the story ends. You wear your best suit. You let me do most of the talking and you do not apologize for anything. Understood. Understood, I said, and spent the next 2 days mentally preparing myself for what was essentially a confrontation with the legal establishment that had produced my wife. Leo helped by making increasingly elaborate meals and providing running commentary on my evidence collection. You know what you are, he said the night before the meeting, gesturing at me with a spatula while he made fish tacos. You're like Batman, except instead of fighting crime, you're fighting disrespect with receipts. You're the receipt crusader, the documentation, Dark Knight. That's the dumbest thing you've ever said, I told him. But I was smiling despite myself. The morning of the meeting, I put on my best suit, the charcoal gray one I usually reserved for meeting with high-end clients who wanted to make sure their contractor didn't look like he just rolled off a construction site, and met Grace in the lobby of Thorne Bishop and Associates office building. She was already there looking like she'd been born wearing power suits and carrying briefcases, and she had a leather portfolio under her arm that I assumed was the good folder. Ready? She asked and I nodded. Remember? She said as we walked toward the elevators. Calm, professional, slightly bored. We're not here to beg. We're here to negotiate from a position of strength. The firm's office was everything you'd expect from a prestigious law firm. Expensive furniture, intimidating art, and enough mahogany to have personally offended an entire forest. Richard Thorne met us in a conference room that had windows overlooking the entire city. Like we were literally above everyone else in both geography and social standing. He was exactly what I'd pictured. Mid-60s silver hair, expensive suit, and the kind of handshake that suggested he'd spent his career crushing opposing counsel between his perfectly manicured fingers. Mr. Carter, Miss Holloway, thank you for coming, he said, gesturing to chairs around a conference table that probably cost more than my truck. Can we offer you coffee, water, anything else? Grace set her portfolio on the table with a soft thud that somehow sounded threatening. Caffeine makes me generous, she said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. So, no, thank you. Let's just get to business, shall we? She opened the portfolio and pulled out a document. We understand you'd like to handle this discreetly, Mr. Thorne. So would we, which means you'll need to write faster. She slid a document across the table, her opening demands, I assumed, and I watched Thorne's expression shift from confident to concerned as he read the first page. This, I thought, was going to be interesting. The conference room fell into the kind of silence that usually precedes either a declaration of war or a really expensive settlement. And I watched Richard Thorne's face cycle through several different expressions as he read Grace's opening demands. There was confusion followed by surprise, a brief flash of what might have been respect, and finally settling on that careful neutral expression lawyers were when they realized they're not holding the cards they thought they were. He set the document down carefully, adjusted his reading glasses, and looked at Grace like she'd just shown up to a chess match with a flamethrower. "Miss Holloway," he said, his voice carrying that measured tone people use when they're trying very hard not to sound worried. "These demands are extensive. You're asking for full financial reimbursement, a formal letter of acknowledgement, restrictions on Ms. Richardson's public statements," and he paused, flipping to the second page. "Mandatory firm-wide professionalism training using this incident as a case study." That's quite a comprehensive list. Grace leaned back in her chair with the casual confidence of someone who knew exactly how strong her position was and was enjoying watching the other side slowly realize it too. "Mr. Thorne, let me paint you a picture of what happens if we don't reach an agreement. Today, my client's story, complete with 5 years of financial documentation showing how he funded his wife's entire legal education while she treated him like hired help, gets filed with the family court. Those filings are public record. The press loves a good David versus Goliath story, especially when Goliath is a lawyer who publicly humiliated the man who paid for her degree. Can you imagine the headlines? Junior associate's husband seeks reimbursement for funding her career. Law school graduate sued by man who paid her tuition. I can already see the think pieces about toxic relationships and financial abuse in professional partnerships. I watched Thorne's jaw tighten slightly, and I had to give him credit for maintaining his composure. Next to him sat Jennifer Walsh, the firm's HR director, a woman in her 50s with sharp eyes and the kind of no-nonsense demeanor that suggested she'd dealt with worse problems than this, but probably not before her morning coffee. She'd been silent so far, but now she leaned forward and spoke for the first time since we'd arrived. "Mr. Carter," she said, directing her attention away from Grace and toward me, probably thinking I'd be easier to manipulate than my lawyer. "We understand you're hurt and angry. What happened at that dinner was inappropriate and unprofessional, but surely you can see how public litigation would be damaging for everyone involved, including yourself. These kinds of cases attract attention and not always the kind of attention that reflects well on either party." I started to respond, but Grace put a hand on my arm, a subtle signal that she'd handle this. "Miss Walsh, my client, isn't concerned about looking good. He's concerned about being treated fairly after 5 years of financial and emotional exploitation. And frankly, the only person who should be worried about their reputation right now is your incoming junior associate who thought it was appropriate to mock her husband at a public event while simultaneously accepting the considerable financial support he'd been providing." Grace pulled out another document from her portfolio, and I recognized it as the summary we'd prepared, the one with all the numbers, dates, and receipts, organized into a narrative that would make even the most skeptical person understand exactly how lopsided our relationship had been. She slid it across the table with the precision of someone dealing cards in a high-stakes poker game. "This is a comprehensive breakdown of Mr. Carter's financial contributions to Ms. Richardson's education and living expenses over a 5-year period. Tuition payments, living expenses, bar exam fees, even her class ring that she wore while delivering her little speech. The total comes to $127,000, not including the opportunity costs of Mr. Carter working additional hours to cover these expenses or the emotional labor of supporting a partner who clearly didn't value his contributions." Thorne picked up the document and started reading, his expression growing more troubled with each page. Jennifer leaned over to read along with him, and I saw her eyebrows rise when she got to the section about the secret savings account. Those transfers Amelia had been making from our joint account to her private escape fund. That particular detail had made even Grace whistle when I'd first shown it to her because it demonstrated premeditation, the kind of calculated behavior that turned a simple marriage dispute into something that looked a whole lot like financial manipulation. "There's also the matter of the comments themselves," Grace continued, pulling out her phone and setting it on the table. "We have multiple witnesses who can testify to exactly what Ms. Richardson said at that dinner. Several of them, in fact, are attorneys from your firm who were in attendance. I've already reached out informally to a few of them, and they've confirmed the general content of her speech. The part where she suggested Mr. Carter had no degree, no plan, and was living off her income. Those statements are not only factually false, but also defamatory. And they were made in front of an audience of legal professionals who might reasonably be expected to believe them coming from a law school graduate." I could see Thorne doing the mental math, calculating the cost of a public lawsuit versus the cost of settling privately, weighing the reputational damage to his firm against the financial hit of meeting our demands. The thing about lawyers is that they're fundamentally practical people. They understand cost-benefit analysis better than anyone. And right now, Grace was making it very clear that fighting this would cost them more than giving us what we wanted. Let's take a 15-minute break, Thorne said, standing up with the kind of stiff formality that suggested this meeting was not going the way he'd expected. Ms. Walsh and I need to discuss this privately. Please help yourselves to refreshments. He gestured vaguely toward a side table where there was indeed coffee, bottled water, and a tray of pastries that looked like they'd been imported from somewhere expensive and pretentious. Once they left the room, I turned to Grace. How do you think it's going? I asked quietly, even though I was pretty sure I knew the answer based on Thorne's expression. They're going to settle, Grace said confidently, pulling out her phone to check messages. Thorne's a smart guy. He knows that fighting this publicly would be a nightmare for the firm. They're probably in there right now figuring out how to spin this internally. Maybe whether they need to resend Amelia's job offer or just put her on some kind of probationary status. Either way, we're walking out of here with what we came for. She was right. When Thorne and Jennifer returned 20 minutes later, so much for 15 minutes, Thorne's entire demeanor had shifted from defensive to resigned. He sat down, folded his hands on the table, and looked at Grace with the expression of a man who just agreed to something he didn't particularly like, but recognized as necessary. We're prepared to offer a settlement, he said, and I felt my heart rate kick up a notch. Full reimbursement of documented expenses. We'll need to verify the amounts, but based on what you've shown us, we're looking at approximately $127,000. We'll draft a formal letter acknowledging Mr. Carter's financial contributions to Ms. Richardson's education, which can be used in any future legal proceedings. And we'll include a confidentiality clause preventing Ms. Richardson from making any public statements about Mr. Carter or their marriage, professional or otherwise. And the professionalism training. Grace prompted because of course she wasn't going to let them off easy on that point. Thorne actually went slightly. And yes, we'll implement mandatory professionalism training for all associates and junior partners with a case study based on. He paused, clearly hating every word he was about to say. Based on this incident emphasizing the importance of maintaining professional boundaries and avoiding public statements that could be construed as defamatory or damaging to personal relationships. Grace smiled, and it was the kind of smile that probably made opposing counsel have nightmares. Excellent. I'll have my office draft the settlement agreement this afternoon. We should be able to have everything finalized within the week. She stood up and I followed her lead, shaking Thorne's hand with probably more enthusiasm than was strictly professional. As we rode the elevator back down to the lobby, Grace turned to me and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Carter. You just got a very expensive divorce settlement without actually getting divorced. Though, honestly, after this, I'd recommend filing anyway. That woman is going to hate you for the rest of her natural life." "Good," I said, and I meant it. Let her hate me from a distance with a legally binding agreement preventing her from talking about me. We stepped out into the sunshine and I felt lighter than I had in weeks. "Thank you, Grace. Seriously, I don't think I could have done this without you." "You're welcome," she said, extending her hand for a professional handshake. "And for what it's worth, you're going to be fine. Better than fine. You're going to build a life that doesn't require anyone's permission or approval. And it's going to be spectacular. Now go celebrate with your friend who makes tacos, and I'll call you when the paperwork is ready." I did exactly that. I went back to Leo's apartment, told him everything, and we ordered enough food to feed a small army. And for the first time in what felt like forever, I felt like maybe, just maybe, everything was going to work out after all. 6 months later, I turned pain into profit with Carter Renovations and Consulting, a business that was half construction management and half life coaching for people who'd forgotten how to build anything worth keeping, including their self-respect. My first consulting clients were 3 lawyers from Amelia's firm who'd heard about my story and wanted advice on protecting their assets before their own marriages imploded. Irony, so delicious, I could taste it with every invoice I sent. My new apartment was small but completely mine, filled with furniture I'd picked out and peace I'd earned the hard way. My fridge was actually stocked with real food instead of takeout containers. And my sense of humor had upgraded from bitter to brilliantly sarcastic. Leo started calling me the comeback contractor, which was better than the guy who got roasted at dinner, so I accepted it. Amelia tried emailing once with a subject line that read, "Maybe we can talk." And I responded with exactly 7 words. "My hourly rate's $200. Legal counseling extra." She never responded, which told me everything I needed to know about how much our talk was actually worth to her. Some conversations aren't worth having, especially with people who only value you when it's convenient. 1 year later, I stood on a stage at a business seminar for men rebuilding after toxic relationships, holding a glass of water like a prop in my own redemption story. The topic was how to stop being your partner's side project. And the irony of a construction guy teaching people about building better lives wasn't lost on anyone. My wife once introduced me as a man with no degree and no plan, I said, watching 300 faces lean forward. Turns out my plan was just waiting for the right exit. The laughter came, the good kind, with me instead of at me, and guys lined up afterward to shake my hand and share their own stories. One wife told me her husband had sent her my video, and they both learned something. That felt better than any settlement check. Later, in my workshop, surrounded by tools and peace, I poured myself a drink and raised the glass to nobody in particular. "Enjoy it," I said quietly, remembering that night at the Green Marlin. That really was the last joke anyone made at my expense because I'd walked away from being someone's punchline and built something better. A life where respect wasn't negotiable and dignity wasn't optional. Story 4. My grandson called me late at night. "Grandpa, I'm at the police station. My stepfather beat me. But he's telling them I attacked him. My mom doesn't believe me." When I got to the station, the officer went pale and stammered, "I'm sorry. I didn't know. My name is Ed Anderson. I'm 63 years old and I was a police inspector for 35 years in a major city. Today I'm telling you how my life changed when I got a call in the middle of the night from my grandson Ethan, just 16 years old. He was crying, telling me he was locked up at the precinct because his stepfather Carter had accused him of assault. What I uncovered that night started a war against corruption that even I, with all my experience, never could have imagined. The phone rings at 3:14 a.m. At that hour, the sound seems louder, more urgent. In my years as an inspector, I learned that calls in the middle of the night never bring good news. I grab my cell and answer, half asleep. "Hello, Grandpa." Ethan's shaky voice wakes me up instantly. "I'm at the 7th precinct. They arrested me. Carter says I attacked him, but it's not true. He hit me first. Are you okay? Are you hurt?" I get up immediately looking for my pants in the dark. My face hurts. "I'm scared, Grandpa. The inspector here is friends with Carter, and he doesn't believe me. Please come. Don't move from there. Don't say another word until I get there." As I get dressed, I try to clear my head. Carter Vance, Ethan's stepfather. I always thought he was trouble. My daughter Mary died 5 years ago in a car accident. And just a year later, Grace, Ethan's mother, married Carter. I never understood what she saw in him. A businessman with contacts at City Hall always bragging about his influence. I grabbed my old inspector's badge, my wallet, and the car keys. Maybe I don't have official authority anymore, but I know the system and a lot of people still in it. The badge, even expired, still carries some weight. I drive through the empty city streets, anxiety eating me alive. Ethan was always a good kid. Studious, quiet, never looked for trouble. If he's in a precinct holding cell, something is very wrong. I get to the 7th precinct, a building I know well. I worked there my first 10 years on the force. As I walk in, the familiar smell of stale coffee and disinfectant hits me like an old friend. At the desk, a young officer is typing something. "Good evening. I'm Ed Anderson, former inspector. My grandson, Ethan Alvarado, is being held, and I want to see him." The officer looks at me with indifference. One moment, she types something else and picks up the internal phone. "Inspector Camacho, there's a man here who says he's the grandfather of the kid detained for assault." I wait impatiently, tapping my fingers on the counter. The inner door opens and Victor Camacho appears. I recognize him immediately. A heavy-set man about 50 with a graying mustache and small suspicious eyes. We worked together years ago, but we never got along. I always thought he was too flexible with certain rules. Well, Ed Anderson," his voice is deep, almost mocking. "Long time no see, partner. I'm not here to socialize, Victor. I want to see my grandson and know exactly what he's accused of." Of course. "Come into my office." He gestures inside. I follow him down the hall. At the end, I see the temporary holding cells. In one of them, I spot Ethan sitting on a bench, head down. I try to walk over, but Camacho stops me. "Let's you and I talk first, Ed. Things are complicated." In his office, Camacho sits behind his desk, and I take the chair opposite him. There's a framed photo on his desk. Camacho with other men on what looks like a hunting trip. I recognize Carter Vance among them, smiling, holding a rifle. That confirms my suspicions. They're friends. "Your grandson assaulted his stepfather tonight. Busted his lip, almost broke his nose. Carter is at the hospital getting checked out." Camacho speaks with practiced confidence. "We have a video from the house security camera that shows the whole thing. The kid lost his temper. I want to see that video." "Sure." He turns his monitor toward me and plays a file. On the screen, I see what looks like a living room. Carter walks into the frame, seemingly talking. Ethan appears, visibly upset. Suddenly, the image shows my grandson pushing Carter, who falls backward. The recording ends right there. That's it. Where's the rest of the video? This doesn't show anything conclusive. It's what we have, Ed. Carter is pressing charges for assault. The kid has a history of violent behavior at school. That's a lie. Ethan has never had disciplinary problems. I have reports that say otherwise. I stand up feeling the anger start to boil. I want to talk to my grandson right now. 5 minutes. Camacho concises. He leads me to the cell where Ethan is. When he sees me, my grandson stands up. He has a black eye, a cut on his eyebrow, and a swollen lip. Seeing him like this brings a mix of pain and fury. Grandpa. His voice breaks. It's okay, Ethan. I'm going to get you out of here. Camacho opens the cell and lets me in. I hug my grandson, feeling him tremble. What really happened? I ask in a low voice. Carter came home drunk like always. He started yelling that I stole money from his wallet. When I told him it wasn't true, he punched me. Tears run down his cheeks. I defended myself. I just pushed him to get him away from me, but he hit the table. Then he called the police saying I attacked him. Where was your mom? She's out of town for work in Dallas. She gets back tomorrow. Ethan lowers his voice even more. It's not the first time Carter has hit me, Grandpa, but he always threatens me. Says nobody will believe me if I talk. I glance at Camacho, who's waiting impatiently at the door. I'm going to get you out of here. I promise. I tell Ethan, squeezing his shoulder. You are not spending one more night in this cell. I walk out and confront Camacho. My grandson has marks all over his face. Why isn't Carter detained, too? Why isn't it in your report that he assaulted the boy? Mr. Vance says the kid got those injuries while resisting the officers during the arrest. That's absurd and you know it. I demand a doctor examine Ethan right now and document his injuries. It's pretty late for that, Ed. It's never too late to do things right, Victor. Either you call a doctor or I call the DA on duty to report irregularities in your procedure. Camacho stares at me weighing my threat. Finally, he sighs. Fine. I'll call the on-duty medical examiner, but it won't change anything, Ed. The kid is spending the night here, and tomorrow he'll see the judge. We'll see about that. As Camacho walks away to make the call, I pull out my cell and dial a number I haven't used in a long time. After 3 rings, a female voice answers. Lieutenant Roberts, who is this? It's Ed Anderson, former inspector, 7th Precinct. I need your help urgently. Lieutenant April Roberts is one of the few people on the force I always trusted. Young, smart, and most importantly, incorruptible. I explain the situation quickly. I'm on duty tonight, she says. I can swing by in 20 minutes to verify the procedure. I appreciate it, April. While I wait, I watch the movement in the precinct. A couple of officers look at me curiously. They probably know who I am. In my day, I had a reputation for being inflexible, for not taking deals or favors. It earned me respect from some and enemies from many. The main door opens and Carter Vance walks in. He's got a bandage on his nose and his bottom lip is swollen. Our eyes meet and he stops, surprised to see me there. Then he smirks and heads straight for Camacho's office. Minutes later, Lieutenant Roberts arrives. In her mid-30s, she has the steady gaze of someone who knows her job and tolerates no obstacles. She greets me with a firm handshake. Inspector Anderson, it's been a while. I'm not an inspector anymore, Lieutenant. You'll always be one to me, sir. You taught me half of what I know. Camacho comes out of his office, followed by Carter. Seeing April, he visibly tenses. Lieutenant Roberts, what brings you here at this hour? Routine procedure check. Inspector Camacho, I was informed of a domestic assault arrest and I want to verify everything is in order. Carter steps in, extending his hand. Carter Vance, sir, I'm the victim in this case. April ignores his hand. Lieutenant Roberts, I need to review the case file and see the detainee. I already called a doctor to examine the boy, Camacho says. Excellent. I'll be present for that exam. Now, the file. Camacho leads her to his office. Carter stays with me in the hallway, a smug smile on his face that turns my stomach. It's a shame we have to meet under these circumstances, Mr. Anderson, he says with false courtesy. Ethan always speaks so highly of you. Cut the hypocrisy, Vance. I know exactly what you did. His smile vanishes. Be careful what you imply. I have the video that proves who assaulted whom. A conveniently edited video. What happened before the part Camacho showed me? Nothing relevant. He steps closer, lowering his voice. Look, Mr. Anderson, I understand you want to defend your grandson, but the kid has problems. He needs discipline. A firm hand. The firm hand that gave him a black eye and split his eyebrow. I suppose he got that resisting arrest. Ask any of the officers who brought him in. Or maybe you did it and then you called your friend Camacho to cook up a story. Carter's face hardens. Be careful, old man. Your time is over. Things work differently now. You'd be surprised how well I know how things work now, Vance, and what I'm capable of doing for my grandson. We're interrupted by the arrival of the medical examiner, a young man who looks fresh out of school. Camacho and April come out of the office. Dr. Mendoza. Camacho greets him. Thanks for coming so quickly. The detainee is this way. April gestures for the doctor to follow her toward the cells. Carter tries to follow, but April stops him. Authorized personnel only. Mr. Vance. I'm the complaining party. I have a right to be present. Not during the medical exam, she says firmly. Wait here. Carter shoots me a furious look, as if I'm to blame for this delay in his plans. He sits in one of the waiting room chairs, drumming his fingers nervously. April signals for me to follow her. We enter the cell where the doctor is already examining Ethan. He takes photos of the injuries, measures them, and documents everything on an official form. Can you tell me how you got these injuries? The doctor asks. Ethan looks at me seeking approval. I nod slightly. My stepfather hit me. First a punch here. He points to his eye. And then he shoved me against the wall. I hit my head and cut my eyebrow on a shelf. When did this happen? Tonight. A little after 11. The doctor jots it all down and continues his exam. When he's finished, he turns to April. The injuries are consistent with his story. The preorbital hematoma, the black eye, has the coloring of a blow from about 4 to 5 hours ago. The cut on the eyebrow is characteristic of an impact wound against an object with an edge, not a direct punch. April nods. Thank you, doctor. I need your report as soon as possible. You'll have it in an hour, max. When the doctor leaves, April looks at me. This contradicts the initial report. Inspector, of course, it does. Camacho is covering for Carter. I also reviewed the video, she says in a low voice. Something's off. The metadata shows it was edited 2 hours ago. The original recording must be longer. Can you get it? I need a warrant to access the home surveillance system. And for that, I need proof of evidence tampering. Ethan speaks up. The neighbor, Mrs. Clean, she has cameras pointed at our driveway. She's always recording. Says people steal her flower pots. April looks at me with a spark of hope. Do you know the exact address? 247 Jacaranda Drive. In the Valley neighborhood, Ethan replies. I'm heading there right now, April says. If that footage shows something different, we can turn this whole thing around. I'll stay with him, I say, pointing to Ethan. I won't leave him alone, Grandpa. She promises, using the personal term. This stinks of corruption, and you know that's what infuriates me the most. When April leaves, I sit next to Ethan on the cell bench. He's exhausted, scared, but I see a spark of strength in his eyes that I've always admired. Does Mom know about this? He asks. Not yet. I was hoping to solve this before worrying her. She's going to take Carter's side. She always does. Your mother loves you, Ethan. But sometimes love makes us blind. Carter manipulates us. He makes her believe I'm the problem. That I disrespect him and she believes him because he stops. Because why? Because he has money. Because ever since Dad died, Mom is scared of being alone. It hurts to hear, but I know he's right. Grace, my daughter-in-law, never fully recovered from the death of my daughter, Mary. They were very close. Carter appeared at the perfect moment, offering financial and emotional stability. Or so it seemed. We're going to fix this. I promise, Ethan. And after you and I are going to have a long talk about everything that's been happening in that house. Time crawls by in the precinct. Camacho appears occasionally giving us anxious looks. Carter has stayed in the waiting room talking quietly on his phone. Almost 2 hours later, the main door opens. April walks in accompanied by a stern-looking older woman. District Attorney Melinda Moss. I recognize her immediately. Her reputation for being incorruptible precedes her. Behind them is a small elderly woman holding a cell phone. Mrs. Klein, I assume. Camacho's expression turns to pure panic when he sees the DA. Carter stands up, confused by this unexpected turn. Inspector Camacho, Melinda Moss says in a firm voice. Lieutenant Roberts has informed me of possible irregularities in this case. Show me the file and the video immediately. While Camacho, visibly nervous, leads the DA to his office. April approaches our cell. We found something, she tells me quietly. Mrs. Clean had recordings from 3 days ago showing Carter shoving Ethan against the door. And better yet, she has audio of him threatening him. Hope swells in my chest. For the first time since I got here, I feel like things might turn out okay. The system is rotten. I know that better than anyone. But there are still people like April and Melinda fighting for justice. Thank you, I say to April with all my heart. She smiles slightly. Don't thank me yet, Inspector. The night is young, and this battle is just beginning. DeMoss spends over an hour locked in Camacho's office. Through the blinds, I see tense gestures, documents being pointed at, severe looks. Carter stays in the waiting room, constantly checking his phone. I watch him try to keep his composure, but his right leg is bouncing nervously, betraying his anxiety. Mrs. Klein, Ethan's neighbor, approaches our cell with April. She's a small woman in her 70s, but with the sharp eyes of someone who's seen a lot. So, you're the grandpa, she says. No nonsense. The boy always speaks well of you. Thank you for coming, ma'am. Mrs. Clean, she corrects me. And don't thank me. That man, she gestures discreetly toward Carter, is a devil in disguise. I've seen him. Know how he changes when he thinks no one is watching. Ethan looks at her with obvious gratitude. Mrs. Klein winks at him. I brought you a donut, kid, but these cops wouldn't let me give it to you. Said it might have a file in it. She lets out a short laugh. As if I know how to do that. The office door finally opens. DeMoss comes out first, her face grim. Camacho follows, visibly uncomfortable. The DA approaches our cell. Mr. Anderson. I'm District Attorney Melinda Moss. Her voice is firm but not hostile. We've reviewed the case and I've found significant irregularities in the procedure. Carter stands up, walking over quickly. DeMoss, a pleasure to meet you. Carter Vance, I trust you'll see justice done in this unfortunate incident. The DA barely looks at him. Mr. Vance, I suggest you contact a lawyer immediately. A lawyer? But I'm the victim here. That is yet to be determined, she replies dryly. Lieutenant Roberts, release Mr. Alvarado. His detention did not follow established protocols. April doesn't hide her satisfaction as she opens the cell. Ethan looks at me disbelieving. I can go. Yes, the DA confirms. But I need both you and your grandfather to remain available for further statements. Carter steps forward visibly upset. This is unacceptable. You're just letting my attacker go. What kind of justice is this, Mr. Vance? The DA's voice takes on a sharp edge. The recordings we've reviewed show a very different version of events. Tampering with evidence is a federal crime. If you wish to avoid more serious charges, I suggest you moderate your tone and cooperate fully with the investigation. Carter turns pale. He looks at Camacho, who avoids his gaze, understanding that the ship is sinking. Inspector Camacho, the DA continues. You are temporarily relieved of your duties until the internal investigation is complete. Surrender your badge and weapon to the officer on duty. Camacho's face twists in a mix of disbelief and contained rage. This is a mistake, DA. My procedures were standard. Your procedures included accepting tampered evidence and omitting crucial information from the initial report. The medical evaluation of Mr. Alvarado directly contradicts your statement of facts. The DA doesn't raise her voice, but every word lands like a hammer. Lieutenant Roberts is in charge of this precinct until further notice. We leave the precinct just as the sky begins to lighten. The cool morning air is refreshing after hours in that oppressive environment. Ethan walks beside me in silence, visibly exhausted but relieved. Where are we going, Grandpa? To my house. You can't go back to yours. Not right now. In the car, I notice Ethan slowly relaxing. The silence between us is comfortable, but I know we have a lot to talk about. This isn't over, is it? He finally asks. No, Ethan. It's just beginning. At my house, I make coffee while Ethan takes a quick shower. I lend him some old clothes from when my son Daniel, Ethan's father, lived with me. They're a bit big, but they'll do. Sitting in the kitchen with steaming mugs in front of us, we finally have that pending conversation. How long has this been going on, Ethan? My grandson stares into the dark liquid. Soon after he married Mom. At first, it was just yelling, small humiliations. He said I was lazy, that I didn't help around the house, that I spent too much. Did your mother know? It always happened when she wasn't there. And when I told her, Carter denied everything. He said I was exaggerating or just making things up to separate them. Ethan swallows hard. After a while, Mom stopped believing me. When did it turn from words to fists? About 6 months ago, he came home drunk, furious because he'd lost money on an investment. He said I was bad luck. That since I came into his life, everything was going wrong. Ethan's voice breaks slightly. He slapped me so hard I fell to the floor. Then he cried, apologized, gave me money so I wouldn't say anything. I feel the anger rising, but I forced myself to stay calm. Why didn't you call me then? I thought I could handle it and I was afraid that if I reported him, Mom would suffer. She seemed happy for the first time since Dad died. The phone interrupts our conversation. It's Grace, Ethan's mother. Dad? Carter just called me completely hysterical. He says Ethan attacked him and that you interfered to get him out of the precinct. What is going on? I explain the situation as calmly as possible, but Grace is skeptical. I know Carter, Dad. He's not the monster you're describing. You haven't seen your son. He has a black eye and his eyebrow is split open. Are you going to say he did that to himself, too? The silence on the other end of the line tells me everything. Part of her suspected, but she chose not to see. I'm on my way, she finally says. I want to talk to Ethan. After I hang up, I meet my grandson's questioning gaze. Mom's coming. Yes, but you don't need to worry. I won't let her take you back to that house. While we wait, Ethan finally falls asleep on the sofa. I watch him, remembering when he was just a boy, running through this same living room, chasing his father. Daniel, my son, died when Ethan was just 8. A highway accident, as absurd and sudden as these tragedies usually are. Grace was shattered, and Ethan grew up without that much-needed father figure. The doorbell rings just after noon. Grace is pale with dark circles under her eyes. And to my surprise, Carter is standing next to her. What is he doing here? I ask, not hiding my hostility. He's my husband, Dad, and we need to resolve this as a family. A family doesn't beat its members, Grace. Carter steps in, putting on his best concerned man face. Mr. Anderson, I understand your concern. There was a misunderstanding last night. Things got out of control, but I assure you I would never intentionally hurt Ethan. Save the act, Vance. The DA has evidence of your previous assaults. Carter pales for a moment, but recovers quickly. That meddling old woman twisted the facts. Any physical contact with Ethan has been purely disciplinary. Disciplinary? Errol's voice surprised us all. She's standing right inside my doorway in uniform, her expression serious. I didn't hear her arrive. Lieutenant Roberts, Carter says nervously. We weren't expecting you. Evidently, April steps forward. Mr. Vance, I have a warrant to seize the electronic devices from your home, including the video surveillance system. We need to recover the original recordings. This is an invasion of privacy, Carter protests. On what authority? On the authority of this warrant signed by Judge Miranda Espinosa. April shows him the document. Furthermore, the district attorney has requested that you report for a formal statement this afternoon. Grace looks at me confused and scared. Dad, what is happening? The noise wakes Ethan, who comes to the door, rubbing his eyes. When he sees his mother, he runs to hug her. When he sees Carter, he stops cold. What is he doing here? Ethan, we need to talk, Grace says, trying to sound conciliatory. Carter says there was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Ethan steps back. He hit me, Mom. Like he's done so many times when you're not here. And then he threatens me so I won't say anything. Carter moves toward him, his gesture threatening. Stop lying, you ungrateful little brat. After everything I've done for you and your mother. Mr. Vance. April interrupts, stepping between them. I suggest you maintain your distance from Mr. Alvarado. Any attempt at intimidation will be added to the existing charges. Carter glares at her with barely contained hatred, but he backs down. This isn't over. I have powerful friends, connections. Your connections are also being investigated, April replies. Including your relationship with Inspector Camacho and certain City Hall officials. Carter looks at Grace. Are you going to allow this? Let them destroy our family over your son's lies. Grace seems torn between two loyalties. She looks at Ethan, then at Carter, then at me. I need to see those recordings, she says, her voice breaking. I need to know the truth. The truth is right in front of you, I tell her, pointing to Ethan's injuries. You just need to open your eyes to see it. Carter realizes he's losing ground. His face transforms, dropping the mask of the reasonable man. You ask for this, you meddling old man. If you think this will end well for you or for the brat, you are very mistaken. He turns and walks to his car, ignoring April's calls for him to report for his statement. Let him go, Lieutenant. I say he won't get far. Grace comes into the house protectively hugging Ethan. April stays with me at the door for a moment. He should have presented himself voluntarily, she says, or I'll have to arrest him. Will he? He's too arrogant to believe he's in real trouble. He's underestimating the seriousness of this. We found more videos on Mrs. Klein's phone. Episodes of abuse going back months. Does the DA have all this? Everything, and she is furious. Few things make Melinda Moss angrier than child abuse and police corruption. April looks at me seriously. Watch your grandson, Inspector. Men like him become most dangerous when they feel they're losing control. After April leaves, I go inside. Grace is sitting on the sofa, her head in her hands. Ethan's in the kitchen making you some tea. Why didn't I see it? Grace murmurs as I sit beside her. How could I have been so blind? Love blinds us sometimes, I say softly. And Carter is a good manipulator. You're not the first, and you won't be the last to fall for someone like that. My own son, she sobs. My boy. And I didn't protect him. You can still protect him now, I say. By leaving Carter. By testifying against him. Grace looks at me, determination growing in her eyes. I will. He will never lay a hand on him again. The next few hours pass in a strange calm. Ethan and Grace talk for a long time in the guest room. I try to keep busy, making food that nobody really has an appetite for. The phone rings several times. The DA, Lieutenant Roberts, even a couple of reporters who somehow got wind of the case. I tell them all the same thing. We'll talk after we rest. At nightfall, after Ethan has finally fallen asleep, Grace sits with me on the porch. I never imagined it would end like this, she says, looking at the stars. When I met Carter, he seemed so perfect, attentive, loving, stable. Manipulators always seem perfect at first. There were signs, she admits. Controlling comments, unexplainable jealousy, little lies, but I convinced myself they were unimportant. What will you do now? Divorce him, obviously. Testify against him. Try to repair my relationship with Ethan. She sighed deeply. It will be a long process. I'll be here to support you both, I assure her. My phone vibrates. A text from April. Carter never showed up for his statement. We've issued a warrant for his arrest. A chill runs down my spine. A man like Carter, cornered, is dangerous. What's wrong? Grace asks, noticing my expression. Nothing important, I lie, not wanting to worry her more. You should get some rest. That night, I sleep fitfully, waking at every noise. At 5 a.m, the phone rings. It's April again. We found Carter's car abandoned near the airport, but there's no record of him getting on a flight, she informs me. We think he might be using fake documents or someone is helping him hide. Have you checked his bank accounts? They've been frozen since last night. And we have surveillance on all his known properties. Watch Camacho, too. If anyone knows where Carter is hiding, it's him. Camacho is under constant surveillance. I hang up and stare out the window. The dawn light begins to illuminate the empty street. Everything seems quiet, but I can't shake the feeling that this calm is just the prelude to something worse. 2 days pass with no news of Carter. Ethan starts to relax, even smiling occasionally. Grace files for divorce and files a formal complaint for domestic violence. DeMoss informs me that the investigation has widened. Apparently, Carter is involved in shady deals with several municipal officials, including bribery and influence peddling. On the morning of the third day, Grace decides to go back to her house briefly to pick up some belongings. I insist on going with her, but she refuses. The police have had the house under surveillance all night, she says. Carter isn't there. Besides, I'll go with an officer. I'll be fine. Something inside me says it's a bad idea, but I don't want to seem overprotective. Grace already feels guilty enough. Call me when you get there, and before you leave, I tell her. I promise. Ethan and I stay home playing chess to distract ourselves. He's good at the game, calculating and patient. He reminds me of his father. The phone rings and I answer, expecting to hear Grace. Instead, it's Carter. Listen to me carefully, old man. His voice is agitated, frantic. Your daughter-in-law is with me. If you want to see her again, bring Ethan to the abandoned warehouse at 54 Industrial Avenue, 1 hour. Just you two. If I see a single cop, Grace will pay. Carter, don't be a fool. 1 hour, he shouts and hangs up. I look at Ethan, who has grasped the gravity of the situation from my expression. I can't tell him the truth, but I can't lie either. What's wrong, Grandpa? Is it Mom? Your mother is fine, I say, trying to sound convincing. But I need you to stay here while I go take care of something important. It's Carter, isn't it? Ethan's intuition surprises me. What has he done? At that moment, my phone rings again. It's April. Inspector, we have a situation. Grace never made it to her house. The officer who was supposed to escort her was found unconscious in his patrol car. Carter has her, I say directly. He just called me. He wants me to bring Ethan to a warehouse on Industrial Avenue in 1 hour or he'll hurt Grace. Don't go alone, Inspector. It's a trap. I know, but I can't risk my daughter-in-law's life. Get me the exact address. I'll send undercover units. I give her the details and hang up. Ethan stares at me. I'm going with you, he says firmly. No way. It's too dangerous. It's my mother, Grandpa. And this is my fault. It's not your fault, Ethan. None of this is your fault. If you don't take me, I'll go on my own. His determination is absolute. I look at him, weighing the situation. If I leave him here, he'll probably try to follow me, putting himself in more danger. If I take him, at least I can try to protect him. All right, I finally give in. But you will do exactly what I say. No questions. Understood? He nods gravely. Understood. As we prepare to leave, I can't help but think we're walking into the darkest part of this story. But I also know that sometimes you have to face the darkness before the light can finally come. The drive to the warehouse feels eternal. I drive in silence, Ethan beside me. His hands are shaking slightly, but his gaze reflects a determination that reminds me of his father. Before leaving, I tucked my old service pistol into the back of my waistband. I hoped I'd never have to use it again. But life has cruel ways of changing our plans. Do you have a plan? Ethan asks, breaking the silence. Lieutenant Roberts is sending undercover units. We won't be alone. What if they're late? What if Carter sees the cops and hurts Mom? I don't have a comforting answer, so I give him the truth. We'll do everything possible to make sure that doesn't happen. My phone vibrates with a text from April. Team's in position in 15 minutes. Wait before you go in, but we don't have 15 minutes. As we get to Industrial Avenue, I see the abandoned warehouse at the end of the street. It's a decrepit red brick building with broken windows and graffiti covering its walls. A perfect place for an ambush. I park a block away, scanning the surroundings. No other vehicles are visible, but I spot a black sedan with tinted windows near the side entrance. Must be Carter's car. Stay here, I tell Ethan. I'm going to check it out first, Grandpa, he said. We both had to go. I know, but I'm not putting you in danger. I'm already in danger, he replies with a maturity that surprises me. And so is Mom. You can't protect us both by staying here. You're right. It pains me to admit it. But before I can respond, my phone rings again. It's Carter. I see you've arrived. Get in here now or your daughter-in-law pays. We're coming. Carter, don't do anything stupid. You have 2 minutes. I look at Ethan, feeling the weight of responsibility crushing me. Stay behind me at all times. Understood? He nods gravely. We walk toward the warehouse, each step heavier than the last. The main door is ajar, creaking ominously as I push it open. The inside is dark, barely lit by light filtering through dirty windows and some skylights. Carter, I call out, trying to keep my voice steady. In the back, Ed. Both of you, come on. We move forward between boxes and abandoned machinery. The place smells like damp and rust. When we reach a larger open space, I see them. Carter is standing, holding Grace by the arm. Her face is stained with tears, but she seems unharmed. Mom! Ethan shouts, trying to run forward. I stop him, putting an arm out in front of him. Easy, I whisper. Then to Carter. We're here. Let my daughter-in-law go. Carter lets out a bitter laugh. You think it's that simple, old man? You ruined my life, my reputation, my business. Everything is in jeopardy because of you. You did this to yourself, I reply. No one forced you to hit a child. The brat needed discipline. Carter tightens his grip on Grace's arm, making her worse. And you meddling old fool, had no right to interfere in my family. Let me go, Carter. Grace says, her voice trembling. Please, this is only making things worse. Shut up, he yells, shaking her. You betrayed me, too. After everything I did for you and your ungrateful son. I scan the situation, weighing my options. Carter seems more and more unstable. His eyes have the feverish glint of a cornered animal. I don't see a weapon, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have one. What do you want, Carter? I ask, trying to buy time. I need April's units to arrive. I want my life back, he answers, his voice cracking slightly. I want all the charges dropped. I want the DA to stop the investigation into my business. And I want this brat, he points at Ethan, To take back all his lies. They're not lies, Ethan says with surprising calm. And you're right about one thing. You ruined your own life. Every time you hit me, every time you threatened me, every time you manipulated my mother, you dug your own grave. Carter lets go of Grace and lunges toward Ethan. It's the moment I was waiting for. I move quickly, putting myself between them. Don't you dare touch him. Or what, old man? What are you going to do? Carter shoves me, underestimating my strength. I don't budge. Get away from my family, I warn him, feeling the pistol press against my lower back. Carter smiles, a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Your family? How touching. The old cop protecting his own. He turns as if to walk away, but suddenly spins and throws a punch that I barely managed to dodge. The sudden movement makes me stumble back, giving Carter time to pull something from his waistband. A revolver. He points it directly at me. Now we're going to talk seriously, he says with a chilling calm. You and I know how this works, Ed. Men like us understand the language of power. Put the gun down, Carter. The police are on their way. Of course they are. I was expecting them. He smiles again, but by the time they get here, we'll have already settled our business. Grace takes advantage of the distraction to move to Ethan, hugging him protectively. Carter looks at them with contempt. Look at the happy family. How sweet, Carter. I try to reason with him. You can still get out of this. Put the gun down. Surrender. Cooperate with the DA. Maybe they'll make a deal. A deal? He laughs. No, Ed. Men like me don't make deals. We either win or he leaves the sentence hanging, but his look says it all. I hear a faint noise behind me. Someone has entered the warehouse. I keep my expression neutral, not wanting to alert Carter. Why don't we let Grace and Ethan leave? I propose. This is between you and me. No, Carter replies, waving the gun. They're part of this. They're my insurance. The noise becomes more obvious. Carter tenses, looking into the shadows behind me. Who's there? He yells. Show yourself or I shoot. I take advantage of his momentary distraction to move closer to Grace and Ethan, positioning myself in front of them. If Carter shoots, he'll have to go through me first. Police. April's voice echoes in the warehouse. Drop the weapon, Mr. Vance. Carter seems surprised, but not scared. Lieutenant Roberts, how predictable. Did you come alone or bring backup? You're surrounded, Vance. There's no way out. There are always ways out, Lieutenant. Carter adjusts his stance, steadying his grip on the revolver. You just need the right incentive. I glance into the shadows, trying to locate April. I see her partially hidden behind a column, her weapon aimed at Carter. Let them go, Carter, she says firmly. More units are arriving. In minutes, this place will be full of officers. Then we don't have much time, Carter replies. He suddenly points the gun at Ethan. Either you let me walk out of here or the kid pays for everything. It all happens in an instant. Without thinking, I lunge at Carter just as he pulls the trigger. The shot echoes through the warehouse, deafening. I feel a sharp pain in my shoulder, but I manage to tackle Carter, bringing him to the ground. The gun falls from his hand, skittering across the concrete floor. April emerges from the shadows, running toward us. Grace screams, holding Ethan, who seems unharmed. Carter and I struggle on the floor. Despite my age, the adrenaline gives me the strength to keep him pinned until April arrives and cuffs him. Are you okay, Inspector? April asks, noticing the blood on my shirt. It's just a scratch, I lie, feeling the pain intensify. Take care of him. More officers flood into the warehouse, securing the place. One of them comes to me with a first aid kit while Carter is pulled to his feet and led away screaming threats and insults. This isn't over, he yells. I have powerful friends. I'll get revenge on all of you. Grace and Ethan rush over, worried about my wound. Grandpa, you're bleeding a lot, Ethan says, his eyes full of tears. I've had worse, I try to reassure him, though the pain is considerable. An ambulance is on the way, April informs me. Hang on, Inspector. As the paramedic puts pressure on the wound, I look at my family. Despite the terror they just went through, I see relief on their faces. Carter can't hurt them anymore. In the ambulance, with Grace and Ethan by my side, I feel a strange sense of peace. The wound hurts, but it's a reminder that I'm alive, that we all survived this nightmare. Thank you, Dad, Grace whispers, squeezing my hand. For saving us. I always will, I reply, feeling the sedative they gave me start to kick in. I'll always be there for you. The days in the hospital pass slowly. The bullet grazed the bone in my shoulder, but did no serious damage. The doctors say I'll have full mobility after a few weeks of therapy. April visits me regularly, keeping me updated on the case. Carter is facing multiple charges: kidnapping, aggravated assault, child abuse, attempted homicide, obstruction of justice. The list is long. Camacho has also been formally charged with cover-up and evidence tampering. DA Moss has widened the investigation, uncovering a corruption network involving several city officials. One afternoon, while Ethan is helping me with the hospital food, I notice he's unusually thoughtful. "What's on your mind, son?" "I was thinking about everything that happened, about how one man can cause so much harm. Some men confuse power with the right to abuse others," I tell him. "It's a hard lesson, but an important one." "I think I want to study law," he says suddenly. "I want to help people like us, people facing injustice." I smile, feeling an immense sense of pride. "You'll be an excellent lawyer, Ethan." "It's all thanks to you, Grandpa." His eyes get misty. "If I hadn't had the courage to call you that night." "But you did," I interrupt. "And that shows the kind of man you are." The door opens and DeMoss walks in. It's the first time I've seen her since that night at the precinct. She looks tired but satisfied. "Inspector Anderson, I'm glad to see you recovering, DeMoss." "What a surprise. I came to inform you personally. The judge has denied bail for Carter Vance. He will remain in custody until the trial." "And Camacho," I ask, "also in custody?" "He's cooperating. Providing information on the entire corruption network." The DA looks at Ethan. "Your testimony will be crucial, young man. Do you think you can do it?" Ethan nods firmly. "I'm ready." "Good. Because what you've been through, unfortunately, is not an isolated case." The DA sits on the edge of my bed. "We're implementing a new protocol in the Justice Department precisely to prevent the manipulation of digital evidence in domestic violence cases." "A new protocol?" I ask, intrigued. "Yes." She actually smiles slightly. "We're calling it the Anderson Protocol in honor of you and your grandson." The news leaves me speechless. Ethan looks at me with shining eyes. "Did you hear that, Grandpa? Your name is going to be part of the justice system." "Our name?" I correct him. "This victory belongs to both of us." The DA gets up to leave. "We'll need you both at the courthouse next week. Lieutenant Roberts will come pick you up." "We'll be there," Ethan promises. When the DA leaves, Grace comes in with coffee and pastries from the hospital cafeteria. She's gotten some color back in her cheeks, though she still looks exhausted. "Good news?" she asks, noticing our expressions. "The best," Ethan replies and tells her about the Anderson Protocol. Grace looks at me with a mix of gratitude and regret. "Dad, I can never thank you enough. If you hadn't been there for us." "But I was," I say simply, "and I always will be." That night, after Grace and Ethan have left, I'm alone in the hospital room reflecting. I think about the terror of that late night call, the frustration with Camacho, the pain of the gunshot, but I also think about my grandson's courage, April's tenacity, and DeMoss's integrity. The system isn't perfect. It's full of Camachos and Carters, people who abuse their power. But there are also those who fight for justice, who refuse to look the other way. My phone vibrates on the nightstand. A text from April. "Case officially closed. The trial will be quick with all the evidence we have. Get some rest, Inspector. You've earned it." I smile in the dim light of the room. Maybe my career as a cop ended years ago, but I never stopped fighting for what's right. And now that fight has taken on new meaning through Ethan. I close my eyes, feeling a true sense of peace for the first time in days. The pain in my shoulder is a small price to pay for my family's safety. And knowing our experience will help protect others fills me with a quiet pride. Tomorrow I'll be discharged. Tomorrow the real healing begins. Not just my physical wound, but the invisible wounds Carter left on Ethan and Grace. It will be a long road, but we'll walk it together as a family. And as I drift off to sleep, I think about all those people suffering in silence, trapped in cycles of abuse and fear. Maybe our story, when it gets out, will give them the courage to make that desperate call in the middle of the night to ask for help, to break the silence. Because sometimes all it takes is the courage to dial a number and say, "I'm scared. Please help me." The courthouse hallways are crowded, but I walk with determination, leaning on a cane the doctors insisted I use for at least another month. The wound in my shoulder has healed well, though it still aches when the weather changes. Ethan walks beside me, tall and calm. In these past few weeks, he's matured so much that I sometimes hardly recognize the scared teenager who called me that night. Today is sentencing day. After a trial that lasted 3 weeks, the judge will announce the fate of Carter Vance and Victor Camacho. The evidence presented by the prosecution was overwhelming. The recovered videos, Mrs. Klein's recordings, Ethan's brave testimony, and the medical reports documenting the pattern of abuse. Nervous, I ask my grandson as we wait outside the courtroom. A little, he admits. Do you think he'll really pay for what he did? Damas did an exceptional job. And your testimony was flawless, Ethan. Firm, clear, without contradictions. Grace joins us wearing a formal suit. She's changed in these weeks, slowly getting back the strength she lost during her marriage to Carter. The divorce is moving forward, and she's started therapy to work through the guilt that still haunts her. The courtroom is packed, she informs us. There are several reporters, this case has gotten a lot of attention. It's true. What started as a domestic violence case turned into a wider investigation of municipal corruption. Several officials have already been indicted. The courtroom doors open and we go in. We sit in the front row behind the prosecution's table. April Roberts is already there reviewing documents. She nods at us. On the other side, Carter and Camacho's lawyers are talking quietly. Their clients haven't been brought in yet. All rise, the bailiff announces as Judge Reynolds enters. He's a man in his 60 seconds known for his fairness. You may be seated. Bring in the accused. Carter and Camacho are escorted in by guards, both wearing orange prison jumpsuits. Carter seems to have lost weight, and his usual arrogance is gone, replaced by a sullen expression. He looks at us briefly, and I think I see a flash of hatred in his eyes before he looks away. The judge adjusts his glasses and reviews the documents. After considering all the evidence presented in the jury's deliberations, this court is ready to pass sentence. The room is dead silent. I feel Ethan's hand tense up in mine. In the case of the state versus Carter Vance, the jury has found you guilty on all counts. Aggravated domestic violence, child abuse, obstruction of justice, kidnapping, and attempted homicide. The judge looks directly at Carter. This court sentences you to 22 years in prison with no possibility of parole for at least 15 years. A murmur goes through the room. Carter remains impassive as if he expected this. As for the accused Victor Camacho, the judge continues, having been found guilty of abuse of authority, cover-up, evidence tampering, and obstruction of justice. You are sentenced to 12 years in prison with possibility of review after 8 considering your cooperation with the DA's broader investigation. Camacho hangs his head visibly shaken. Furthermore, the judge adds, this court orders both defendants to pay restitution to the victims, the amount to be determined in a subsequent civil hearing. The gavel comes down, sealing their fate. Ethan exhales slowly. Grace sobs quietly beside me. Session adjourned, the judge declares. As the guards lead Carter and Camacho away, Damas comes over. Justice served, she says with professional satisfaction. The judge was as firm as we'd hoped. Thank you for everything, I say sincerely. Don't thank me. Thank your grandson, she looks at Ethan with admiration. His testimony was crucial, especially when he described the systematic pattern of abuse. Many teenagers wouldn't have had that clarity or courage. Ethan smiles shyly. I just told the truth. Sometimes that's the hardest thing to do. The DA checks her watch. I have to go. We have a press conference in 20 minutes about the case and the new protocol. Would you like to join me? I look at Ethan and Grace. I think we need a moment in private, Grace answers. It's been an intense morning. Of course, Lieutenant Roberts has all your information for the official Anderson Protocol presentation ceremony next week. When the DA leaves, we stay in the nearly empty courtroom for a few more minutes. How do you feel? I asked Ethan. Relieved, I think, but also strange. Part of me hoped he would apologize, show some kind of remorse. Men like Carter rarely admit their mistakes, I tell him. They always blame others. Do you think he'll change in prison? I don't know, son. But what's important is that he can't hurt you anymore. We leave the courthouse through a side door, avoiding the reporters. The day is bright and warm. Let's get something to eat. Grace suggests we need to celebrate this. At the restaurant, I look at my family. There's a lightness to them. I haven't seen in a long time. The shadows haven't disappeared, but they're less dense. Have you decided which university you're applying to? I ask Ethan. I'm looking at the state university, he replies. They have an excellent law program, and DA Moss said she could recommend me for a special mentorship program. That's a great opportunity, Grace says with pride. And I just got a new job. I start next month as a supervisor at my company. Everything is looking up, I say, raising my glass. To new beginnings. We toast, and for a moment, the past seems like a distant country we've managed to escape from. The following weeks settle into a new routine. My shoulder improves enough to ditch the cane. Ethan prepares his university applications with renewed enthusiasm. Grace spends more time at my house than in her own new apartment. One afternoon, I get a call from April. Inspector, We have a date for the official Anderson Protocol presentation. This Friday, 11 a.m. at the main auditorium. The DA would like you and Ethan to say a few words just to share your experience. When I tell Ethan, I see the excitement in his eyes. It's a chance to help other people who are going through the same thing. The day of the presentation, the auditorium is full. Police officers, DAs, judges. DeMoss explains the new protocol, a set of procedures to guarantee the integrity of digital evidence in domestic violence and child abuse cases. It includes metadata verification, a reinforced chain of custody, and independent forensic analysis. This protocol was born from a case that revealed serious flaws in our system. When it's my turn, I stand up. For 35 years, I served as a police inspector. I begin. I thought I knew the system, its strengths and weaknesses. But it was only when my own grandson was trapped in that system that I truly understood how vulnerable victims of domestic abuse really are. I briefly tell our story, highlighting the crucial support from people like April Roberts and Melinda Moss. When Ethan takes the microphone, his voice is clear and firm. He speaks directly to the young people present, describing the subtle signs of abuse he ignored, the psychological manipulation, the fear. If you are going through something similar, know that you are not alone, he says. There are people who will believe you. You just need to take that first step. Make that call like I did. His words are met with a deafening applause. Months pass. Ethan is accepted to the state university. Grace finalizes her divorce. I return to my old hobbies. One afternoon, almost a year after that night, I receive an official envelope. Carter's appeal has been denied. I don't mention it to Ethan or Grace. There's no reason to disturb the peace they've worked so hard to find. The next morning, Ethan comes over for breakfast. He's on break and now volunteers as a mentor for other young survivors. I have something to show you, he says, pulling a paper from his bag. It's an acceptance letter for a summer law program. This is impressive, Ethan. Deos recommended me. She says I have potential for the domestic violence prosecution unit. The path he chose isn't easy. But there's a strength in him, a resilience born from his own pain. You know what's strange, Grandpa? He says, sometimes I think about Carter, and I don't feel fear or hatred anymore. Just pity. That's part of healing. I tell him, do you still hate him? I consider it. Let's just say I don't waste my energy on him. I prefer to focus it on you, on our family, on the good things that came from this. And it's true. The Anderson Protocol is being adopted in other states. Ethan has found his calling. Grace has reclaimed her life. That weekend, we have a small celebration at my house. Grace brings food. Ethan brings friends from his support group. Mrs. Klein even comes bringing donuts. As I watch this new expanded family, April comes up to me. Did you know 3 other states are adopting the protocol? She says they're considering it at the national level. And I made Captain. Congratulations, Captain. Well deserved. Thanks, Inspector. I owe part of it to you and Ethan. As the party continues, I step onto the porch. The sky is turning orange. I think about the contrasts. While we celebrate, Carter serves his sentence. While Ethan builds a future, Camacho's career is destroyed. I don't feel satisfaction, just the certainty that justice, though imperfect and slow, finally arrived. Ethan comes out to find me. Everything okay, Grandpa? You're missing dessert. Just thinking, I say, putting my arm around his shoulders. About how proud I am of you, of the man you've become. Thanks to you, he replies, resting his head on my good shoulder. If I hadn't made that call, but you did, and that changed everything. We go back inside together. Grace greets us with a smile, a lightness in her face that reminds me of the young woman I knew before life hit her so hard. As we eat dessert, I think about all those phones ringing in the dead of night, about the trembling voices asking for help. The story that began with a desperate call didn't end with a fairy tale. Real life rarely offers those. But it gave us something just as valuable. The chance to turn pain into purpose, fear into determination, and a traumatic experience into a legacy that will protect many others. And maybe in the end, that's the most important victory of all. Story 5. My twin brother showed up covered in bruises. When I found out his wife's brothers were abusing him, we switched places and taught them a lesson they'll never forget. I was sitting at my kitchen table halfway through a cup of coffee that had gone cold when the knock came. It wasn't the confident rhythm of a friend dropping by or the hurried tap of a delivery driver. It was hesitant, almost apologetic, like whoever stood on the other side of that door wasn't sure they deserved to be there at all. I remember setting the mug down. The ceramic making a small sound against the wood and walking toward the entryway with a vague sense of unease already curling in my chest. When I opened the door, I didn't recognize him at first. Not because he looked so different from me. We're identical twins after all, mirrors of each other in almost every physical way, but because the person standing there seemed smaller somehow, diminished, like someone had taken my brother and hollowed him out from the inside. His shoulders were hunched forward, his head slightly bowed, and when he finally looked up at me, I saw the bruises. They weren't the kind of bruises you get from tripping over a curb or bumping into a corner of a table. These were deliberate, a dark purple bloom spread across his left cheekbone, the edges fading into sickly yellow-green. His bottom lip was split, crusted with dried blood. And when he shifted his weight, I noticed the way he winced, the way he held his ribs like they might crack open if he moved too quickly. His knuckles were raw, scraped clean of skin in places. And there was a haunted look in his eyes that I'd never seen before. Not even when we were kids, and things were hard. I stepped back without thinking, pulling the door wider, and he walked past me into the house like a ghost drifting through a life he no longer belonged to. I closed the door behind him, locked it, and turned to face him. He stood in the middle of my living room, arms wrapped around himself, staring at the floor. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. The silence stretched out, heavy and suffocating, until I finally managed to say his name. He flinched at the sound of it, and that small reaction, so unlike the confident, charismatic brother I'd known all my life, sent a cold spike of fear, straight through me. I asked him what happened. My voice came out rougher than I intended, sharp with worry and the beginnings of anger. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he sank down onto the edge of my couch, moving carefully like every part of him hurt. He rested his elbows on his knees and let his head hang forward. His hands clasped together so tightly that his knuckles turned white. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper, broken and raw in a way that made my chest ache. He said it was her brothers, his wife's brothers. I felt my stomach drop. I knew them vaguely. Loud, overbearing men who dominated every family gathering, who spoke over everyone and acted like they owned whatever space they occupied. I'd always thought they were just the kind of people you tolerate because you have to, not because you want to. But this was something else entirely. My brother told me it started small. A shove here, a harsh word there, always framed as a joke, always dismissed as rough play between men. They mocked him at family dinners, belittled his career, called him soft, weak, not man enough. His wife laughed along with him sometimes, or worse, said nothing at all. Just looked away while they tore him down piece by piece. He thought he could endure it. He thought if he kept his head down, stayed quiet, proved himself somehow, they would eventually leave him alone. But it got worse. They started coming to the house unannounced, barging in like they owned the place, drinking his beer, eating his food, and making it clear that he had no say in his own home. They watched him when his wife wasn't around, testing boundaries, pushing harder each time. One night, the older brother shoved him into a wall when he asked them to leave. My brother tried to stand his ground, tried to tell them they couldn't just walk all over him, and that's when the first real beating happened. They cornered him in the garage, told him he was embarrassing the family, that he needed to learn his place. The younger brother held him while the older one hit him, methodical and cold, like he was teaching a lesson. They warned him not to tell anyone, especially not his wife. They said no one would believe him anyway. And if he tried to make it a problem, they'd make sure he lost everything. His marriage, his kid, his reputation. They'd paint him as unstable, violent, a liar. And because they were her brothers, because the family always closed ranks around their own, he knew they could do it. So he stayed silent. He took the bruises and the threats and the humiliation, and he tried to survive. He told me all of this in fragments, his voice cracking, his hands shaking. He said he didn't know what to do anymore. He was afraid all the time, afraid they would escalate, afraid they would hurt his child, afraid his wife would choose them over him if he forced her to pick a side. He said he felt trapped, like he was living in a nightmare he couldn't wake up from. And he didn't see a way out. That's when he looked up at me, his eyes red-rimmed and desperate, and asked if I would help him. Not in some vague eventual way, but now. Immediately. He said he needed to disappear for a while, to get away and breathe and figure out what to do next. But he couldn't just leave. They'd go after him, or worse, they'd take it out on his kid. He needed someone to take his place just for a little while and just long enough to buy him time. And because we were twins, 'cause we'd spent our whole lives being mistaken for each other. Because no one outside of our immediate family could really tell us apart unless they looked closely, he thought maybe I could do it. He asked me to become him, to step into his life, wear his face, endure what he'd been enduring while he slipped away somewhere safe and tried to heal. I should have said no. Any reasonable person would have. The plan was insane, dangerous, and legally questionable at best, but I didn't say no. I looked at my brother, my twin, my other half, The person I'd shared a womb with, who knew me better than anyone else in the world, and I saw how broken he was. I saw the bruises and the fear and the exhaustion, and I couldn't let him go back to that house alone. I couldn't let those men keep hurting him, grinding him down until there was nothing left. So, I said yes. I told him I would do it. I would trade places with him, move into his life, face his tormentors, and buy him the time he needed to escape. And more than that, I would make sure those bastards paid for what they'd done. I wouldn't just survive in his place. I would set a trap. I would gather evidence, expose their cruelty, and dismantle the power they held over him, piece by piece. I would teach them a lesson they'd never forget. We spent the next 2 days planning. My brother walked me through every detail of his life, the routines and rhythms that made up his daily existence. He told me about his work schedule, his wife's habits, the way she liked her coffee, the things she complained about, the words she used when she was angry. He described his child, a bright, curious 8-year-old daughter named Emma, who loved a drawing and asked too many questions and deserved so much better than to grow up in a house filled with fear. He explained the layout of the house, where things were kept, which neighbors were nosy, and which ones minded their own business. He gave me his phone, his wallet, his keys, and walked me through his passwords and PIN codes. He showed me the messages from her brothers, the vague threats and mocking jokes that filled his text history, and I felt my anger solidify into something cold and sharp. These men thought they were untouchable. They thought they could terrorize my brother without consequence. I was going to prove them wrong. We also talked about how to make the switch believable. The physical resemblance was easy. We'd always looked alike, down to the small scar above our right eyebrow and the crook in the way we smiled when we were nervous. But I needed to match his energy, his body language, the small gestures that made him who he was. I practiced the way he stood slightly slouched, weight on his back foot, like he was always ready to retreat. I mimicked the way he rubbed the back of his neck when he was stressed, the way he avoided eye contact when someone raised their voice. I learned to flinch at sudden movements, to keep my voice low and apologetic, to make myself smaller. It felt wrong, like I was putting on the skin of someone who'd been beaten down. But it was necessary. If I walked in there acting like myself, confident, confrontational, unwilling to take from anyone, they'd know something was off. I had to be him completely until the moment I was ready to strike. My brother also told me stories, memories that would help me understand the context of his life better. He told me about how he'd met Jennifer in college, how she'd been different then, independent, funny, someone who seemed to have her own mind. But after they got married and moved closer to her family, things changed. Her brothers had always been protective of her, borderline possessive, and they treated every man she dated like an interloper who needed to prove himself worthy. When my brother married her, Marcus and Derek decided he needed to be tested. Needed to understand that he was marrying into their family and would need to follow their rules. At first, it was just little things. Showing up uninvited, making decisions about family gatherings without consulting him, treating him like a child who needed guidance. Jennifer didn't push back 'cause this was normal to her. She'd grown up with her brothers running everything, making decisions, exerting control. She didn't see it as intrusive or inappropriate. She saw it as family being close. Over time, the dynamic became more toxic. Marcus, who was the oldest, established himself as the patriarch of the extended family after their father had a stroke and became less involved. He made it clear that he expected difference, that his word was law. Derek, the middle child, fell in line and became Marcus' enforcer, the one who carried out his wishes and backed him up. Jennifer, as the youngest and only daughter, had always been treated as someone who needed protection and guidance. When my brother tried to assert himself, tried to establish boundaries or make decisions about his own household, Marcus and Derek saw it as insubordination. They started punishing him for it socially at first, making jokes at his expense, excluding him from conversations, treating him like he didn't matter. Then it escalated to physical intimidation, and eventually to outright violence. My brother told me about the first time Marcus hit him. It was at a family barbecue. And my brother had made the mistake of disagreeing with Marcus about something trivial. Sports, politics, something that shouldn't have mattered. Marcus had gotten angry, his face flushing red, and he'd grabbed my brother by the shirt and shoved him hard against the side of the house. Nobody intervened. Derek laughed. Jennifer looked uncomfortable, but said nothing. Marcus leaned in close and told my brother that he needed to learn respect, that he was lucky to be part of this family and that if he didn't fall in line, there would be consequences. My brother had been so shocked, so humiliated that he didn't know how to respond. He just nodded and apologized and tried to smooth things over. That was the moment he told me when he realized he was trapped. If his own wife wouldn't defend him, if the family would just watch while he was assaulted, then who would help him? The abuse became routine after that. Marcus and Derek would come over several times a week and there was always some pretext. They were checking in on their sister. They wanted to borrow tools. They were just hanging out. But really, they were asserting dominance, making sure my brother understood his place. They'd criticize everything about him. His job, his appearance, his parenting, his masculinity. They'd take things from the house without asking. They'd eat dinner without offering to contribute. They'd stay late into the night drinking and getting louder. And my brother would have to sit there and take it because any objection would be met with mockery or violence. Emma learned to disappear when they came over to retreat to her room and stay quiet. She developed anxiety around loud male voices, around unexpected visitors, around conflict of any kind. My brother hated what his daughter was learning. Hated that she was growing up thinking this was normal. But he didn't know how to stop it without making everything worse. On the third day, we made the switch. My brother packed a small bag with clothes and essentials, and I drove him to a friend's cabin 3 hours away, a place no one else knew about. The cabin belonged to an old college buddy of ours who had moved overseas for work and rarely used it. My brother had the keys and knew the alarm codes, and it was remote enough that he could disappear completely. He would stay there off the grid while I took his place. Before I left him, I made him promise to see a doctor, to get his injuries checked out, and to start thinking about what came next. Divorce, custody, restraining orders, whatever he needed to do to protect himself and Emma. He nodded, but I could see the doubt in his eyes, the fear that none of it would matter, that the system wouldn't protect him, that her family would find a way to win. I squeezed his shoulder and told him to trust me. I told him I would handle it, that by the time I was done, Marcus and Derek would regret ever laying a hand on him. Then I got back in the car and drove to his house. My heart pounding, my mind racing through everything I needed to remember. When I pulled into the driveway, I saw the lights on inside, warm and familiar, a picture of suburban normalcy that hid so much ugliness beneath the surface. I took a deep breath, grabbed his keys, and walked up to the front door. This was it. I was stepping into his life, into his pain, and I wouldn't come out until I'd burned it all down. His wife was in the kitchen when I walked in, standing at the counter with her back to me, chopping vegetables for dinner. She didn't turn around, just called out a distracted greeting, asking where I'd been. I forced myself to match my brother's soft, differential tone, and told her I'd run some errands. She made a noncommittal sound, still not looking at me, and I realized with a sinking feeling that this was normal for them. This distance, this lack of connection. She didn't look at him 'cause she didn't need to. He was just a background presence in his own home, someone to be tolerated rather than noticed. I watched her for a moment, searching for some sign of the person my brother had fallen in love with. But all I saw was someone who had checked out long ago, who had chosen comfort over compassion. I asked where Emma was, and she gestured vaguely toward the living room, saying she was watching TV. I walked past her, my jaw tight, and found my niece curled up on the couch, tablet in hand, absorbed in some brightly colored cartoon. She glanced up when I entered, gave me a small smile, and went back to her screen. I sat down next to her, close, but not too close, and asked how her day was. She shrugged and said it was fine, her voice flat, and I realized she'd learned the same survival tactic as my brother. Keep your head down. Don't make waves. Stay quiet. Broke my heart. That first evening passed intense normally. Jennifer made dinner and we ate at the table in near silence. Emma picked at her food and Jennifer scrolled through her phone and I tried to blend into the background the way my brother would have. After dinner, I helped Emma with her homework sitting at the kitchen table while she worked through math problems. She was smart, quick with numbers, but she kept checking the front door nervously like she was waiting for something bad to happen. I asked her if she was okay and she said she was fine in that same flat voice, the voice of a child who'd learned that expressing fear or discomfort didn't help anything. I wanted to tell her that things were going to change, that she wouldn't have to be afraid much longer, but I couldn't. Not yet. Any deviation from my brother's normal behavior might tip off Jennifer or alert Marcus and Derek that something was different. So, I just helped her finish her homework, told her she'd done a good job, and let her retreat to her room for the night. That night, I learned the full extent of the nightmare my brother had been living. Around 8 o'clock, I heard the sound of a truck pulling up outside, the engine rumbling loud and aggressive. My pulse spiked, and I glanced toward the window, already knowing who it was. Her brothers. The door burst open without a knock. And they walked in like they owned the place, loud and laughing, tracking mud across the floor. The older one, Marcus, was built like a linebacker, all broad shoulders and thick arms with a buzz cut and a permanent sneer. The younger one, Derek, was leaner, but just as intimidating, with a sharp jawline and cold eyes that seemed to enjoy other people's discomfort. They headed straight for the fridge, grabbing beers without asking. And Marcus called out to my brother's wife, asking what was for dinner. She answered from the kitchen, her tone light and accommodating, telling them there were leftovers they could heat up. I felt a surge of disgust. She knew they were here. She welcomed it. They settled into the living room, sprawling across the furniture, and Marcus looked at me, his gaze sliding over me with casual contempt. He asked where I'd been all day, his tone mocking like I was a child being questioned by an authority figure. I kept my voice even and said I'd been out running errands. Derek laughed a harsh barking sound and said it looked like Marcus agreed, adding that I should get some rest, maybe hit the gym, stop being such a. They both laughed at that, and I forced myself to stay still, to keep my expression neutral, even though every instinct screamed at me to tell them to off and get out of this house. But I wasn't here as myself. I was here as my brother, the person they'd broken. And I needed them to believe the act. I watched them carefully that first night, cataloging their behavior, their patterns, the way they interacted with each other and with Jennifer. Marcus was clearly the alpha, the one who made decisions and expected others to fall in line. He spoke in declaratives, not questions, and he had a way of filling space that made everyone else shrink. Derek was his shadow, backing up everything Marcus said, laughing at his jokes, and forcing his will. Together, they created an atmosphere of dominance and intimidation that was suffocating. Jennifer moved around them like a waitress in a restaurant, bringing them snacks and drinks, laughing at their jokes, never challenging or contradicting them. I saw the way she'd glance at me occasionally, checking to make sure I wasn't causing any problems, wasn't saying or doing anything that might upset her brothers. The message was clear. Keep your head down. Don't make waves. And maybe they'll leave soon. They stayed until after midnight. They watched sports, drank my brother's beer, and made themselves completely at home. At one point, Marcus got up and went into the kitchen, rummaging through the pantry like he lived there. He found a bag of chips and brought it back to the living room, tearing it open and eating handfuls while dropping crumbs all over the couch. When I got up to get a glass of water, dear Eric called after me, telling me to bring him another beer. While I was up, I bit back the refusal that rose in my throat and did it, handing him the beer with a neutral expression. He took it without thanking me. And Marcus smirked like my compliance was amusing. This was a test. I realized everything they did was a test, a way of reinforcing the hierarchy, of making sure I knew I was at the bottom. When they finally left, the house felt both emptier and heavier. Jennifer cleaned up the mess they'd made without comment, and I helped her, wanting to appear normal, wanting to blend in. She didn't say anything about their visit. Didn't acknowledge the hours of invasion and disrespect we just endured. It was like it hadn't happened, or like it was so routine that it didn't warrant discussion. I wanted to scream. I wanted to ask her how she could allow this, how she could watch her husband be treated like garbage in his own home and say nothing, do nothing. But I couldn't. Not yet. So, I just finished cleaning, said good night, and went to bed in the guest room. My brother had warned me that he and Jennifer hadn't shared a bed in months. Another casualty of the toxic dynamic in the house. I lay awake for a long time that first night, staring at the ceiling, processing everything I'd observed. The casual cruelty, the entitlement, the way Jennifer enabled it all. I thought about Emma, asleep in her room, growing up in this environment. I thought about my brother, 3 hours away in that cabin, probably unable to sleep, worried about what was happening here. I thought about Marcus and Derek, comfortable and smug, certain that they'd broken my brother completely, that he would never fight back. They had no idea what was coming. I pulled out my phone and started making notes, everything I'd observed, everything they'd said, the timeline of their visit. This was just the beginning. I was going to document everything, build a case so thorough that there would be no escape for them. And then I was going to destroy them. Over the next few days, I observed them carefully, learning their patterns, their cruelty, the way they operated. They came by almost every evening, sometimes staying for hours, drinking and eating and making themselves at home. They bossed Jennifer around, treating her like a servant, and she complied without complaint, sometimes even laughing along with their jokes. They ignored Emma most of the time, which was a mercy. But occasionally, Marcus would ruffle her hair too roughly or make some comment about her being soft, and I'd see the way my niece flinched, the way she retreated into herself. I started to understand how my brother had ended up so broken. This wasn't just physical abuse. It was psychological warfare, a constant erosion of dignity and autonomy. They made him feel powerless in his own home, and everyone around him enabled it. The first time they hit me, I was ready. It happened on the fourth night. Marcus was drunk and drunker than usual, and he'd been needling me all evening, making comments about my job, my appearance, my worth as a man. I kept my responses short and non-confrontational, but it didn't matter. He wanted a reaction, and when he didn't get one, he decided to escalate. He stood up abruptly, crossed the room, and shoved me hard in the chest. I stumbled back, catching myself against the wall, and he stepped closer, his face inches from mine. He asked if I had a problem, his breath hot and sour with alcohol. I said no, keeping my voice steady, and he shoved me again harder this time. Derek laughed from the couch, egging him on. Then Marcus hit me, a sharp backhand across the face that made my ears ring. I tasted blood, felt the sting spread across my cheek, and forced myself to do nothing. I stood there head down, hands at my sides, playing the part of the broken man they expected. Marcus called me pathetic and walked away satisfied. Jennifer had watched the whole thing from the kitchen doorway. She didn't say a word. She just turned and went back to washing dishes. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, I sat in the bathroom with my phone recording a voice memo to myself. I described what had happened, the details of the assault, the witnesses who did nothing. My voice was steady as I spoke, clinical almost. But inside I was shaking with rage. Not at the pain. I'd been hit before, had been in fights, knew how to take a punch, but at the injustice of it, at the casual cruelty, at the fact that this had been my brother's reality for so long. I knew I needed evidence, not just for the legal system, but for myself, to remind me why I was doing this, to keep the anger focused and controlled. Over the following weeks, I built a careful, methodical record of their behavior. I recorded their conversations when they didn't know I was listening, capturing threats and insults and admissions of past violence. I took photos of the bruises they left on me, new ones that matched my brother's, and timestamped them. I saved every text message, every voicemail, every piece of communication that revealed their cruelty. I also started digging into their lives, learning about their jobs, their reputations, the people who enabled them. Marcus worked for a construction company called Apex Builders, where he was a foreman known for being a hard ass, but also for cutting corners and intimidating workers. I started casually asking questions about his work when he'd come over acting interested, and he'd brag about how he ran his crews. How he didn't take from anyone, how he'd fire people on the spot if they didn't do exactly what he said. He told stories about screaming at workers, about threatening them, about times he'd gotten physical when someone questioned his authority. I recorded all of it, every incriminating word. Derek was a loan officer at First National Bank, someone who presented a clean, professional image, but had a history of shady dealings that his family helped him cover up. He was more careful than Marcus, less likely to openly brag. But after a few drinks, he'd let things slip. Comments about loans he'd approved for friends even though they didn't qualify. About kickbacks he'd received. About times he'd pressured vulnerable clients into deals that benefited him. I recorded those conversations, too, building a file that would eventually destroy his career. I also started building relationships with people who might help me when the time came. There was a neighbor, Mrs. Alvarez, an older woman, who lived 2 houses down and had always seemed kind but watchful. I made a point of talking to her when I saw her outside, mentioning in passing how stressful things had been at home. She gave me a long searching look. Her dark eyes full of concern, and said, if I ever needed anything, I should let her know. She had that quality that some older women have, that grandmother energy that makes you feel like you can trust them, like they've seen enough of life to understand complicated situations without judgment. I thanked her and filed that connection away. At my brother's workplace, a mid-sized accounting firm called Patterson & Associates, I identified a co-worker named Sam who had always been friendly. Someone who seemed decent and observant. Sam was around my brother's age with an easy smile and a reputation for being the guy who checked in on people, who noticed when someone was struggling. I let slip carefully during a conversation at the coffee machine that things were tough at home. Sam's expression shifted to one of genuine concern, and they offered to grab coffee sometime if I needed to talk. I accepted, planting seeds that I knew I'd need later. I was building a network of witnesses, people who would remember my brother's struggles, who would be willing to speak up when the time came. The abuse continued, escalating in small increments. They hit me more often, always when Jennifer wasn't in the room or when she was close enough to hear, but chose to ignore it. They mocked me relentlessly, called me weak, stupid, worthless. Marcus had a particularly cruel habit of comparing me to other men in their social circle, pointing out how much more successful or masculine or capable they were. Derek developed a game where he'd send me increasingly degrading text messages throughout the day, ordering me to do things, have dinner ready by 7, make sure there's beer in the fridge, tell Jennifer I'm bringing someone by tomorrow, treating me like a servant in my own home. I saved every single message, screenshots carefully organized by date and time, building a digital paper trail that would be impossible to deny. They also started messing with the house itself, asserting ownership in physical ways. Marcus would rearrange furniture when he came over, moving things to different rooms, claiming he was fixing the layout. Derek would take things, tools from the garage, electronics, even clothes. And when I'd noticed they were missing and mention it, he'd deny taking them or claim I'd said he could borrow them. It was gaslighting, making me question my own memory and perception. And I realized this was something they'd been doing to my brother for a long time. I started taking inventory of everything in the house, documenting what belonged where, so I'd have evidence of their theft. I also installed a small hidden camera in the living room, tucked behind a picture frame, angled to capture the main seating area. It was a risk. If they found it, they'd know something was up. But I needed video evidence, not just audio. I needed footage of them hitting me, of them stealing, of the casual way they invaded and dominated the space. Marcus' violence became more calculated as the weeks went on. He started hitting me in places that wouldn't show as easily. Ribs, back, shoulders. He'd corner me in the garage or the basement, places where the sound wouldn't carry to Emma's room, and he'd take his time. Derek would stand watch, sometimes recording on his phone, laughing at my attempts to protect myself. They made it a game, seeing how much they could hurt me without leaving obvious marks, testing the boundaries of what they could get away with. Once Marcus brought one of his construction buddies over, a guy named Tony, who was just as brutal. They took turns 3 against 1. And when it was over, Marcus leaned down close to my ear and said, "This is what happens when you forget your place." Remember that? I remembered. I remembered everything, and I recorded it all. The hidden camera had captured the entire assault, and I'd managed to keep my phone in my pocket recording audio. It was brutal to watch later, to see myself taking those hits, but it was necessary. This was evidence that would put them away. Emma started showing more obvious signs of the stress as the weeks went on. She became quieter, more withdrawn. Her drawings, which had been bright and imaginative, turned dark. Stick figures with frowning faces, houses with no doors, rain that never stopped. One drawing particularly gutted me. It showed a small figure labeled me standing far away from 2 large figures labeled bad men, with another figure labeled daddy sitting on the ground with X's for eyes. When I asked her about it, sitting beside her at the kitchen table trying to keep my voice gentle, she just shrugged and said she didn't like it when Uncle Marcus and Uncle Derek visited. She said they were loud and mean and they made Daddy sad. She looked up at me with those big, worried eyes and asked, "Why do they come here if they're not nice?" I didn't have an answer that an 8-year-old would understand. Didn't know how to explain that her mother allowed it, that her father had felt powerless to stop it. So, I just hugged her carefully, mindful of my bruised ribs, and told her that things were going to get better soon. I promised her, and I meant it. I took photos of her drawings, added them to my evidence file with dates and context notes. This wasn't just about physical abuse anymore. This was about documenting the psychological damage being inflicted on a child. Evidence that would be crucial in the custody battle I knew was coming. Jennifer's role in all of this became clearer the longer I lived in that house. She wasn't just passively allowing the abuse. She was actively enabling it. I started paying closer attention to her interactions with her brothers, to the things she said and didn't say. When Marcus would make a cruel joke at my expense during dinner, she'd laugh, not just a polite chuckle, but genuine amusement. When Derek would text her asking if her husband was behaving, she'd text back things like, "Trying to," or, "You know how he is," with laughing emojis. I found those messages one night when she left her phone on the bathroom counter while she was in the shower. I took screenshots, my hands shaking with anger, and sent them to my own phone before deleting the evidence that I'd accessed her device. She was in on it. She might not have been throwing the punches, but she was holding the door open for the people who did. I started documenting her role, too. I recorded conversations where she dismissed my concerns, where she told me I was being too sensitive, where she suggested that maybe if I just tried harder to get along with her brothers, things would be better. One night, after Marcus had shoved me hard enough to knock over a lamp, I tried to talk to her about it. Once we were alone, I said carefully, trying to sound defeated rather than angry, "This is getting out of hand. Your brothers are..." She cut me off before I could finish. "They're just playing around. You take everything so seriously. They're family. They're allowed to tease you." I pushed a little further, asked her if she really thought it was okay that they hit me, and she rolled her eyes. "Hit you? God, you're dramatic. Marcus barely touched you. You need to toughen up." Every word was captured on my phone, which was in my shirt pocket recording. I was building a comprehensive picture of her complicity, evidence that she was an active participant in my brother's torment, not an innocent bystander. I also started digging into her relationship with her family, trying to understand how this dynamic had formed, what made her choose her brothers over her husband. I asked her questions, pretending to be interested in family history, and she opened up more than I expected. She told me about how her brothers had always protected her growing up, How they'd scared off boys they didn't approve of, how they'd fought anyone who gave her trouble. She spoke about it with fondness, nostalgia, like their overprotective behavior was romantic rather than controlling. She said that when she introduced my brother to her family, Marcus and Derek had been skeptical, worried that he wasn't good enough for her. She'd had to convince them to give him a chance to accept him into the family. But she said with a sigh, he'd never really proven himself, never really fit in the way she'd hoped he would. The subtext was clear. My brother had failed some tests that her brothers had set, and now he was paying the price. She saw their abuse as his fault, as something he'd brought on himself by not being man enough to earn their respect. That realization made something harden inside me. Jennifer wasn't a victim. She wasn't confused or manipulated. She had made a conscious choice to prioritize her brother's approval over her husband's safety, over her daughter's well-being. She'd chosen the family she came from over the family she'd created. And she'd done it knowing full well what that meant. I stopped feeling any sympathy for her after that. Whatever happened to her in the legal proceedings to come, she'd earned it. By the 6th week, I had amassed a staggering amount of evidence. Hours of audio recordings, dozens of photos, hundreds of text messages and emails. Video footage from the hidden camera showing assaults, theft, and the general atmosphere of intimidation. I had witnessed statements from Mrs. Alvarez, who had heard the shouting and seen Marcus' truck at odd hours, who had noticed that my brother looked increasingly beaten down and afraid. I had testimony from Sam at work who had noticed the bruises and the changes in my brother's demeanor, who had documentation of the days I'd called in sick because I was too injured to come in. I had medical records, too. I'd made a point of going to a walk-in clinic after one particularly brutal beating, the one where Tony had been involved. I'd claimed I'd fallen down the stairs, but the doctor had been skeptical. She documented injuries that were inconsistent with a simple fall. Contusions on both sides of my ribcage, defensive wounds on my forearms, facial injuries that suggested I'd been struck multiple times. She'd actually pulled me aside and asked directly if someone was hurting me, if I was safe at home. I denied it, playing the role of the embarrassed, ashamed victim, but I'd also requested copies of all the medical records and photos they'd taken. She'd given them to me with a knowing look and a card for a domestic violence hotline. I thanked her and added everything to my evidence file. I also had financial records showing a pattern of theft and exploitation. Marcus and Derek had been helping themselves to my brother's money for months, making withdrawals from his account. They somehow had his ATM card probably taken from his wallet during one of their visits and charging things to his credit cards. When I started tracking it, I found thousands of dollars in unauthorized charges and withdrawals over the past year. I documented every transaction, cross-referenced them with dates when Marcus and Derek had been at the house, and built a timeline that showed systematic financial abuse. This was important because it established a pattern of exploitation beyond just the physical violence, showing that they saw my brother as someone they could use and victimize in multiple ways. I also started reaching out to people in their professional lives carefully and anonymously at first. I contacted Marcus's employer through a general ethics hotline that Apex Builders had set up after some previous controversy. I provided specific dates and incidents where Marcus had demonstrated violent behavior or safety violations on job sites, information I'd gathered from his own bragging. I didn't identify myself, just framed it as a concerned citizen who had witnessed troubling behavior. I mentioned that Marcus had a history of violence that extended to his personal life, that he'd been caught on recording threatening and assaulting someone, and that the company might want to investigate before they faced liability. The hotline operator took detailed notes and assured me that the complaint would be investigated. I gave them just enough information to be credible, but not so much that they could trace it back to me. I did the same with Derek's bank. First National had a corporate compliance department that took ethics violations seriously, especially in the wake of various banking scandals that had made national news. I sent a detailed complaint through their anonymous reporting system outlining Derek's questionable practices, the loans he'd bragged about approving for friends who didn't qualify, the kickbacks, the pressure tactics on vulnerable clients. I included screenshots of text messages where Derek had discussed these things, his words incriminating him in his own voice. I also mentioned that Derek had a history of violent behavior in his personal life, including assault charges that were pending, and suggested that the bank might want to investigate whether someone with such poor judgment and impulse control should be in a position of trust with clients' money. The complaint was flagged as high priority, and I later learned through mutual acquaintances that Derek had been called in for questioning by internal affairs. I was building a web of consequences, making sure that when everything came out, it wouldn't just be a matter of criminal charges. Their entire lives would unravel, their careers, their reputations, their social standing, everything would collapse under the weight of their own actions. I wanted them to lose everything they valued, to feel the same helplessness and desperation that my brother had felt, to understand that there are consequences for cruelty. The 7th week brought a new level of cruelty that crossed a line I hadn't expected them to cross. Marcus decided that I needed to be taught a lesson in front of Emma. It was a Saturday afternoon and Jennifer had gone out shopping with friends, leaving me alone with Emma. I should have known they'd show up. They always seemed to have a sixth sense for when Jennifer was gone, when there were no witnesses they cared about. And Marcus and Derek arrived around 2 o'clock, already drunk, even though it was early afternoon. They came in loud and aggressive. And Emma immediately tensed up, setting down the books she'd been reading and watching them with wide, frightened eyes. I told Emma to go to her room, trying to keep my voice calm, but Marcus told her to stay put. He said she needed to see something, needed to learn something about her father. He started with the usual insults, calling me weak and pathetic, but there was an edge to his voice that day, something darker than usual. He grabbed me by the shirt and slammed me against the wall hard enough that a picture frame fell and shattered. Emma looked up from where she'd frozen on the couch, her eyes wide with terror, and Marcus glanced at her with a cruel smile. He said, "Watch this, kid. This is what happens to men who don't have a spine." Then he hit me, a closed fist to the stomach that drove the air from my lungs. I collapsed to my knees, gasping, and Emma screamed. She ran toward us crying, begging Marcus to stop, her small hands pulling at his arm. For a terrible moment, I thought he might hit her, too. I saw the anger flash in his eyes, saw his hand twitch, and I lunged forward despite the pain, positioning myself between them. Derek, who had been watching from the doorway with that sick smile on his face, told Emma to go to her room. She refused, standing between me and Marcus, tears streaming down her face, her whole body shaking. "Leave my daddy alone," she screamed, her voice breaking. "You're bad. You're bad men." Marcus looked down at her, and for a moment, the mask slipped. I saw something in his face. Uncertainty maybe, or the faintest hint of shame, but then it hardened again. He pointed at her and said, "You shut your mouth and go to your room right now or your daddy's going to get it worse." Emma looked at me terrified, and I told her quietly, trying to keep my voice steady, despite the pain screaming through my stomach, to go to her room and close the door. She didn't want to leave. I could see the conflict on her face, but finally, she ran upstairs, sobbing. I heard her door slam and lock, and I pulled myself to my feet, positioning myself at the bottom of the stairs so that if they went after her, they'd have to go through me. Marcus called me pathetic again, made a few more threats about what would happen if I kept acting like a little, and finally, they left. Derek trailing after his brother, both of them laughing like they'd just done something hilarious instead of traumatizing a child. The moment their truck pulled away, I went upstairs and knocked softly on Emma's door. She opened it, her face red and swollen from crying, and she threw her arms around me, sobbing into my chest. I held her carefully, my bruised stomach aching, and let her cry. When she finally pulled back, she looked up at me and asked a question that broke my heart. "Why don't you make them stop, Daddy? Why do you let them hurt you?" I didn't have a good answer. How do you explain to an 8-year-old that her father felt trapped, powerless, afraid? How do you explain that sometimes adults fail to protect themselves because they're scared of making things worse? I told her that sometimes grown-ups have problems that are complicated, but that I was working on fixing things and that she wouldn't have to be scared much longer. I promised her that Uncle Marcus and Uncle Derek wouldn't be able to hurt us anymore soon. She asked how I knew, and I told her to trust me. She nodded, wanting to believe, and I felt the weight of that promise settle on my shoulders. I had to end this. I couldn't let this continue for one more day. That night after Emma was asleep, I reviewed the footage from the hidden camera. It had captured everything. Marcus slamming me against the wall, the picture frame falling, him hitting me, Emma screaming and running to protect me. The pure terror on her face. It also captured the moment when Marcus had looked at Emma with anger, when it seemed entirely possible he might hurt her, too. The audio picked up everything he'd said, including the threat that her daddy would get it worse if she didn't go to her room. It was damning evidence, the kind of thing that would destroy any remaining sympathy someone might have for Marcus. That would make it crystal clear that this wasn't just about adult conflict, but about a child being traumatized and endangered. I made multiple copies of that footage, uploading it to secure cloud storage, and I knew it was time to move to the final phase of my plan. The next morning, I reached out to my lawyer. Her name was Rebecca Chen, and she specialized in domestic violence and family law. I'd contacted her a few weeks into the swap, laying the groundwork, having an initial consultation where I'd explained the situation and shown her some preliminary evidence. At that meeting, she'd been cautious but intrigued, warning me about the risks of what I was doing, but also acknowledging that if I could document everything thoroughly, I'd have a strong case. Now I was ready to move forward. We met at her office on a weekday morning and I brought everything. My laptop with the recordings and video footage, My phone with thousands of messages and photos, the medical records, printed statements from witnesses, financial documentation showing the theft, all of it organized into clearly labeled folders and files. Rebecca went through it methodically, and I watched her expression shift from professional interest to genuine shock to what looked like anger on my brother's behalf. When she finished reviewing everything, she sat back in her chair and looked at me for a long moment. Then she said, "This is one of the most thoroughly documented cases of domestic abuse I've ever seen. The evidence is overwhelming. We can absolutely prosecute this, and I'm confident we'll win." She paused, then added, "What you've done, stepping into your brother's life, taking this abuse, gathering this evidence, it's extraordinary. It's also incredibly dangerous, and I'm glad you're ready to end it now before something worse happens." We discussed strategy for the next 2 hours. She outlined the legal pathway, criminal charges for assault and battery, multiple counts since there were multiple documented incidents, restraining orders not just against Marcus and Derek, but potentially against Jennifer as well, given her documented complicity, emergency custody arrangements for Emma to get her out of that house and into my brother's sole care immediately, and grounds for divorce on behalf of my brother with evidence that would make it nearly impossible for Jennifer to contest the terms or fight for custody. Rebecca explained that the strength of the evidence meant we could move quickly, that we could get emergency protective orders within days and have Marcus and Derek arrested within the week. But I wanted more than that. I told her about my plan for the family dinner for the public exposure, for making sure that everyone who had enabled Marcus and Derek saw exactly who they were. Rebecca was hesitant at first, worried about the risks, about the possibility of violence if we confronted them directly. But I convinced her that it was necessary, that legal consequences weren't enough, that I wanted social consequences, too. I wanted their reputations destroyed, their enablers forced to reckon with what they'd been supporting. Their facade of respectability ripped away in front of everyone who mattered to them. Finally, Rebecca agreed, but on certain conditions. First, we'd coordinate with the police, making sure they were on standby nearby in case things escalated. Second, we'd get the emergency protective orders and arrest warrants ready beforehand, so they'd be in effect immediately after the dinner regardless of what happened. Third, Emma would be safely away from the house, staying with a trusted adult before any confrontation occurred. And fourth, I'd wear a wire during the dinner, recording everything as backup in case they tried to claim later that things hadn't happened the way we said. I agreed to all of it. We set a date for the dinner, 2 weeks out, enough time to finalize all the legal paperwork and coordinate with law enforcement. In the days leading up to the dinner, I prepared meticulously. I copied all my evidence onto multiple USB drives, made sure everything was backed up in secure cloud storage that Marcus and Derek couldn't access, even if they somehow figured out what was happening, and tried to destroy evidence. I briefed Rebecca on exactly what I planned to say and show, and she helped me edit together a presentation, a carefully curated compilation of audio recordings, photos, video footage, and documents that would make it impossible for anyone to deny what had been happening. We timed it to be about 20 minutes long, enough to be thorough without losing people's attention, enough to be devastating without being gratuitous. I also coordinated with the police. Rebecca put me in touch with Detective Sarah Morrison, who worked in the domestic violence unit. I met with her at the police station bringing my evidence and watched as she reviewed it with the same shocked expression Rebecca had shown. Detective Morrison asked questions, thorough ones, making sure she understood the timeline and the context. She was particularly interested in the video footage from the incident with Emma, watching it multiple times, her jaw tight with anger. When she finished reviewing everything, she told me that this was a clear-cut case, that Marcus and Derek would absolutely be arrested and charged, and that given the severity and documentation, they'd likely be held without bail initially. She agreed to have officers positioned near the house during the dinner, ready to intervene if things turned violent and ready to execute the arrest warrants immediately after the confrontation. I also made arrangements for Emma's safety. I talked to Mrs. Alvarez, explaining without going into too much detail that there was going to be a difficult family situation and asking if Emma could stay with her for the night. Mrs. Alvarez agreed immediately, asking no questions, just telling me that Emma would be safe and cared for. I told Emma it was a special sleepover, making it sound fun and exciting, and she was delighted. She loved Mrs. Alvarez, who baked cookies and told stories and treated her like a beloved grandchild. On the day of the dinner, I'd drop Emma off at Mrs. Alvarez's house in the afternoon, ensuring she was far away before anyone arrived. I sent out the invitations to the dinner, carefully worded to sound genuine and conciliatory. I called Marcus and Derek personally, putting on my best defeated apologetic voice, and told them I wanted to make amends, that I realized I'd been difficult and wanted to do better, that I hope we could all come together and work things out. Marcus ate it up, his voice dripping with condescension as he said he was glad I was finally seeing sense, that it was about time I stopped being such a little and started acting like a man. Derek was equally smug, making jokes about how maybe there was hope for me after all. I invited their parents, too. Marcus and Derek's mother, Linda, and father, Robert, along with Jennifer's aunts and uncles, some mutual friends, basically anyone who'd been part of the social circle that had enabled this abuse or turned a blind eye to it. I wanted them all there. I wanted them all to see. Jennifer was thrilled about the dinner. She saw it as me finally surrendering, finally accepting my place, finally giving up on the idea that I deserved to be treated with respect or dignity. She threw herself into planning, deciding on menu items, fussing over details, excited to show her family that her husband had finally been broken into compliance. It was sickening to watch, but I played along, agreeing to everything she suggested, acting like the beaten-down spouse she thought I'd become. Inside, I was counting down the hours until I could rip away the mask she'd been hiding behind, until I could show everyone exactly what kind of person she was. The night of the dinner arrived. I dropped Emma off at Mrs. Alvarez's house in the afternoon around 3 o'clock. Mrs. Z. Alvarez gave me a long searching look when she answered the door, and I had the feeling she knew this wasn't really just about a special sleepover, that she understood something significant was happening. She squeezed my shoulder, told me to be careful, and said that Emma could stay as long as needed. I thanked her, gave Emma a tight hug, and told her I loved her. She hugged me back and said she loved me, too. And the pure innocence in her voice, the trust, made me even more determined to see this through. This was for her. All of it was for her. I went back to the house and started cooking, following Jennifer's elaborate menu plans. By 6 o'clock, the house was ready. Table set, food prepared, the hidden camera's battery fully charged, the projector I'd set up in the corner, ready to go, and my phone fully charged and ready to record everything. I'd also been fitted with a wire by Detective Morrison earlier that day, a small microphone taped to my chest under my shirt, transmitting everything to a recording device, and also to the police who were positioned 2 blocks away. I was ready. Everything was in place. All that remained was for the guests to arrive and for me to spring the trap I'd spent 7 weeks building. People started arriving around 6:30. Marcus and Derek came together as always, loud and boisterous, carrying cases of beer like they were doing us a favor. Jennifer greeted them with hugs and laughter, and they settled into the living room like kings holding court. Their parents arrived next, Linda looking elegant and composed. Robert gruff and distant and as usual. Jennifer's Aunt Carol and Uncle Mike came along with 2 couples who were mutual friends. People who'd been at various family gatherings where I'd been humiliated and had said nothing. The house filled with noise and conversation. Everyone in good spirits, completely unaware of what was coming. Dinner went smoothly. Everyone eating and drinking and talking. I played the perfect host, making sure glasses stayed full, answering questions politely, being differential and unobtrusive. Marcus made several jokes at my expense during the meal, and everyone laughed, including Jennifer, and Derek shared a story about a time at a family barbecue when Marcus had put me in my place, and people chuckled like it was funny rather than horrifying. I smiled tightly and said nothing, just kept filling drinks and clearing plates. Inside I was coiled tight as a spring, my heart pounding, adrenaline making my hands want to shake. I forced myself to breathe slowly, to stay calm, to wait for the right moment. After dinner, I suggested we all move to the living room for dessert and coffee. Everyone agreed, relocating to the couches and chairs, settling in with full stomachs and good moods. I served coffee and slices of pie, and once everyone had been served, I asked for their attention. The room quieted, all eyes turning toward me with mild curiosity. I saw Marcus smirk, probably expecting some pathetic speech about gratitude or forgiveness. Jennifer was smiling, pleased that her plan for a reconciliation dinner seemed to be working. Everyone else just looked politely interested, waiting to hear what I had to say. I walked over to the projector I'd set up in the corner, turned it on, and the first image appeared on the wall. A photo of my bruised face taken after one of Marcus' beatings. The purple and yellow bruises stood out starkly against my skin. My split lip visible, one eye swollen nearly shut. The room went completely silent. The kind of silence that's heavy and suffocating where you can hear people breathing and shifting uncomfortably. I let the image sit there for a long moment, letting everyone absorb it before I spoke. I want to show you all something, I said, my voice steady and calm. Nothing like the defeated apologetic tone they were used to hearing from me. I want to show you what's been happening in this house for the past year. I want you to see exactly who Marcus and Derek really are. And I want you to see what Jennifer has been allowing to happen. Then I pressed play on the first recording. Marcus's voice filled the room clear and unmistakable, telling me I was worthless, that I should kill myself, that was an embarrassment to the family. You could hear the sound of him hitting me in the background, the unmistakable thud of fist against flesh. Hear me gasping in pain, trying to say something, but getting cut off by another hit. You could hear Derek laughing, that cruel barking laugh, egging Marcus on, saying, "Hit him again. He needs to learn." The recording played for about 90 seconds, and in that time, the atmosphere in the room completely changed. The comfortable post-dinner contentment evaporated, replaced by shock and tension. So thick you could cut it with a knife. I watched their faces. Marcus' smirk had vanished instantly, replaced by shock that quickly morphed into rage. His face flushed red, and he started to stand up, but his father grabbed his arm, pulling him back down, hissing at him to sit still. Derek looked panicked, his eyes darting around the room like he was looking for an escape route. Jennifer had gone pale, her mouth hanging open, one hand pressed against her chest. Linda, Marcus, and Derek's mother had tears in her eyes, her face a mask of horror. Robert looked confused and then angry, but I couldn't tell yet if the anger was directed at his sons or at me for exposing them. The friends and extended family looked uncomfortable, shifting in their seats, some of them starting to realize they might want to leave. I let the recording end, then calmly moved to the next piece of evidence. I pulled up more photos on the projector, going through them one by one. Bruises on my ribs, my back, my shoulders, a black eye, split knuckles from where I'd tried to defend myself. Each photo was time-stamped and dated. I provided context for each one, my voice still calm and measured. This one was from April 15th when Marcus cornered me in the garage and hit me repeatedly because I'd asked him to leave. This one was from May 3rd when Derek held me while Marcus punched me in the ribs. This one was from May 20th when they brought their friend Tony over and all three of them beat me. Marcus finally found his voice and shouted that I was lying, that this was some kind of setup. I looked at him calmly and told him to sit down and be quiet, that he'd have his chance to deny everything after I was done showing the evidence. The authority in my voice seemed to surprise him. It was so different from the defeated apologetic tone he was used to. And he actually sat back down, though he was vibrating with rage. I continued with the presentation. I showed text messages from Derek, hundreds of them, ordering me around, mocking me, threatening me. I showed financial records documenting thousands of dollars in unauthorized withdrawals and charges. I played more audio recordings, different incidents, building a comprehensive picture of systematic abuse over months. I showed text messages between Jennifer and her brothers, the ones where she laughed about my complaints, where she enabled their behavior, where she made it clear that she sided with them over her own husband. Then I played the video from the incident with Emma. This was the moment that broke the room completely. The footage showed everything. Marcus slamming me against the wall, the picture frame falling, him hitting me, and then Emma's terrified face as she screamed and ran toward us. You could hear her crying, begging Marcus to stop. See her small body physically trying to pull him away from me. You could see the moment when Marcus looked at her with anger. When he seemed on the verge of hitting her, too. You could hear her screaming, "You're bad. You're bad men." And crying hysterically. You could see her terror, her trauma, the pure fear on the face of an 8-year-old child watching her father being beaten. Linda let out a sob when she saw that. Several other people gasped or made sounds of distress. Jennifer had started crying, though I couldn't tell if it was from guilt or just shock at being exposed. Robert was staring at his sons with an expression I couldn't read. Horror mixed with something else, maybe denial starting to crack. The friends and extended family looked horrified, some of them already standing up, clearly wanting to leave this nightmare they'd stumbled into. I let the video play until it showed Marcus threatening Emma, telling her that her daddy would get it worse if she didn't go to her room. Until it showed Emma running away sobbing. Then I stopped it and turned to face the room. I said, "This is what's been happening. For over a year, Marcus and Derek have been coming into this house and abusing me. They've beaten me, threatened me, stolen from me, and terrorized my daughter. And Jennifer," I turned to look at her directly. "You've known about all of it. You've watched it happen. You've laughed along with their jokes. You've enabled every bit of it because your brother's approval is more important to you than your husband's safety or your daughter's well-being." Jennifer tried to speak, tried to say something about not knowing it was that bad, about thinking it was just family dynamics, but I cut her off. I pulled up the text messages between her and her brothers on the projector, the ones where she clearly knew what was happening and chose to enable it. I read them aloud, my voice hard. Derek texts you, "Is your husband going to be a little about us coming over tonight?" And you respond, "Probably, but don't worry, I'll handle it." Marcus texts you, "I had to straighten him out last night. He was getting mouthy." And you respond, "Thanks. He needed it." I looked at her. You knew you were part of it. Then I turned back to Marcus and Derek and delivered the final blow. "I've already shared all of this evidence with my lawyer, with the police, and with your employers. Marcus, Apex Builders launched an internal investigation into your conduct 3 weeks ago. They found evidence of workplace violence, safety violations, and intimidation that matches the behavior documented here. You're going to be fired if you haven't been already. Derek, First National Bank opened an ethics inquiry into your conduct 4 weeks ago. They've found evidence of fraudulent practices, kickbacks, and misconduct. You're also going to be fired if you haven't been already. And as of this afternoon, criminal charges have been filed against both of you for assault and battery, multiple counts. Arrest warrants have been issued. The police are outside right now, waiting to take you into custody. Emergency restraining orders have been granted, keeping you away from me, from Emma, and from this house permanently. You're done. Both of you. Your careers are over. Your reputations are destroyed and you're going to face criminal consequences for what you've done. The room erupted. Marcus lunged toward me, his face twisted with rage, shouting obscenities, but he didn't make it 2 steps before Robert and Uncle Mike grabbed him, holding him back. Derek was on his feet, too, shouting that I'd entrapped them, that none of this would hold up in court. I just looked at him calmly and said, everything I've done is legal and documented. You entrapped yourselves. You chose to come into this house night after night. You chose to hit me. You chose to threaten me. You chose to terrorize a child. Every word, every action, every choice was yours. I just documented it. Linda was sobbing openly now, staring at her sons like she didn't recognize them. Jennifer was crying, too. But now she was angry, shouting at me, asking how I could do this, how I could destroy her family. I turned to her and said, voice cold, I didn't destroy your family. Your brothers did that when they decided to beat your husband. And you helped them when you chose to enable it instead of stopping it. You want to blame someone? Look in the mirror. There was pounding on the front door then, and I walked over and opened it. Detective Morrison stood there with 2 uniformed officers. She looked past me into the room, making eye contact with Marcus and Derek, and said clearly, Marcus Patterson. Derek Patterson. You're under arrest for assault and battery. You have the right to remain silent. Marcus tried to run. He actually tried to bolt for the back door, but the officers were ready for that. And they intercepted him before he made it out of the living room. He fought them, shouting and struggling. And they had to physically restrain him, forcing his arms behind his back and cuffing his wrists. Derek didn't fight, just stood there with his hands in the air, his face ashen as another officer cuffed him. Both men were read their rights while their parents watched in horror while friends and extended family stood frozen while Jennifer sobbed in the corner as they were being let out in handcuffs. Marcus turned to me, his face twisted with rage and spat out, you're going to regret this. You don't know what you've started. We'll destroy you. We'll take everything. I looked at him calmly and said, you already tried to destroy me for over a year. You tried to break me, to make me feel powerless and worthless, but I'm not your victim anymore, and I'm not my brother anymore either. His face went blank with confusion at that last statement, but before he could process it, the officers pulled him toward the door. They were loaded into police cars and driven away, and suddenly the house was much quieter. Just the soft sound of Linda crying and Jennifer's ragged breathing and people shifting uncomfortably. I turned to the remaining guests and said, I think it's time for everyone to leave. If anyone wants copies of the evidence for your own understanding of what's been happening, I can provide that. Otherwise, please go. Most people couldn't leave fast enough. The friends and extended family practically fled, offering awkward condolences or apologies or just leaving in shocked silence. Linda approached me before she left, tears streaming down her face and said, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I didn't know they were doing this. I looked at her, saw genuine horror and regret in her eyes, and some of my anger softened slightly. I said, maybe you didn't know the extent of it, but there were signs. There were moments when you could have asked questions, could have paid attention, could have wondered why your son-in-law looked increasingly afraid and beaten down. Those signs were there. Everyone chose not to see them. She nodded, crying harder, and left with Robert, who still hadn't said a word. It was just me and Jennifer in the living room. She sat on the couch, her face blotchy from crying, and she looked up at me with something like hatred. How could you? She asked, her voice. How could you do this to my family? To me? We're going to lose everything because of you. I sat down across from her, suddenly exhausted, the adrenaline that had been keeping me going starting to fade. I said, Jennifer, your brothers have been beating your husband for over a year. They terrorized your daughter. They stole money. They turned your home into a place of fear and violence. And you let them. You enabled them. You chose their approval over your family's safety. This didn't happen because of me. This happened because of choices you and your brothers made over and over again. She shook her head, still in denial, and said, but they were just being brothers. They were protecting me, making sure you were treating me right. I let out a bitter laugh. Protecting you from what? From a husband who loved you and wanted to build a life with you. They weren't protecting you, Jennifer. They were controlling you and they were abusing him. And you let them because it was easier than standing up to them, easier than choosing your husband over your brothers. I stood up then and told her that divorce papers would be filed within the week, that my brother, the real one, because I wasn't going to hide that anymore, would be seeking sole custody of Emma, and that she should get a lawyer. She looked at me in confusion, starting to ask what I meant by the real one. And that's when I decided to tell her the truth. I said, I'm not your husband. I'm his twin brother. He came to me 7 weeks ago, covered in bruises, terrified, broken. He asked me to switch places with him so he could get away and heal. So I stepped into his life, took his place, and I've been living here, taking the abuse he was taking, documenting everything, building a case to destroy the men who were destroying him. Your husband is safe. Away from you and your brothers, and he's been healing. And I've been gathering evidence to make sure that Marcus and Derek and you face consequences for what you've done. Everything you've been doing to him for the past 7 weeks, you've been doing to me. Every hit, every insult, every moment of cruelty, I took it for him and I documented all of it. Her face went through a series of expressions: confusion, disbelief, shock, and finally understanding. She whispered, you're his brother this whole time. I nodded. She said, but you were. Everything was. I finished for her. Everything was exactly like him because I studied how he moved, how he talked, how he'd been broken down by you and your brothers. I became him so thoroughly that you never questioned it. That's how broken he was, Jennifer. I could step into his life and play the part of a beaten down, terrified man, and you didn't notice anything different because that's what he'd become. She stared at me for a long moment and I saw something break behind her eyes. Some final piece of denial shattering. Then she just put her face in her hands and sobbed. I felt no sympathy. I stood up, told her I'd be staying in the house tonight, but she should probably go to her parents' place. And I went upstairs to the guest room I'd been using. Behind me, I heard her crying, but I closed the door and shut it out. It was done. I'd exposed them. I'd set the trap, and they'd walked right into it. Everything else would unfold from here: the legal proceedings, the consequences, the rebuilding. But the hardest part, the dangerous part where I'd had to take abuse and endure and play a role, that was over. I sat on the edge of the bed and pulled out my phone. I called my brother at the cabin. He answered on the first ring, his voice tight with anxiety, and asked how it had gone. I told him everything about the dinner, about the evidence, about the reactions, about Marcus and Derek being arrested, about Jennifer's complicity being exposed, about how it was finally over. He was silent for a long moment, and then I heard him crying. Great gasping so of relief and release. He said, "Thank you. Thank you. I don't know how to ever thank you enough." I told him he didn't need to thank me, that he was my brother and I'd do it again in a heartbeat. I told him to stay at the cabin for a few more days while things settled, and then he could come home to his new apartment, the one I'd helped him find and set up far away from this house and Jennifer and her family. He said he would. And we talked for a while longer, processing everything. Both of us exhausted and relieved and still struggling to believe it was really over. After I hung up, I just sat there in the quiet room, feeling the bruises ache, feeling the exhaustion settle into my bones. And I let myself breathe. It was done. The nightmare was over. And tomorrow, the real work of healing and justice and rebuilding would begin. But tonight, I just let myself feel the relief of having survived, having succeeded, having protected my brother and niece from the men who tried to destroy them.